The world was tearing at the seams. Rifts opened everywhere, and nowhere was safe anymore. To save humanity, the Aegis Council took control. Great noble houses rose up, breeding elite monster hunters to fight back. But power corrupts. An old lord bellows, demanding to know the sacred motto of House Blackwood. Strength is law, obedience is absolute. The young squires shout back in terrifying, robotic unison. Meanwhile, our hero is face down in the dirt. Someone sneers, telling him this pathetic state is exactly where he belongs. "Have you no shame?" the man asks. A Blackwood of the sacred blade, yet weaker than a mere trainee. He mocks the main character, asking for the motto. The boy whispers it back, might over all, obedience above everything. Smiling wickedly, the man says he finally understands. Then he drops the bombshell, an official order of expulsion. The price? His mana circuits must be severed and his heart's core completely extinguished. The final blow. The Lord Regent himself personally signed off on this brutal, heartless exile. Useless trash has no home here. He tosses the parchment, laughing that only 3 people even bothered to object. Our hero's fists tremble with rage. He chokes out a question about their father, the man he truly loved. The man laughs. "Your precious father. He's the one who personally authorized your destruction, you fool." The boy is shattered. The man continues, saying the father specifically asked for this order to be delivered personally. He cackles like a maniac. People like our boy, they don't deserve to hold a blade or train here. 24 years old and still stuck at Tier 1. It's an absolute embarrassment to the bloodline. "I hit Tier 1 when I was 14, he scoffs. Then he claps his hands. It is time. 2 guards seize the boy's arms. He panics, struggling and screaming for them to let him go. "Stop squirming," the man warns. "We're just taking back the power this noble family gifted you." The ritual is brutal. Sever the sword veins, burn the mana core, leave him as absolutely nothing. Simple, efficient, heartless. The boy breaks free for a second, trying to run for his life. "You bastards," he screams. He had given everything, every drop of sweat, to honor this family name. Even when they called him garbage, even without an ounce of natural talent, he never stopped trying. He worked harder than anyone, but they slam him down, muffling his cries as tears stream down his face. "Keep it quiet," the guard mutters. "We can't have a failure making a scene in front of the neighbors." He prepares the strike. "Don't hate us," he says coldly. "We're just following the orders of the Lord." A crushing blow hits the main character's chest. The core shatters. Blood sprays as his spirit is broken. A scream rips through the air, then silence. 1 year passes and the kingdom is literally burning. Total chaos. People are screaming for mercy as monsters tear through the streets, piling bodies high. Beasts trample the dead as they hunt the living. 1 year since the Blackwood expulsion, things are dire. Our hero thought he had hit rock bottom. Turns out, life had a much darker basement waiting. He's sprinting through the chaos. A massive abyss gate just tore open the sky over the capital of Altera. A nightmare scenario. Even the Aegis Council did not see this level of destruction coming. Monsters are pouring into the city. The boy looks up, paralyzed by the sheer size of that massive rift. He ducks into an alleyway. He just needs to hide, to survive another hour in this absolute hellscape. But the alley is a graveyard. Smashed tech, pools of blood, and the sickening stench of rot. Why here? Of all the alleys, he picked the one full of corpses. Then something moves behind him. His blood runs cold. A giant ogre towers over him, eyes locked onto its next easy meal. He can't believe it. How did a high-tier monster like this escape the breach so fast? The ogre swings. Boom! A massive crater appears where our hero was standing just a second ago. He grabs a rusted pipe. His arm, marked by a jagged scar, shakes under the heavy weight. He can barely lift it. He knows if he tries to run, that monster will catch him instantly. Another swing, another desperate dodge. Without his veins or his aura, he is a dead man walking. Survival is the only option left. He lunges forward, but the ogre is way too fast. He's sent flying, crashing through a stone wall. How How is something that big that incredibly fast? The beast closes in, and Arthur realizes he can't go out like this. Not yet. He still has a blood debt to settle with House Sterling of the Sacred Blade. He charges, one last, desperate strike. He screams, refusing to let his story end in the dirt like a common dog. But just as the ogre looms over him, something impossible happens. A memory hits him like a physical blow. Cedric's voice, cold as ice, calling him talentless trash. The patriarch himself had cast him out of the manor without a second thought. Fear paralyses him as another memory surfaces. Scum like you, they said, has no place in the noble House Sterling. It stings worse than any wound. The metal pipe, his only weapon, clatters to the floor. Arthur collapses, his mind spiraling back to the day Lord Cedric stripped him of his name and threw him into the streets. The words haunt him. He was nothing, a ghost in his own home with no place to belong. His grip fails. Was it because his veins were severed, or was it the sheer weight of the shame? He couldn't even tell anymore. As the monster's weight descends to crush his skull, he makes one final, silent plea. A single wish for a second chance. Suddenly, a flash, a system pulse flickers into existence, scanning for a host. Compatibility confirmed. It binds the dying Arthur Sterling to the black stone blade. New title, Master of the Cursed Sword. Then Arthur's eyes snap open. He bolts upright, gasping for air. His heart is hammering against his ribs, scared to death. Did he die? He clutches his head, trembling. I shouldn't have lost, not to a beast like that. He looks around, dazed. Is this a dream? A dying hallucination? None of this makes any sense. Then he sees them, his wrists. The jagged, ruined wounds are simply gone. His skin is flawless. This room, it's his old quarters at Sterling Manor. He can feel it, the power singing in his veins and his aura burning brighter than ever. A magical chime echoes through the room, an alarm for the morning drills. The year is 1020. 10 years. He's been thrown 10 years into the past. He lets out a jagged, nervous laugh. This isn't even funny, he mutters, his voice shaking. He's back with House Sterling, back with the very people who tore his life apart. This was the exact moment he lost everything. Tears sting his eyes. Why now? How? He pinches his arm. It's too vivid, too solid to be a dream. You gone mad, boy? A voice rumbles from the shadows. Arthur spins around, his blood running cold. A man stands there, watching him with an amused smirk. Finally noticed me. My new master is just a green kid, it seems. The stranger shrugs. Doesn't matter who you are. The pact is signed and sealed. Let's get the introductions over with. I am Blackstone. Arthur freezes. The man claims he's the living embodiment of the magic sword that once brought the human realms to their knees. The spirit looks around, curious. Strange. I could have sworn this room was empty just a heartbeat ago. A cursed blade. A soul contract. Arthur's head is spinning. He can't believe he's actually back in the year 1020. He was certain he'd kick the bucket. Now, he's standing in the past with a legendary weapon in his shadow. Usually people start throwing things, Blackstone notes with a grin. But you're holding it together. Your head seems fine. Let's keep talking. Their souls are tethered now. The blade's contract. Arthur is the master, and Blackstone is bound to ensure he grows into a true monster of the sword. Check your status window. Arthur looks at him like he's grown a second head. What are you even talking about? Blackstone sighs, repeating that the sword chose him. Arthur shakes his head, refusing to buy into the madness. The spirit repeats that he's responsible for Arthur's growth, but Arthur stops him. Wait, repeat that last bit, the part after growth. Status window, Blackstone says clearly. Arthur starts pacing, muttering to himself. This is definitely a dream, it has to be. Blackstone is losing patience. What are you doing? Do you even hear me? Arthur ignores him, convinced these are just the final, frantic flashbacks of a dying man. He dives under his blankets, hiding like a child. This is a setup. Cedric must have hired some random mummer to play a prank and humiliate me again. I'm not a human, kid, Blackstone barks. He expected a reaction, but this is getting ridiculous. He knows how absurd it all sounds. Just say the words, Status window, then you'll understand everything. Arthur glares at him from under the quilt. Understand what? That I'm being played for a fool by House Sterling again. Blackstone's grin turns sharp. Cedric, is that who you're so afraid of? The man who shamed you, the one you want to bury, the spirit asks. I can make you better than him, far better. Arthur peeks out, his eyes wide. Is that really possible? Blackstone leans in. No one will be able to touch you. That is why this contract exists. But there's a price. Arthur has to trust him. Arthur hesitates, none of this makes sense. Time travel, magic blades. It's impossible. And yet, he's here. This is the one chance he begged for before the darkness took him. He remembers the day they cast him out. He'd worked harder than any noble son just to prove he was a worthy Sterling. They treated him like dirt. They mocked his lack of talent. He bled for them, and they still threw him away. But not this time. This is his chance for cold, hard revenge against House Sterling and their divine blade. Arthur isn't a fool. He doesn't trust everything the spirit says. But if this mysterious Mordecai can actually lead him to greatness, he'll take the gamble. Mordecai just smirks. Good enough. Oracle open, Arthur commands. The magical hologram flickers to life. 15 years old, owner of the soul-bound blade, 0 skills, no rank, no specialty, just nothing. He stares at the glowing screen, pulse racing. This has to be a mistake, a total error. The stats are brutal. Strength, bottom tier. Blade skills, pathetic. Mana and stamina, absolute zeros. The only thing not in the gutter is his ironclad will. Arthur's heart sinks. He's bottom of the barrel. Mordecai doesn't sugarcoat it. He calls him pathetic. Everything is trash except for that stubborn mind of his. The spirit just grins at him. Arthur, meanwhile, looks like he's having a total breakdown. Then poof, the man vanishes, replaced by a small child. The only way to get stronger, Mordecai chirps, is through me. Apparently, Arthur's bloodline, specifically that ancestor, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚, is why he's so weak. But talk is cheap. Mordecai's about to prove it. In a flash of light, the kid transforms into a gleaming broadsword. My true form, he echoes. My power depends on you. Arthur's jaw hits the floor. A person, becoming a sword, this is pure madness. Back to kid mode. Mordecai asks if he's convinced yet. To reclaim his legendary power, he needs Arthur to level up. That's the deal. Arthur scoffs. You're joking. I have 0 talent. I'll be dead of old age before you get your magic back. Mordecai actually laughs. He likes that fire. Arthur is lost, but the spirit explains, masters who are already legends are boring. He wants a blank slate, someone he can mold from the dirt. You want to win, then prepare for hellish hardship. Mordecai spent 2 centuries rotting in the void. He's not looking for the easy way out, and neither should Arthur. Arthur wonders, did this blade drag him back through time, a second chance to rewrite his failure? He wipes his face and smiles. Fine, let's sign the blood contract. Mordecai beams, time for step 1. The oracle pings. Basic training begins now. He needs to condition this frail body just to hold a sword. What about the quests? Arthur asks. The system responds, quests are the fast track, pure physical evolution. Arthur can't help but laugh. Holograms, quests, it's like some weird game the gods are playing. The reward, experience points, just like a tavern story. Mordecai is hyped. He promises to guide Arthur on the ultimate path to power. It's basically a magical hologram messaging system, very high-tech for a fantasy world. The blade explains that communication evolves. Some saw books, others letters. The medium doesn't matter, the message does. And that message, push yourself until you break. No rest, no mercy. Follow the path, and even a failure like Arthur can become a genius. But Arthur wonders, why him? There are thousands like him. Mordecai starts his grand explanation about why he chose Arthur. He ends with a teaser. The true will of the blade will only be revealed after the test. The will of the blade, Arthur groans. Stop the cryptic talk and let's go. Quest time. The oracle rings out, the trial has begun. Arthur is struggling, barely moving. Mordecai is already heckling him. Fix your back, breathe, watch your knees, you amateur. Arthur is literally crying as he runs. You said I just had to run, he wails. Mordecai isn't having it. If running was easy, everyone would be a knight. You have to push past the pain. I'm at my limit, Arthur screams. Mordecai just yells back. Shut up and fix your posture. It's all about the angle, the breathing, the knees. If it's not perfect, it's a waste of time. Now Arthur is pissed. Shut it, he growls. He starts sprinting. Let's see who breaks first. Mordecai goes quiet, watching. Interesting. Arthur's body is trash, but that mentality, it's on a whole different level. One of the noble boys from House Sterling spots him. He's totally confused. Since when does Arthur train like this? Are you walking now? Mordecai mocks. I can see your feet dragging. Arthur snaps back. He's clearly running. The spirit senses a deep fire in the boy. It's directed at Lord Sterling. But wait, that's not passion. It's pure, unadulterated hatred. Mordecai is stunned. How can a 15-year-old carry that much darkness? The spirit starts reminiscing about their first meeting, but Arthur suddenly stops. He's done. Mordecai looks at him, impressed. Running fast is one thing, but 15 full laps, that's brutal. Arthur is gasping for air. I'm dead, he wheezes. This better work. I did exactly what you said. He leans on his pride and his will. That's all he has. Mordecai points out that's actually two things. Arthur doesn't find it funny. He was at his absolute limit. Any less is a waste, any more, and he breaks. He wipes the sweat from his brow. Now, he pants, show me my stats. Arthur nods. Yeah, their souls are linked now. He sees everything through the boy's eyes. And finally, the brutal results of that hellish training are starting to show. Ding! The system pings with an update. Since he pushed himself way past his absolute breaking point, his stamina and physical strength just leveled up. Blackwood admits that Arthur's grit and sheer willpower, that's more than just effort, it's a rare talent. Arthur goes quiet, actually letting that sink in for a moment. He's genuinely stunned. It's the first time in his life anyone has ever praised him like that. Even better, it's the first time his hard work actually yielded real rewards. Calmly, Blackwood reminds him he's only 15 and tells him to call it a day. But Arthur's hyped up. Can I do just one more lap? The legendary blade is worried the boy will snap his own bones, but Arthur just grins. He feels incredible, lighter than he's ever been in his entire life. Besides, it's not just physical. It's like a heavy, rusted door deep inside his soul has finally been kicked wide open. As Arthur stares up at the clouds, Blackwood is losing his mind. Raising stats in under a day, that's unheard of. Plus, his physical frame is visibly becoming more powerful. Stop right there, the spirit yells, totally indignant. But Arthur isn't listening. The quest says he needs his stats at 15, and he's not stopping until he gets there. Blackwood is panicking now. This kind of sudden, explosive growth is unpredictable. There's no telling what it might do to the boy's internal organs. Arthur asks the sword if it knows the secret behind this sudden surge, but even the ancient spirit is completely speechless. Then Arthur brings it up. You're the one who said our souls are one, and you're the one who gave me this quest, right? Blackwood clarifies that he's just the bridge connecting the main character to the system. Arthur's confused. If not the sword, then who's pulling the strings? Even Blackwood has no clue. The sword explains it's just a collection of souls forged into a blade by someone long ago. Since that day, it's gathered every sword technique and training secret in existence. Then the spirit's tone shifts. He has a favor to ask Arthur, a serious one. Blackwood admits there's something off about the boy. He can sense an overwhelming, dark wave of hatred radiating from Arthur's very core. That kind of pure, concentrated venom. It usually takes a lifetime to brew, not just 15 short years. Arthur freezes. If their souls are linked, does this spirit know he's a regressor? Does it know he already lived through a future full of blood and betrayal? Maybe he should just come clean. Blackwood's been around for centuries. If anyone has answers about why he went back in time, it's him. Arthur opens his mouth to confess that he's already died once, but a voice cuts through the air. Well, looks like the brat was right after all. The stranger sneers about how annoying Arthur is becoming. Arthur's blood runs cold. He'd recognize that arrogant voice anywhere. It's Lord Cedric, and he's mocking Arthur for running around like a headless chicken in the dirt. Images of his past life flash before Arthur's eyes. Cedric, the very man who humiliated him in ways he promised he'd never forget. He remembers Cedric calling him trash while bragging about being a master at 14. With a smirk, Cedric tells everyone to look at the shitty results of Arthur's training. Arthur's heart hammers in his chest. Why is Cedric here now? In his memory, his brother should have been miles away at the training grounds at this hour. Cedric barks at him, calling him an idiot. Your older brother is standing right here, and you haven't even lowered your head. Furious, Cedric demands a bow before he decides to erase Arthur's entire lineage from the family tree. Arthur bows, a bitter habit. Cedric just cackles, asking if he only understands insults. So, little mouse, done playing knight for the day or what? He asks if Arthur is finally giving up. Blackwood whispers, "Who is this fish-faced loser?" Arthur sighs, "It's Cedric, the sixth son of House Sterling." The spirit is genuinely surprised. "Oh, so this is the guy you were complaining about when we signed our soul contract." Then he tells Arthur not to sweat it. If they keep this training up, he'll be wiping the floor with Cedric in no time. Blackwood starts messing with Cedric's face, forcing him into hilarious, ugly expressions while he insults Arthur. Arthur tries to hold it in, but he ends up laughing right in his brother's face. Cedric is fuming, ready to kill. "You want to get beaten into the dirt, brat?" Suddenly, a cold voice cuts in. "Shut your mouth, Cedric." A woman appears, warning him that their father is arriving. This is Lady Alina, the true prodigy and direct descendant of the Sterling family. She turns her icy gaze toward Arthur. "The aura manifestation ceremony is this afternoon. Be there." Their father will be watching everyone closely, so Arthur better not embarrass the family name. It hits him, today is the day. Why did fate drop him back into his body right before this specific nightmare moment? "The patriarch is arriving," someone bellows. The Grand Duke strides through the courtyard, a sea of knights bowing low as he passes. Blackwood whispers, "Is that your old man?" Arthur nods, asking the spirit what he thinks of the Duke's power. Blackwood is floored. Someone that powerful actually exists. Not just the Duke, there are several absolute monsters standing in that crowd. He notes that Cedric is basically a bug compared to the others. "Don't panic, Arthur. Just focus on your only quest." Arthur checks his goals again. Raise both stamina and strength to level 15. The system pops up with the details. No swords allowed. He has to hit 15 the hard way, but his physique will increase drastically as a reward. Blackwood reminds him to keep his head down. This is just the very first step on a long, bloody journey. Arthur clenches his jaw. "I'm finishing this quest before the ceremony even starts." Blackwood scoffs. "That's complete nonsense, but go for it." No one has ever cleared this hellish training in a single day but Arthur. He just takes off running. Shadowfang shouts, asking where the hell he's going, and Arthur just grins. The sword promised him strength if he finished this, and he's taking it. Besides, he's got a score to settle with that arrogant trash Cedric, and if he wants to catch up, he needs to start right now. The little sword spirit chases after him, absolutely fuming, screaming that if he pushes past his limits like this, he's going to end up in pieces. Suddenly, ding, the system drops a new title, "The Trainer's Headache," his physical and stamina stats skyrocketing. Arthur can't believe it, raising 2 major stats at the exact same time. That's unheard of. He hits the mark, 15, quest complete. Shadowfang just stares, wondering what kind of monster he's actually tethered to. Arthur just sighs, thinking he's dealt with some legendary nutcases in his past lives, but this talking sword, in a league of its own. His stamina recovery gets a massive boost, and when the sword claims it knew this would happen, Arthur asks if it's moonlighting as a fortune teller. But then a weird chill hits him. Wait, what is that? It's just the system. His intimacy with Shadowfang just went up. The sword explains it's all about their spiritual connection. Arthur's totally lost. Why the hell does he need to be intimate with a blade? The sword spirit just shrugs, mentioning their soul-bound contract. Is this a dating sim now? Arthur wonders. If he doesn't get cozy with this sword, he'll never unlock its true, world-shaking power. He honestly wonders if he's just died, and this is some fever dream, but Shadowfang's voice snaps him back to reality. Get this, he actually received 200 bonus points just for genuinely shocking the legendary magic sword. Talk about a weird flex. Shadowfang is absolutely indignant. In all its years, it's never seen someone get rewarded just for being a complete surprise. The sword spirit starts playfully wailing on him, demanding to know what kind of freak he is, but Arthur's just as confused as he is. The little spirit actually starts fake crying, complaining that its dignity as a legendary blade has completely vanished in record time. Arthur thinks his own dignity went out the window years ago. He shakes it off and tells the sword to look at the screen. He's sitting on 500 points from the quest. Now the big question, where does he dump them? Shadowfang tells him to pump stamina and physique to 20. That'll push him into the lower rank, and he'll finally feel like a real warrior. As for the rest, keep them for a rainy day. Smart move. He confirms the stats, and then, bam, Arthur feels like his entire skeleton is being ground into powder. It's pure, unadulterated agony. He gasps out, asking Shadowfang what the hell is happening to his body. The system chimes in. His physical form is being rebuilt for the lower rank. Then, just like that, the pain vanishes, totally gone. The sword chirps happily, asking if he finally realizes how pathetic he was before. Good thing you didn't die, it jokes. Wait, what if I hadn't endured it? Arthur asks. Shadowfang starts to explain, then just waves it off. Hey, you survived, no big deal. Arthur shivers. He doesn't even want to know what the other option was. Looks like the guest of honor has arrived. It's the Duke, the patriarch of House Sterling. Time for the aura manifestation ceremony. The Duke stands tall, noting that his eldest son, Edward, couldn't make it today. Everyone knows why, but the tension is thick. The third son, Silas, just lowers his head in shame. Also watching are the fifth daughter, Sophia, and the fourth daughter, Selene, all high-ranking nobles of the sacred blade. The Lord Commander signals that the time for waiting is over. He orders Alistair to begin, and the young heir simply nods. Mana swirls as Alistair manifests a glowing white orb. He thinks back. In his previous life, he couldn't even conjure a spark at this age. Back then, it took him until 24 just to produce a weak, pathetic white aura. Total failure. Not this time, he mutters. Shadowfang gives him a wicked grin as a quest pops up. Manifest the aura from your core, not your heart. The risk is insane, but the reward. A unique aura, mana sensing, and 8 precious points. Arthur's heart stops. Activating an aura through the core, that's suicide. It's completely against the laws of magic. Trust me, Shadowfang whispers. You're the master of a magic sword now. You need an aura that actually commands respect. The sword tells him he's meant for greatness. Real experts don't follow the path, they pave it. Arthur eyes that unique aura reward. Screw it, he accepts the quest. If this is how he grows, then he's diving in head first. He focuses. The system activates. Suddenly, the pure white sphere starts bleeding a thick, terrifying black energy. The room goes dead silent before erupting in terror. The second daughter, Beatrice, looks like she's seen a ghost. There's a demon in his aura, someone screams. Beatrice doesn't hesitate. She draws her blade and charges straight at Arthur. I don't care how you got that power, she bellows. If you've brought a demon into this house, there's only one cure, death. Julian suddenly lunges forward, blocking the blade aimed at Arthur. Lady Alina, completely blindsided, she demands to know what her brother thinks he's doing. Then she screams. Get out of the way, she shouts, unless you want to die with him. Alina is convinced Arthur is wielding forbidden abyssal magic. But Julian isn't backing down. He insists the aura is just different. Arthur, meanwhile, is stuck in his own head, questioning his own power. It clicks. The Nightbringer. That ancient magic blade he touched must have permanently stained his energy. Alina is absolutely livid. She's never heard of a human with pitch-black mana. Julian just sighs, telling her to actually use her eyes for once. She doesn't care. She threatens to cut through Julian first if he doesn't move. But then a voice, the Grand Duke, cold, calm, and terrifying. "Who gave you permission," he whispers, his tone like ice, "to draw your sword in my presence?" Total silence. The two heirs freeze, paralyzed by the patriarch's authority. Then, a flash of pure force. He strikes Alina down in an instant. She coughs up blood, and Julian can only watch in horror. The Duke is beyond angry. Since when is fratricide allowed in House Sterling? Alina scrambles to apologize, her arrogance replaced by pure desperation. "Look closer," the Duke commands. He points out that her mana is pure light, completely different from the chaotic energy of the Dark Order. It's just the color that's changed. This is pure, refined power, just shaped by a different aura. Alina hits the floor kneeling. "I was wrong," she stammers. "You're right, grandfather." He's not finished. He knows she hates the Dark Order, but this kind of recklessness. It's a one-way ticket to a shallow grave. Her punishment? 6 months of solitary meditation. She accepts it instantly. Arthur watches the whole thing, realizing just how much the Duke actually favors her. Let's be real. If Arthur had been the one to draw his sword like that, he'd be a corpse by now. He needs to get stronger. New gear, a solid plan, everything. If he's going to tear this noble house down, he has to be the most powerful person in the room. The Duke turns to him. "Arthur." He admits he's never seen a black aura before, but he can feel the sheer potential. He actually congratulates the boy. Arthur keeps it cool. "Thank you, my lord." But then comes the real question. The Duke asks why Arthur is storing his mana in his gut rather than his heart. Arthur's heart practically stops. The other heirs are stunned. Gut-storing mana, that's unheard of. Arthur panics for a second. How did the old man notice so fast? He needs a lie, and he needs it now. One wrong word, and the Duke might just destroy his core. He looks him in the eye and says, "Because I'm built differently." He explains the truth, or part of it. He didn't inherit the legendary Sterling talent like his siblings did. His heart was too weak. Mana circulation through the chest was basically killing him. So he adapted. He carved out his own path, using his lower core as a vessel because his heart couldn't take the pressure. The Duke's expression goes dark. He asks if Arthur is really following the path of the failed knights, the trash who couldn't cut it. "You're walking around with 2 vital points," the Duke mocks. "That's madness." Arthur doesn't flinch. He knows the risks. But he's going to be the strongest anyway. He looks the patriarch dead in the eye and says results are the only thing that matter. Silence then. The Duke bursts out laughing. He loves the sheer audacity of it. Arrogant? Yes, but he likes that in a Sterling. "Fine," the Duke says. "Do whatever you want. I'm interested to see where this goes." But he leaves him with a warning. Arthur has to climb over 7 other heirs to reach the top of House Sterling. Fail and he'll be discarded. Or worse, Arthur just smiles. "I'll be in your care then." And with that, the awakening rites are over. Later on, Cedric catches up with him. "You really surprised me back there," Cedric says. "An aura at his age is one thing, but a black one. That's legendary." He's still thinking about Alina's attack and that weird gut storage technique. Cedric admits this was more shocking than the day the first great rift opened. He grabs Arthur's arm, demanding to know his secret. Arthur's body has changed. He's bigger, stronger, and his mana flow is insanely smooth. He wants the truth. How does someone transform their entire physique in just 1 week? It makes 0 sense. Arthur just shrugs it off. "I didn't just swing a sword. I focused on raw physical conditioning." Cedric finds it weird for a noble swordsman. Seriously, gaining that much muscle and stamina in 7 days. It shouldn't be possible. But hey, results are results. He tells Arthur to keep at it. Arthur nods, mentioning his conversation with their father. Cedric reaches into his pocket and pulls out a crystal of serenity, a rare find from his last mission. It'll help stabilize that wild aura. Arthur takes it, surprised. "This looks expensive, you sure?" Cedric just smiles. "Consider it a reward for the hard work." Arthur thanks him, but then another brother interrupts the moment. It's Sela's. And he's already running his mouth. He mocks Arthur for acting like a big shot just because he unlocked his aura. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Silas sneers. "Even with that black smoke, you're still just a third-rate loser in my eyes." Cedric smirks and suggests that they head off to have a little private chat. Alaric isn't interested, but Cedric tells him to move while he's still playing nice. Something about the look in his eyes sends a chill down Alaric's spine. "Follow me if you don't want to cry like a babe," Cedric sneers. But just as things look grim, a glowing system window flickers to life. It's a sudden quest. Objective: defeat Cedric Blackwood. After a lifetime of being his punching bag, this is the ultimate chance for revenge. The stakes: 300 points and a high-tier mystery reward. Obsidian chimes in. These surprise quests are rare and the loot, usually way beyond anything you'd expect. It's a gamble worth taking. "Lost your tongue, boy," Cedric growls. Alaric's mind is elsewhere, thinking about how different this is from his past lives. Cedric stares him down, wondering if he was too soft on him before. Alaric just smirks. Maybe he was the one holding back. This quest, he's doing it. Cedric loses it, screaming that Alaric is absolute trash as he slams a fist right into his face. He yanks Alaric up by his hair. "Choose," he snarls. "Do you want to faint from the pain or faint while I'm beating you senseless?" They drag him to the dark armory. Cedric mocks him. All those interesting things Alaric had the nerve to say recently. Like that bold claim he made to their father, vowing to surpass every sibling in House Blackwood using his own secret methods. "Never gonna happen," Cedric laughs. Alaric shoots back. "Shut your mouth. You don't know a damn thing about what's coming." Obsidian's curious now. Does Alaric actually believe he can reach that goal? The answer: damn right I do. At this very moment, Cedric Blackwood is nothing more than a loud-mouthed, flashy bully. Fuming, Cedric decides it's time for a lesson. "What happened to the dog who used to obey me last week?" Another punch flies. Alaric manages to block with his arms, but then comes a brutal, heavy kick to the ribs. The pain is sharp. "You'll never catch me," Cedric gloats, slamming Alaric against the stone wall. "Just shut up and listen to your betters." Blow after blow rains down. Alaric is slumped on the floor, broken, until he suddenly snaps. He turns toward Cedric with pure, unadulterated fury. His brother just mocks him, winding up for one last kick to end the fight. "I'll make sure you never talk back again." But then, snap. Alaric grabs his foot midair and stands right up, catching Cedric completely off guard. Bam, a lightning-fast kick connects with Cedric's jaw. "You're still trash," Cedric screams, totally losing his mind as he vows to wipe him out. But suddenly, his legs give out. He hits the floor, gasping. "What? How is this happening?" "That's a concussion, brother," Alaric cold-bloodedly explains. "You hit the jaw, the brain rattles. Learn the anatomy of pain." Now it's Alaric's turn. He grabs Cedric by the hair. "Wait," the bully begs. Alaric just smiles. "Let's break you first." Blood-curdling screams echo from the cellar. Then, ding, the system confirms Alaric has completed the quest. 300 points and a mystery reward unlocked. Even Obsidian is standing there, completely speechless at what he just witnessed. The blade shakes off the shock and regains his composure. "Not bad, kid. Not bad at all." It turns out Alaric was just baiting him, waiting for the perfect opening. Obsidian actually thought he was going to pass out. "He'll come for you when he wakes up," Obsidian warns. Alaric just shakes his head. Too much ego, too much of a coward. He won't say a word to anyone. The fear of being exposed as weak will keep things quiet for a long, long time. Before Alaric leaves, Obsidian says he needs to clear something up. He noticed all those swordsmen from House Blackwood. They all store their mana near their hearts. Why not the belly? Why not the core? Alaric shrugs. Efficiency. It's just easier to focus the energy in one spot. But why take that quest without a second thought? Obsidian asks. What did you mean by it being the solution? Alaric's eyes go dark. It was the only way out. If I'd been indecisive like I was in my past life, I would have lost my mana core again. I wasn't letting that happen. Obsidian realizes the quest reward, gave him a powerful aura when he focused mana into his core. "My past life's aura was useless," Alaric mutters. "I'm just glad I got something better this time around." Obsidian freezes. "Wait, what did you just say?" Alaric repeats it. If he'd been weak like before, he'd be ruined. Obsidian is losing it. "Before? What do you mean in the past?" Dead silence. Alaric realizes his mistake. He never told the sword he'd been reincarnated. He's nervous, but hey, the secret's out. Might as well come clean since he had questions for the blade anyway. "I lived until I was 25, he confesses. "Then I died and woke up back in this 15-year-old body." Obsidian is in total shock. Born talentless, a burden to House Blackwood from birth, beaten and mocked by his own blood, that was his life, until now. Cast out from the noble house at 25, Arthur was left utterly broken. His mana channels shattered, and his spirit completely extinguished in the process. That's when a massive rift in reality tore open. A void horror lunged from the darkness, and just like that, his life was over. Blackstone remains silent, lost in thought. The ancient sword finally admits it's a lot to process, while Arthur notes that the second he woke up in the past, he found Blackstone waiting for him. Everything is finally starting to click for the young knight. It explains exactly why he didn't hesitate to accept that impossible quest earlier. The blade then poses a heavy question. What is Arthur's ultimate goal? Our hero just blinks, looking completely caught off guard. Blackstone smirks. In this life, Arthur has a powerful ally he never had before, a legendary sentient weapon. Surely, he has an epic plan for this second chance. Arthur begins to vent, explaining his misery started within the house of the Holy Blade. Now, he's determined to become the greatest swordsman the kingdom has ever seen. His plan is simple but bold. Defeat his father, seize the title of Lord Protector, and tear down that rotten family from the inside out. Blackstone lets out a booming laugh. He knew it. This is exactly the kind of fire a true master of the blade should have in his soul. Guiding the boy's focus, Blackstone reminds him that this time travel stuff wasn't part of their original contract. But hey, it happened, and they're rolling with it. He isn't just going to surpass some random rival like Sir Cedric. Blackstone promises to make him stronger than his house, his father, and every knight in the entire world. Arthur stares, asking, "Can we really pull that off?" The blade replies that it's all up to Arthur's resolve, but honestly, with this power, failing would be the only impossible thing. Feeling a surge of confidence, Arthur declares he's already on his way. Blackstone just grins. Now that's the attitude he likes to see. As his legendary magic weapon, Blackstone vows to forge Arthur into the most formidable warrior this world has ever witnessed. Suddenly, a system alert chimes. The surprise quest rewards are ready. Arthur has to test his luck and pick one of the floating cards. Blackstone explains that this is just a bonus prize. To unlock his true mana potential, Arthur is still going to have to bleed for it in training. The sword warns him. He only gets one shot. Arthur just shakes his head. This really is starting to feel like some twisted game. Every single card looks identical from both sides. No hints, no tricks, just pure luck. It's a total gamble. Blackstone mocks him, mentioning his previous master had such terrible luck he practically only pulled worthless rocks every time. Taking a leap of faith, Arthur grabs a card. The others vanish into thin air, leaving a shimmering marble-like orb in his palm. Blackstone's jaw drops. It's an elixir of insight, a legendary pill that permanently boosts a person's sensitivity to the world's mana. The sword is genuinely stunned. How did a seemingly average kid like Arthur manage to pull such a high-tier, incredible treasure? Our hero is just confused. Mana sensitivity, what even is that supposed to mean? Blackstone wonders if knights these days are just ignorant. It means he'll sense mana with ease. If he swallows this, his power growth will literally skyrocket. Arthur hesitates, asking the big question. Are there any side effects to eating this thing? The sword gets defensive. This is a priceless artifact with zero downsides. Arthur sighs, admitting he's had some pretty bad trauma related to sudden growth before. Blackstone asks if he's still whining about that stat boost. Listen, kid, that agony only happened because your physical condition was absolute garbage. Arthur rolls his eyes at the sword's attitude. Whatever. He downs the pill, trusting there won't be any hidden stings this time. And then, something shifts. Arthur blinks, feeling nothing. He asks the little spirit if it's a dud, but Blackstone explains his senses are just too dull to feel the change yet. As he grows, the effects will kick in like a tidal wave. For now, Blackstone tells him he did a good job for one day. Time for some rest. The blade promises to teach him mana cultivation tomorrow, but Arthur isn't having it. He wants to start right now. Blackstone loses it, screaming that even the most obsessed knights need sleep if they want to survive the training. Arthur insists his recovery time is faster than normal. He drops into a cross-legged position, telling the sword to quit the yelling and start helping. Little do they know, a young man is watching everything from the shadows outside. It's Julian, a member of the elite Obsidian Guard. He rushes to the Grand Duke's chambers to report a shocking development. The Grand Duke demands details. Julian takes a breath and drops the bombshell. Arthur actually defeated Sir Cedric in a fight. The young knight clarifies that even though they didn't draw steel, the raw exchange was unmistakable. The Grand Duke is baffled. How could a veteran like Cedric lose to Arthur, a boy who hasn't even mastered the basics of mana yet? Julian explains that Cedric made the first move, but Arthur played it perfectly, absorbing the defense before completely turning the tables. A smirk plays on the Grand Duke's lips. Cedric clearly underestimated the boy. That was his first and final mistake. He asks where the loser is hiding. Julian reports that after waking up, Cedric crawled back to his room and hasn't shown his face since. Pathetic coward, the Duke scoffs. Meanwhile, back in his room, Cedric is having a mental breakdown, wondering how he got humiliated by a useless noble. Finally, the Duke asks about Arthur. Julian notes that the boy hasn't left his room either, but it seems he's currently pushing himself through hellish training. Chuckling softly, the Duke admits he expected nothing but boredom today, but look at that. Things just got interesting. He orders the knight to bring Lord Mordred to him immediately, clearly setting the stage for young Julian's next move. By the next morning, Julian turns to his sentient blade, Obsidian, asking if he should start stabilizing his core to unlock the aura from his latest quest. The blade agrees, but Julian's got that look in his eye. He's been thinking, and he's found a much faster way to get results. Obsidian's confused, asking what he's on about, but Julian just grabs a heavy blacksmith's hammer, ready to use that ether core his brother Silas gave him. Total confusion follows as Obsidian shouts, asking what on earth he plans to do with a hammer and a priceless gem. Wham! Julian brings the hammer down, shattering the precious stone into 1,000,000 pieces with a single, violent strike. The sword spirit absolutely loses it, screaming about why he'd destroy a gift from his own brother, but Julian just shrugs. He actually likes Silas. See, this is the real way to use an ether core. Everyone else just holds them, but the secret is breaking the seal to release the raw mana inside. Julian explains the logic behind his madness by smashing the stone. You force the condensed energy to flood the immediate area, creating a high-density mana zone he can soak up while he trains his aura. Focus, he mutters, taking a deep, steady breath as the system chimes in. His mana stat just shot up by 5 points instantly. And since he's the first person in history to actually use the stone this way, he pockets an extra 200 bonus points. Obsidian is stunned, wondering how Julian could possibly be the first person to figure this out if the stone is so famous. Julian's answer is simple. Everyone else is just doing it wrong. Obsidian can't even believe it. The kid is either a genius or just incredibly lucky. But then it happens. Julian's aura surges so fast that Obsidian feels his own restrictions snapping, and he's thrilled that his power is finally returning. Julian watches in awe as the system confirms the news. Obsidian's first seal has been officially dispelled. Right before his eyes, the spirit shifts and transforms, hardening into a sleek, razor-sharp dagger. Julian realizes his companion is finally becoming a real weapon again, and Obsidian confirms it with a smirk. He can finally be wielded in battle. The dagger explains that as Julian gets stronger and unlocks more seals, he'll eventually return to being the legendary sword he once was. "Give me a swing," the blade challenges, and as Julian grips the hilt, it's the first time he's held a real weapon since returning to the past. Obsidian asks if he can feel it, as the aura is practically screaming off the blade. This is exactly why they call him a cursed magic sword. The power is overwhelming. Julian gasps, begging the dagger to dial it back before his arm gives out from the pressure. But Obsidian just laughs, telling him he needs more power to stabilize the connection, right before Julian drops the dagger in exhaustion. Obsidian shifts back into his child form, looking smug as he reminds his master that with great power comes even greater responsibilities. That was only the first seal, though, and there's still a massive, grueling road ahead of them. Julian is drenched in sweat, staring at his trembling hands and wondering how he'll ever move if he can barely hold the blade. The spirit tells him to relax, explaining that the fatigue is just temporary and that for now, he just needs to focus on recovery. Growth comes with perks, though, and the system announces that Julian has finally unlocked his dimensional inventory. Obsidian explains it like a hidden pouch tucked away within his very aura, where he can store whatever he needs. Julian's eyes light up because that's usually a B-rank luxury item, but Obsidian warns him the space is tiny for now. The math is simple. Unlock more seals, get more storage space for his gear. Julian sighs, concluding he'll have to train like a madman to use this sword properly, before pulling up his status window to check his progress. Oddly enough, even with his new aura, that previous quest still hasn't registered as completed. Obsidian points out he needs more raw mana to truly stabilize, so the priority is clear. Clear every open quest as fast as possible. Meanwhile, back at the manor, the Duke stares down Lord Mordred, asking what happened to his pathetic, bruised face. Mordred stammers, his voice shaking because he knows his father already knows the truth. He got humiliated by Julian. He tries to play it off, claiming Julian caught him off guard with a cheap shot, but swearing he'd win a real rematch. The Duke isn't buying it, mocking him for getting beaten into a coma by his unranked brother, and then using excuses. Terrified, Mordred and his attendants drop to their knees, begging the patriarch for his forgiveness. The old man just sighs, asking what he's been doing since that embarrassment, and Mordred mumbles something about gathering intelligence. Intelligence, the Duke sneers, asking if he's so desperate that he wants to steal Julian's sword next. Mordred's face twists with jealousy as he mentions seeing Julian receive a mysterious gift from their brother, Lord Sila's. He starts to complain, but the Duke shuts him down instantly, sick of Mordred's pathetic and selfish behavior. Mordred tries to plead one last time, but the Duke's eyes are cold as he tells him to get out of his sight. As the boy walks away, the Duke speaks up, asking if he truly has what it takes to force 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 into total submission. The Lord asks if Magnus even remembers the creed of the Sterling bloodline, strength above all, obedience to the crown above all, period. With a cold smile, the Duke tells him to go, crush 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 and leave him drowning in pure regret. Do this, and the seat of the patriarch might just be within his reach. Magnus, eyes burning with raw hatred, vows to prove his worth. Later that night, looking out the chamber window, Obsidian notes that the boy hasn't moved an inch for hours. Outside, Magnus stands like a statue in the courtyard, staring at the window with absolute, cold fury. Obsidian asks why he's lurking there, but 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 already knows. The Duke. In his past life, his father was a master at pitting brother against brother. With a personality like that, he definitely poisoned Magnus's mind with a few choice words to spark a fire. He probably mocked him, asked why he was doing nothing after being shamed by his younger brother. Magnus always came for 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅's throat after a scolding. Obsidian sneers. What an incredible family. Always one breath away from a civil war, aren't you? 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 just smiles. Isn't this an opportunity? It's time to force Magnus to his knees, right here at their feet. It's time his older brother learned a hard lesson. Obsidian thinks Alistair's got a backbone of steel and wonders if parental discipline is why he's so ruthless. But enough of that. Obsidian tells him to stop obsessing over that bastard and get back to the grind. The boy agrees. Focusing his mana into his core center actually seems to be working for once. The sentient blade watches him closely. Concentrate. He tells him he's already light years ahead of where he started. Forget the mana flow for a second. Focus on carving a path, a literal road for the energy to travel through your veins. Alistair locks in. Obsidian's voice rings out. Mana needs to surge through his entire body, from head to toe. He has to anchor that energy into his very core. This is the secret, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚's legendary aura technique. Suddenly, the boy feels it. His mana isn't just moving, it's pulsing, heavy and loud like a mountain waterfall. He'd felt power in his past life, but nothing like this. Core training, this is it. Alistair feels the energy vibrating inside him and all around him. Is this it, the feeling of total mana stability? A shadow of a man appears in his mind's eye, and Alistair is hit by a wave of familiarity. Is this the person Obsidian was talking about? He looks so familiar, and then, boom, Alistair's eyes snap open in shock. It's already pitch black outside. Obsidian grumbles. He was doing so well until his thoughts got in the way and shattered his mana sensitivity. But then the sword smiles. You did well, kid, really well. The system chimes in. Training complete. Alistair has mastered 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚's method, stabilized his core, and can now wield aura like a true knight. Alistair is buzzing. Stably applied mana, the quest is done. He practically shouts at Obsidian, he's finally got his aura. The system announces the prize. The Nightshade aura, Ebony Gale. Obsidian is actually stunned. Alistair has the right mindset, sure, but mastering a technique that fast, that's unheard of. Bonus points, 100 extra for leaving Obsidian speechless. The sword gets defensive instantly, insisting he wasn't amazed at all. Obsidian mutters that it usually takes a lot more than a half-hearted attempt to pull off a feat like that. Then he turns serious. Somehow, Alistair has memories of 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚, but our boy is too hyped. He wants those quest rewards now. Now he's got 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚's training at level 1, plus a massive boost to his physical capacity, mana, and raw strength. 600 points in the bank. He double-checks with Obsidian. This really is 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚's legendary method, right? He reflects for a moment. This sword aura, it must have originated from that Nightshade figure. Obsidian admits he's never heard the name before in all his years. But since it's a legendary aura, Obsidian starts bragging about his own incredible luck. Alistair, he's not having it and cuts him right off. The blade admits the boy is growing faster than anyone expected. Alistair just grins. This is only the start. Time to spend those 600 points. Since there are no quests left, Obsidian suggests dropping everything into his low-level abilities. He hints that something special happens once he clears that hurdle. Alistair doesn't need to be told twice. First level up, let's go. He dumps 8 points into his sword skill. Obsidian is staring, completely lost. Then he laughs. Alistair must have had a divine revelation. The boy just looks at him. What are you even talking about? Obsidian starts mocking him. Did his brain cells drop to 0 after capturing a sentient sword? Alistair snaps back. He's not being that dramatic. The blade smiles. It's actually a smart play. He needs a solid rank for the training to truly take effect. Alistair pumps 4 more into intelligence, and just like that, the points are gone. Can't max out everything today. With his sword mastery finally hitting the next level, Arthur turns to Midnight and asks the big question. How does he sharpen his mind? The ancient blade explains it is all about refining his soul fire and ether. Arthur lets out a long stretch, muscles popping as he announces it is time to get back to work. Midnight, ever the skeptic, wonders if his brood of a brother, Mordred, is still lurking in the shadows. A cold smirk plays on the boy's lips as he calls his brother a total coward. After the absolute thrashing he gave him last time, Mordred is probably just hiding, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. Midnight suggests that this means Arthur can finally train in peace, but Arthur just laughs. He shakes his head, telling the sword it is being way too naive. Then he double-checks the facts. Did the sword really say that mastering his soul fire is the secret to boosting his mental prowess? With a chilling, wicked grin, Arthur realizes he has the perfect human punching bag just waiting to be used. Midnight is totally lost, asking if he actually means he is going after Mordred again. Turning to leave, Arthur confirms he just needs a little live practice with his soul fire techniques. He is heading straight for his brother's throat. The sword is genuinely worried now. She knows Arthur is a legendary warrior trapped in a 15-year-old's body, but this seems like a massive stretch, even for him. Even if Mordred is a bit of a dimwit, he is still a powerhouse. She warns Arthur that a direct, head-on collision with that monster could end in disaster. Arthur doesn't even blink. He tells the sword to sit back and enjoy the show before letting out a laugh so villainous, it makes Midnight wonder if her master has finally lost his mind. Down at the training grounds, Mordred is absolutely fuming. He is pacing back and forth, cursing Arthur's name and dreaming of ways to crush that pathetic little rat into the dirt. Suddenly, someone slams into him. He snaps, ready to swing, only to see his sister, 𝑭𝒂𝒎𝒊𝒍𝒚, looking at him with pure judgment. Mordred growls that she was the one who bumped into him. She just covers her mouth, feigning shock, and asks if he really has no shame left after what happened. The boy is stunned. Then she drops the hammer, mocking him about the rumors that he actually lost a tooth to his weak little brother. Arthur's name is on everyone's lips, and they are all laughing at how pathetic it is for a knight to lose to a rankless nobody. She sneers, telling him that for all his arrogance, he is just a disappointment. Mordred is literally shaking with fury as 𝑭𝒂𝒎𝒊𝒍𝒚 walks away, her laughter ringing in his ears. He grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter. In a blind rage, he lashes out at the air, swinging a heavy fist while screaming curses. That is when a voice calls out, noting that he looks exceptionally fired up today. Mordred spins around to find Arthur standing there, waving a hand with a smug little smile. He even has the nerve to joke that the family doctor must be a genius to have fixed his face so fast. Mordred's eyes go dark as he asks Arthur if he has a death wish, wondering how he dared to show his face there. But Arthur doesn't flinch. He just leans in and mocks him further, asking why he is so grumpy before offering him a charity rematch. Right here, right now, he challenges his brother to a duel in front of everyone. Mordred screams, asking if Arthur thinks he is a god just because he finally awakened his soul fire. Arthur just shrugs, saying he is simply giving the big guy a free shot at him. Mordred freezes. He can't wrap his head around what his younger brother is actually planning. Arthur's smile is unwavering. It hits Mordred then, this isn't the brother he knew. It has only been a few days since he got his soul fire, but he feels like a completely different person. A terrifying thought crosses his mind. Could Arthur have unlocked some other hidden, forbidden power? Arthur keeps the pressure on, telling Mordred he shouldn't even bother with a sword. Since he likes being a brute, he should just use his fists. That is the breaking point. Mordred hurls his blade aside, roaring that he is going to split Arthur's skull open. He is determined not to let history repeat itself. Arthur slides into a perfect combat stance, taking a slow, controlled breath. Mordred lunges like a wild animal, but Arthur catches the blow on his forearm with zero effort. Completely calm, Arthur tells him his strategy is as transparent as glass. He is trying the exact same reckless move that got him beaten the first time. Mordred aims a killing blow at his head, but Arthur gets serious. He slips the punch with a lightning-fast duck. He triggers his signature soul fire technique, the Dark Tempest. A brutal uppercut connects squarely with Mordred's chin, sending a shockwave through his system and freezing his movements. Arthur doesn't let up. He hammers in a barrage of strikes before planting his feet and launching his brother across the field with one final, explosive shove. Mordred is down, but Arthur is relentless. He closes the gap in a blur, finishing the sequence with a devastating kick right to the face. Sprawled in the dirt, Mordred desperately gasps, asking what the hell the point of all this was. Arthur just casually brushes the dust off his sleeves like it was nothing. He looks satisfied. Now he finally understands the true flow of his soul fire. Midnight can only watch in horror, realizing she is bound to the most insane master in existence, a man who uses his own brother as a test dummy for magic. Under a brilliant blue sky, Arthur gazes at the Capitol. The buildings are massive, rising up like a literal forest of stone and glass. Midnight is confused, asking why they are even leaving the estate when Arthur usually stays cooped up. Arthur just explains that Mordred was his guinea pig to see if he was ready for the real world. Now that he has mastered his soul fire, he is heading to the capital to get official. He is going to register as a knight. He explains that all soul fire users have to be in the association's database. At the front desk, a young woman looks up and asks how she can help him. Arthur states his business clearly. He wants to sign up as a combatant, specifically a First Circle knight. The receptionist hands him a stack of paperwork to fill out, explaining that he will have to pass a formal oral and physical exam afterward. But the moment he signs the parchment, her eyes go wide. She stammers, asking if he is really Arthur Pendragon. She asks if he is part of the legendary house of Pendragon, the masters of the Holy Blade. Arthur's face goes cold as he snaps that he isn't exactly a fan of that family. The girl quickly apologizes, looking flustered. She mentions that another high-ranking member of the Pendragon bloodline was just here a month ago, causing quite a stir. She's fuming, slams the desk hard. Basically, some arrogant noble thought he was way too high and mighty to even take a basic knight's aura test. What a joke. She calls him the biggest moron she's ever met. Arthur just nods along. Yeah, the guy sounds like a total prick. Then she leans in closer. No way a nice guy like you is related to an idiot like that, she says, clearly charmed. Oh, and she adds one more thing. He's actually really easy on the eyes. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 asks if he really doesn't care about his lineage. Arthur's response: he's been itching to tear House Beaufort down for ages. She finishes the paperwork and ding! His squire's license pops up on his device. Next step, the aura test. Arthur gives a winning smile and thanks her. But on the walk home, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 asks if he's actually this hyped over a piece of paper. Arthur fires back. It took him 24 years in his past life to get this. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 just scoffs, saying he's still acting like a 15-year-old kid. Don't get ahead of yourself, the sword warns. Everything is changing, and it's way too early to be this impressed. Arthur agrees. This is just the start. Suddenly, someone nearby starts shouting for a knight. It's the receptionist again, sprinting to catch up. A dungeon just opened nearby, they're short-staffed, and she wants to know if he's in. She's sweating, clearly nervous. There are others waiting at the guild, but she specifically wanted to recruit him first. It's just a mole-infested dungeon, perfect for some combat practice. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 whispers the truth. She's only being this nice because he let her vent about her annoying relatives. Arthur checks his phone, considering it. She points out it's the perfect chance for a field test now that he's certified. Arthur figures moles are easy work, a total 180 from his previous life's struggles. He flashes a smile and says yes, time to see what he's really capable of now. He meets the party, and one guy asks if he's the new recruit. Arthur keeps it simple and introduces himself. The leader, Sir Harold, tells him he's lucky. Getting into a dungeon raid on day one, that's some serious beginner's luck. Arthur promises to do his best, but another knight pulls Harold aside. Why is he being so casual with someone from the Beaufort family? He scoffs, doubting a highborn Beaufort would ever step foot in a filthy, low-level pit like this. The knight nods, convinced. Harold then tells him to go finish getting the gear ready for the descent. The man heads off. Harold turns back to Arthur, asking point-blank if he's actually a swordsman from House Beaufort. Arthur stays cool, says he's not exactly a fan of that family. Harold warns him to keep that quiet. Those Beaufort knights are notoriously ruthless. He's serious, too. If the Beauforts find out Arthur's out here, he's going to be in some massive trouble. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 chimes in. Arthur's got a horrific reputation. Arthur didn't realize it was actually that bad. Suddenly, something catches his eye. A red-haired girl standing atop a boulder watching him intensely. She sees Arthur right back. Rage flares up inside him. He starts thinking fast, while 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 asks if they've met before. Arthur's got a bad feeling, like a ghost from his past. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 mocks him, but then he realizes it's Isabella from the storm formation. She's the youngest daughter of the savage House Crimson, known as the blood lilies of the storm cloud. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 asks about the Crimsons, and Arthur explains they are the ultimate rivals to House Beaufort. Even in his first life, she was one of the most hated, elite warriors. Rumor says she reached the top entirely on her own. Harold shouts that everything is ready and calls for Isabella. She gives a short "got it" and hops down to join the group. She stares Arthur down for a second, then asks who he is. He smiles and introduces himself as Arthur Beaufort. She introduces herself as Isolde, leaving him totally confused. The sword instantly catches on to what's happening. She's training incognito, hiding her true noble house to keep things low-key. She's doing it the right way, no name-dropping, unlike a certain someone. Arthur snaps back. The sword is the one who made the contract. "All right, let's move out before the sun sets," Harold shouts. Everyone agrees and they finally step into the dark dungeon. Harold starts the briefing. "Listen up, everyone knows these are the Vine Mole tunnels. It's not suicide," he warns, "but don't get cocky. One slip-up and you're coming home in a casket. Stay sharp." 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 asks Arthur if they're seriously supposed to be scared of overgrown moles. Arthur corrects him. These things are different. They are massive, violent, and they move like beasts through the earth. These tunnels, all they're doing, the sword is genuinely stunned. Harold takes a step, and the ground just sinks. The floor starts shifting, and he panics, wondering if he hit a trap. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 asks, "Is that vibration coming from the moles?" Harold screams for everyone to watch their step. The ground could crack anywhere, so they need to keep their eyes glued to the surroundings. Suddenly, bam, earth-shattering spikes burst from the floor. Isabella realizes this is going to be way harder than they thought. It's too late. The beasts have caught their scent, and they aren't going to stop until they've hunted every last one of them down. Lord Alaric notes their hearing is far sharper than their sight. "Heads up!" someone screams. "These earthrenders are easy to drop, but those claws, they'll tear you to shreds in seconds." Lady Alara watches the shadows, her eyes narrowing. A massive beast glares back at the group, while Sir Cedric notices the thick, unnatural brambles coiled tight around their necks. That's the problem. Those vines act like armor, so they've got to aim for the gaps. Arthur reaches for his hilt, but Alaric warns him it's not the time for steel. The boy doesn't blink. He's faced these nightmares in a past life and knows exactly what's coming. Suddenly, a beast lunges. It goes straight for Arthur, but Barrett swings his massive hammer just in time to catch the blow. More of them crawl out from every corner of the dark. They surround the group, eyes glowing with hunger, before charging in a frenzied, terrifying blur. Dust and grit explode into the air with every impact. Sir Cedric spits a curse at the wretched things as the chaos unfolds. Alara handles the onslaught without breaking a sweat, while Cedric frantically shouts to see if the rest of the squad is still in one piece. "We're holding our own," a girl cries out through the smoke. Alaric tells Arthur to stay sharp. He might be talented, but he's still a rookie when it comes to real field combat. This could be a total disaster for a beginner. No matter his raw power, he needs to keep moving and wait for the perfect opening. But Arthur stands his ground, frozen. Even his sword is screaming at him. "What are you doing? Move your ass and dodge." The boy just smirks. He knows their weakness better than anyone. He ignites his secret technique, the phantom veil. Arthur zeroes in on the tiny spaces between those neck thorns. One shot. That's all he needs. In a flash, he drives his blade right through the monster's throat. The beast hits the floor, stone dead. Arthur yells to the group, "The neck! Aim for the neck, that's where they're vulnerable." Barrett grunts, looking frustrated. Easier said than done with those damn vines in the way. "Watch your back," someone bellows. A beast is seconds away from gutting Cedric, but 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 teleports into the fray just in time. She levels the monster with a single, bone-shattering punch to the jaw. Cedric is stunned. He could barely even track her movement. She just laughs. Why bother hunting for a weakness when you can just obliterate them with raw, brute force? Arthur sighs, annoyed. She's good, way too good. As the dust settles in the cavern, it looks like they've finally cleared the main swarm. Sir Cedric finally exhales, looking relieved. Quite the welcome committee for our first few steps inside, he mutters. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 notes that since most knights avoid these tunnels like the plague, there's almost zero intel on how these things actually fight. She turns to Arthur, suspicious. So, how did you know about the neck? The boy tenses up. Oh, someone told me. It's always smart to study the lore before diving into a crypt, right? Lord Alaric chuckles in his mind. And who exactly was this mysterious teacher of yours? Arthur tells the sword to shut it. He learned it from his past self anyway. But then he pauses. Why were these beasts acting so aggressively? The girl nods in agreement. They're behaving like top-tier threats, not common dungeon trash. Cedric touches the hide. Tougher than the report said. Suddenly, he stops cold. Something just changed in the air. He signals for silence as they reach a fork in the path. 2 tunnels. Maybe things are finally going our way, Cedric says, turning to the group. The Knights Guild only wants the infestation cleared. Let's split up and finish this. A massive shadow looms. Barrett points, his voice trembling. Look at the head. A glowing mark. It's the seal of a dungeon king. That explains why the others were so juiced up, someone whispers. What the hell are they mining down here to protect a boss like that? Alaric asks about the king, and Arthur explains it's the guardian of the crypt itself. High risk, legendary reward. Boss rooms are absolute nightmares, but the loot is worth the blood. Alaric just laughs. Great work for great pay, then. Arthur's eyes light up with excitement. This place is easily a rank 2 threat now. Things are finally getting interesting. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 steps forward, completely unfazed. Forget the boss, I've got it. Cedric asks for a plan, but she just points toward the other path. I'll handle the big guy, she says flatly. The rest of you just clear out the remaining vermin. Wait, Cedric yells, but she's already a blur, vanishing into the darkness. He stands there speechless for a second before Barrett asks, should we follow her? The girl shakes her head. It's Lady Alara. She's probably the most skilled fighter here. She'll be fine. But leaving her alone in a boss room feels wrong. Arthur steps up. Let me go. I can help her. They look at him like he's lost his mind. Are you serious? This is your first real dungeon. But the boy doesn't look even remotely scared. Barrett shrugs. Let the kid go. We need to clear these other tunnels fast anyway if we want to get out of here tonight. Cedric finally sighs. Fine. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 is a beast, but even she might struggle against a guardian. Arthur, go, but if it gets dangerous, you retreat immediately. Got it. Arthur nods and disappears into the shadows after her. The others watch him go, wondering if they just sent him to his death. Lord Alaric asks why he's playing the hero all of a sudden. Arthur's face is pure spite. That woman crossed the line, Alaric. He's fuming. She's trying to steal my kill. There's no way I'm letting her take down the boss I wanted to annihilate. Still finding his bearings, Arthur looks at his companion, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚, who asks if this creature is just some overgrown mole. Arthur shakes his head. In this world, defeating a boss isn't just about the kill. It is about the legendary loot waiting at the end. Suddenly, the system blinks to life. A notification rings out. Surprise mission triggered. The objective is clear. Defeat the dungeon boss before any of the other hunters can lay a finger on it. The prize? 200 points and a mysterious reward. Arthur smirks. Talk about perfect timing. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 agrees the stars have aligned for this one. Without a second thought, Arthur accepts the challenge. Determination burns in his eyes. He is ready to give everything to finish this, even if it means putting his life on the line. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 is skeptical. After all, the boy already lost his life once before. Why be so reckless now? 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 mentions the target is a vine crawler, a rare beast the blade has never even encountered in all its years. It is a strange one, for sure. Arthur notes that these monsters only recently appeared in this territory. That explains why the previous hunting parties failed so miserably. The young knight confirms it. People think they are unstoppable, but they are not nearly as tough as they look. These creatures rely on massive, sweeping movements. They burn through energy and tire out fast. If you can stall them, they are basically sitting ducks. Because they are new, no one has studied their weak points yet. But Arthur is not like the others. He's seen how things play out 10 years from now. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 realizes he's talking about his past life again. Arthur nods. Back then, strategies were perfected. He is not the same weakling he used to be, not even close. This time, he is claiming power for himself. With cold resolve, Arthur declares his ultimate goal. He is going to tear down the prestigious House Blackhawk and their divine blades. Something moves ahead. It is Lady 𝒂𝒐𝒉 facing off against two beasts. Arthur's heart races. He finally found her. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 observes that they are in luck. The boss is still breathing. Arthur doesn't waste a second. They have to get there first. He sprints right past 𝒂𝒐𝒉, catching her completely off guard. She realizes it is the rookie from the group earlier. She screams at him to halt, and Arthur skids to a stop. Fuming, she demands to know exactly where he thinks he's going. Arthur's answer is simple. He's going for the boss. 𝒂𝒐𝒉 isn't having it. She warned him that the boss belonged to her. It is far too dangerous for a novice, and she makes it clear that if he's here to play hero, she doesn't want his help. She claims she can handle this solo and needs no one's assistance. But Arthur just looks at her. He didn't come here to help her. She's baffled. If he isn't here to help, then why? Arthur spells it out for her. He's taking the boss down himself. She can barely believe her ears. The guy is a rank 1 user who just got his status today. On top of that, this is his very first dungeon run. 𝒂𝒐𝒉 lets out a frustrated sigh. She thinks he's just another arrogant boy trying to show off. A dungeon is not a playground for children. He's standing there in casual clothes. No armor, no prep, just fueled by some delusional dream of glory. She stares him down, telling him he's practically begging for a grave. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 checks in, asking Arthur if he's doing all right after that verbal lashing. The sword tells him to ignore her, but Arthur has a better idea. He asks her if she's willing to bet on it. 𝒂𝒐𝒉 is stunned. Arthur bets that he will reach and face the boss first. He flashes a confident grin. If he can take that monster down in under 3 minutes, he wins the wager. 𝒂𝒐𝒉's jaw drops. 3 minutes. Arthur doubles down. If he fails to meet the clock, she can have the kill. Right on cue, the ground trembles. A massive burrower with a jagged mark on its brow emerges. Arthur adds one more thing. When he wins, he gets a wish as an extra prize. The girl is speechless. 3 minutes for a boss. She honestly wonders if the guy has completely lost his mind. Even a season rank 3 hunter would struggle to clear this in such a short window. Arthur doesn't blink. The boss is here. Does she accept or not? Finally, she gives in. She accepts the terms. But she adds a twist if he actually pulls it off. She will grant him a wish in return. They have a deal. 𝒂𝒐𝒉 is certain he'll fail, thinking she can just relax while he tires himself out. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 is worried. 3 minutes is an insanely tight window. Is Arthur sure about this? Arthur just scoffs. For a man who lived 25 years of combat, 3 minutes is a lifetime. He only needs one. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 mutters that Arthur is basically a walking cheat code. From the sidelines, 𝒂𝒐𝒉 watches. She still can't wrap her head around why anyone would make such a reckless, nonsensical bet. Then her eyes go wide. A shocking thought hits her. Could all this drama, be just to get her attention? She's convinced. That must be it. She remembers how strangely Arthur was looking at her from the very start. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 notices the shift in the air. Suddenly, the girl is glaring at Arthur with pure, unadulterated disgust. Arthur thinks the reason is obvious. He figures she's just bitter because he's stealing her boss kill. He doesn't care about her attitude, though. That boss is his, and his alone. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 isn't so sure about 𝒂𝒐𝒉's motives, but there's no time to talk. The beast is charging. The monster lashes out with a vine-like whip, but Arthur is a blur of motion. He dodges the first strike, then the second, moving with impossible grace. Alina is actually impressed. The kid is fast, seriously fast. The beast lets out a deafening, earth-shaking roar. The noise is annoying, but Arthur doesn't flinch. He keeps his eyes locked on the target and begins his advance. The boss raises its massive claws for a crushing blow. Arthur catches the opening. The beast is overextending, making those wide, sluggish movements he predicted. He rolls backward, easily clearing the impact zone. It's almost too easy now. He takes a breath and activates his trump card, the Black Gale Aura. The world slows down. The monster's frantic movements become sluggish crawls, leaving it wide open for Arthur to strike with one swift, lethal motion. One brutal strike. Blood sprays across the cave, sealing as the beast collapses, the life draining out of it in an instant. The boss is dead. Lady Alara is absolutely floored by what she just saw. She demands to know how he pulled that off, while Arthur casually flicks the gore off his steel with a sharp whistle of his blade. He just smirks. 30 seconds, that's all it took to turn that monster into a memory. Bet one, fair and square. The divine mandate chimes in his mind. Mission complete, rewards earned. Alara watches him, her worry growing by the second. Was this guy really just an initiate who picked up a sword this morning? She's spiraling, trying to figure out how a rookie slays a boss like that. Then she notices it, the strange, ancient light clinging to his sword. That wasn't just a swing, it was a high-level technique. Arthur tells her to relax. One question at a time, milady. But he can see it in her eyes. She's genuinely rattled. He leans in, asking if she truly wants the secret to how he took the beast down. She nods, desperate for answers, only for him to flash a grin and tell her he'll never say a word. Cold. She's fuming. You told me to ask. Arthur just scoffs. I mean, honestly, what kind of idiot goes around revealing their ultimate secrets to a stranger? He starts laughing while Alara literally trembles with pure, unadulterated rage. Even Obsidian, his sentient blade, mutters that the boy is being a bit too cruel. Arthur crosses his arms, looking smug. Since he took the boss down, he's officially entitled to one wish from the highborn Lady Alara. He starts weighing his options while she takes a deep, shaky breath. It hits her all at once. She completely underestimated this kid. She admits she was wrong, but Arthur just waves it off, saying he'll save the wish for a rainy day. Then, he drops the bombshell, calling her the Scarlet Rose of the Storm Crest. She's paralyzed with shock. How did you know? Arthur just shrugs it off. A lucky guess, apparently. He mentions that true warriors are a rare breed these days, leaving Alara completely baffled. She's outraged. It feels like she's being toyed with by a mere child. For the first time in her life, she feels completely outplayed. She tries to regain her dignity, warning him that since he has a wish from a daughter of the prestigious Storm Crest, he'd better choose wisely. Then, she spits out that he must be a Beckett. But Arthur's smile vanishes. He doesn't have much love for the noble house of Beckett or their divine sword. He asks if she'd like to watch him curse the entire Beckett name right now. Obsidian chiming in, asking if he's doing this on purpose just to make the girl look so nervous. The sword tries to keep talking, but Arthur cuts it off before it can spill anything else. Alara takes a breath, trying to focus on the fact that the boss is actually gone. Then, she spots something, a shimmering light rising from the monster's remains. Obsidian asks if that's the reward he was waiting for. Arthur nods. This is what you get when you bring down a boss of this caliber. An item manifests in front of them, and Arthur reaches down to snatch up a heavy, ornate ring. He mentions needing to get the artifact appraised, but Obsidian shocks him by saying he can do it himself. Arthur's stunned. Since when did a sword know how to identify magical loot? The blade examines the piece, and the divine system reveals the truth. It's the Earthbinder's ring. It's a massive boost to stamina, vitality, and earth resistance. Obsidian notes it's a solid piece for bumping up his basic stats. Alara offers a stiff congratulations. She admits she lost the bet because she was too reckless, though she clearly still hates his attitude. Arthur picks up a rare gemstone and tosses it to the Scarlet Rose. She snatches it out of the air, looking absolutely annoyed. The rest of the knightly retinue finally arrives, looking stunned that the boss was taken down before they could even draw their swords. Their leader, Sir Alistair, tells them they did great work. But Alara, tense as a wire, tells them all to thank Arthur, because he handled the whole thing solo. Alistair is speechless. How does a rookie solo a boss? Alara doesn't stick around for the questions. She takes the first chance she gets to disappear. She's already swearing she won't go easy next time. Later, on the long walk home, Arthur thinks to himself that the first mission was actually a breeze. The crew was skilled and the loot, definitely a nice bonus. Obsidian asks if he's really not worried about Alara hunting him down. Arthur just shrugs. He never lied to her, so why should he care? The sword sounds worried. You did lie, Arthur. You said you weren't a Beckett. Arthur stays perfectly calm. I never said I wasn't one, I just said I hated them. The sword is speechless. He's technically right, and that's the worst part. Obsidian calls him incredibly annoying. But as they approach the massive gates of the Beckett estate, something catches Arthur's attention. A man calls out that the kid finally showed up. Another adds that they've been waiting specifically to escort him inside. Meet Gareth and Julian. They're in charge of Arthur's protection now. Obsidian is impressed by the royal treatment, thinking Arthur's got it made. But Arthur, he's got a bad feeling about this. He tells the two to look after him, and they both bow in deep respect. He's tired and just wants to go home, telling them they can finish introductions tomorrow. But one of the knights calls him back. Julian explains that from this day forward, Arthur's room is on the 8th floor of the Beckett Citadel. Arthur's confused, until he hears it was the Patriarch's direct order. Apparently, clearing a dungeon on the same day, he awakened his mana was enough to change everything. The master ordered him into the ancestral building immediately. Arthur is stunned. He asks to confirm, is he really allowed in the heart of the Citadel? He says he'll head there right now and tells the two knights to wait for him. They agree, and Arthur steps inside his new life. Total silence. The hall is empty, and our boy Alaric can't believe he finally secured the rights to the ancestral vaults. Nightfall, his sentient blade, starts mocking him immediately, asking if he's so happy he's about to burst into tears. Alaric just rolls his eyes. Focus, the sword snaps. This is just the beginning, and there's no time to get sentimental over the past. The future is what matters now. Lord Cedric is down, which is one threat gone, but that leaves 6 more brothers standing between him and the throne. Nightfall's take. Having that many siblings is just plain gross. Alaric laughs it off. Seriously, who has 8 kids these days? But then Nightfall gets serious, asking if he recognized the 2 men from earlier. Specifically, the one named Julian. Alaric admits the face looks familiar, but he can't quite place it. The guy was spying on him. In his past life, Alaric wouldn't have noticed, but now, his senses are so sharp he could feel the man's ether flow from a mile away. It's weird, though. Why would his father send a member of the Shadow Guard to track his every move? Even Nightfall is stumped by that one. See, the Shadow Guard are elite killers who answer only to the Duke himself. It means Alaric has officially caught his father's attention. Time to move. Nightfall's right behind him, dying to see what happens next. They arrive at Hawthorne Manor, where a young page bows low and points Alaric toward his new quarters. Alaric dismisses his guards with a polite nod, telling them to get some rest since it's their first day on the job. They don't argue and head out. But as they're walking away, Alaric calls out to Julian. The guard stops, wondering what the young lord wants now. Nothing big, Alaric says with a smirk. Just keep your distance while you're spying on me. A guy needs his privacy. Julian's jaw practically hits the floor. Alaric just waves goodbye and strolls away, leaving the guard frozen. Nightfall is losing it, asking Alaric if he's actually lost his mind. Why give away the fact that he knows? Alaric just shrugs. If he climbs the ranks, the sword benefits too, so why stress it? Nightfall reminds him that his father, the Duke, is a cold-blooded monster. Leaving things like this, it's a massive gamble. Alaric doesn't flinch. He knows exactly who his father is, and that's exactly why he's doing this. Think about it. Julian has to report that he was caught. That's going to send a very specific message to the Duke. Back at the castle, the Duke questions the guard. He really spotted you. Julian confirms it, head bowed. This is exactly what Alaric wanted. His father is going to be impressed. Nightfall just sighs. He'll never understand this family. But enough talk, it's loot time. He pulls up the system to claim the reward for absolutely wrecking the dungeon boss. Nightfall's all in. Your luck has been insane lately. Let's see what we get. Alaric feels like he's playing a high-stakes slot machine. The cards appear, glowing with power. Nightfall tells him to be careful, but Alaric tells him to shut it. Random is the only way to go. He's convinced it'll be trash. Nightfall, on the other hand, smells a jackpot. Alaric doesn't overthink it. He just reaches out and grabs a card. Boom, a wooden mask. Nightfall is dead silent, completely stunned. Alaric holds the thing up, disappointed. Just a mask, and a poorly made one at that. Nightfall still hasn't found his words. Then the sword explodes. Poorly made. Are you actually blind? Look at that thing. Nightfall can't believe Alaric's luck. Either the system is broken, or the universe just loves this kid. Alaric's confused why the sword is throwing a tantrum, so Nightfall tells him to actually read the item description. It's the mask of the Faceless Monarch, a legendary artifact used by the most elite assassins of the Iron Empire. It allows the wearer to change their body, their face, and even their aura. Legendary. Alaric's eyes go wide as it finally sinks in. Wait, I can change my whole body. Alaric is starting to see the potential. Nightfall confirms it. Height, build down to the last centimeter. And the best part, it mimics 𝒂𝒂 colors perfectly. He grips the mask, realizing he can now walk through the kingdom as literally anyone. Nightfall is hyped. Well, put it on. Alaric doesn't hesitate. He slips it on and focuses on an image. He pictures the last guy he saw, Julian. For the aura, he chooses a sharp, light blue. The transformation kicks in instantly. Alaric looks in the mirror and sees Julian staring back. This is absolutely broken. Nightfall wants proof. The aura, flare it up. Alaric taps into his power, and sure enough, it's light blue. This isn't just a mask, it's a cheat code. Nightfall just smirks. So, still think it's poorly made, kid. Poor choice, kid. He scoffs, mocking the boy for even touching such a cursed relic. If he'd had any wit at all, he would have stayed far away from that item. But then, curiosity kicks in. He starts asking about the cryptic runes engraved on its surface. Alaric mentions the lost Elder Empire, but that's just part of his training regimen. 𝒂𝒏𝒈, the spirit in the blade, narrows his eyes. Are they linked? He asks, sensing a deeper mystery. 𝒂𝒏𝒈 falls silent, reflecting on the fallen Elder Empire. There's a connection between us, he finally admits. One that serves as the very foundation of everything you're learning. Alaric is floored, the source. It doesn't make any sense. Patience, the sword whispers. You'll learn the truth soon enough. For now, just focus on not getting killed. You need to get stronger. 𝒂𝒏𝒈 concludes that the mask is useless since Alaric isn't exactly planning a life of crime or hiding in the shadows. But Alaric, he knows better. Actually, he mutters, I think I'm going to need it as soon as tomorrow. The sword is genuinely baffled. Why on earth would you need a disguise now? Cut to the manor. The Duke looks down from his throne, his voice cold. I heard you raided a dungeon yesterday. In front of him, Alaric is kneeling, keeping his gaze steady. I did, father. 𝒂𝒏𝒈 is stunned. How did the Duke know? Captain Silas wasn't even there to watch him. Alaric just sighs. My father has eyes in every shadow. Nothing happens without him knowing. Maybe the guild tipped him off. The Duke continues, his tone getting sharper. I heard something even more interesting. Apparently, you made a bet. The blade is practically vibrating in shock. This old man knows everything, and he hasn't even left his chair. Tell me, the Duke asks, his eyes piercing through the boy. Do you even know who you were gambling against? Alaric doesn't flinch. I do. Lady Alara, the youngest daughter of the brutal House Vane. The Duke leans in, demanding to know why he'd risk a bet with someone so dangerous. Alaric's answer. That's exactly why I did it. He didn't just want to win. He wanted to show the spoiled daughter of House Vane exactly who the youngest son of House Beaumont, the legendary keepers of the blade, really is. The Duke isn't satisfied yet. Then explain this. Why hide your identity? Why hide the Beaumont name? Alaric shrugs. I didn't hide a thing, father. They just assumed I was a nobody and got confused all on their own. Besides, he adds with a smirk, I want to see the look on her face when she realizes who I am. The Duke pauses, then a shadow of a smile plays on his lips. Interesting. Fine, the Duke declares. I allow it. Alaric blinks, caught off guard. Use everything at your disposal. If you're going to walk the path of this family, then walk it fully. From this moment on, he's not just a student. When necessary, he is to carry the weight and authority of the Beaumont name. He's no longer restricted to the monastery. The Duke officially grants him access to the great Citadel archives and the elite training halls. Alaric's heart races. Finally. He's finally standing at the same starting line as his brothers. He bows deeply. Thank you, father. I won't disappoint you. As he vows to follow the Duke's lead, the Oracle system flares to life. A new mission window pops up, making Alaric jump. The choice is laid bare. Will he follow the beaten path of his ancestors, or will he carve out a destiny of his own making? The goal: reach level 25 in swordsmanship. The reward: 700 points. Alaric stares at the screen. Why now? Why at this exact moment? 𝒂𝒓𝒐𝒏𝒈𝒆𝒔𝒕 speaks up. Because the world is asking you to choose. You're at the starting line now, just like the rest of them. But let's be real, the sword continues. Your journey has been different from the start ever since you met me. You can't just be another knight. It's the ultimate crossroads. He can be a traditional swordsman under the Beaumont banner, or he can become a master of a style the world has never seen. Alaric hesitates. What happens if I take the mission but use a different skill during the hunt? Then you fail, 𝒂𝒓𝒐𝒏𝒈𝒆𝒔𝒕 says flatly. Suddenly, the Duke's voice snaps him back to reality. Alaric, why are you silent? Are you refusing my offer? Alaric quickly shakes his head. No, father, not at all. But inside, his mind is racing. He thinks about his father and his siblings. They aren't just talented, they're literal monsters in combat. He wonders if there's even a point. Can someone like him, someone with zero natural talent, ever truly catch up to those titans by following their rules? He closes his eyes and makes his choice. No, he needs a different path. He clicks accept on the mission. The Oracle confirms the deal. From now on, if he uses any skill other than sweeping strike or the quick draw, the mission is over. But if he succeeds, his stats will skyrocket. Alaric takes a breath. Father, may I ask one more thing? The Duke nods, and Alaric drops the bombshell. I've been training in solitude this whole time. I want to keep it that way. I want more time alone. The old man's expression hardens. With a master at your side, you could become a legend. You're really willing to throw that chance away just to train in the dirt by yourself. Alaric doesn't blink. Yes, I need to do this on my own. The Duke strokes his beard, contemplating. Finally, he exhales. Fine, you have 2 months, not a day more. But mark my words, the Duke warns. In 2 months, I will test you myself. If you fail, the punishment will be severe. Do you accept the terms? The Duke's eyes are like ice. Alaric looks him straight in the face, no fear left in him. I do, and I'll prove I was right. Meanwhile, miles away, Lady Alara is absolutely losing it. She's obliterating a training dummy, her face twisted in pure rage. The heavy leather bag finally bursts, spilling sand everywhere. A man steps out from the shadows, clicking his tongue. You know, those aren't cheap. Father's going to have your head for ruining a new one. Alara just glares at him, breathing hard. Not now, Julian. I am not in the mood for your talking. Julian just smirks. Why so cold? I wouldn't kick me out just yet if I were you. He leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper. I actually have word on that mysterious boy you've been hunting for. Alara freezes. Now she's all ears. Must be that age where everyone's obsessed with romance. Lady Yvette isn't having it. She snaps, telling her attendant to shut down those rumors immediately. He just chuckles, noting she's got quite the temper, before handing over a dossier. Yvette freezes. She's shocked to see that Arthur is actually the same age as her. But then something else hits her. The realization sinks in. He's a member of House Blanche, the legendary lineage of the Celestial Blade. She shreds the report in a total frenzy. Screaming at the top of her lungs, she demands to know how that boy dared to lie to her face. The steward groans, complaining that Yvette shouldn't have torn it since that intel was incredibly rare. He explains that for House Blanche, lineage is everything, but since Arthur just made his debut, their records on him are thin. The man sighs, asking her how her older brother would feel knowing all that hard work just ended up as confetti on the floor. Yvette doesn't care. She declares that if Arthur registers for an abyssal gate, she wants her name on the exact same mission roster. The steward is baffled. She just narrows her eyes, swearing she'll make him pay 10 times over for the humiliation he put her through. Before, she didn't know why he'd bothered her, but now she knows he's just a piece of trash from House Blanche. She's absolutely fuming. She vows to crush the boss herself this time, wondering how a lowlife like Arthur dared to provoke her. Her steward just watches, wondering what on earth happened between them. Then he settles down. This is actually the first time he's ever seen her take a genuine interest in anyone else. He walks off, thinking it's just her luck to get obsessed with a boy from the House of the Celestial Blade. This is going to be one hell of a show. Meanwhile, Arthur watches the other knights in training practicing their forms. He mutters to Obsidian that they're right back where they started. But things aren't exactly the same. He gestures for Obsidian to look over. Standing right there is the arrogant Cedric. Arthur actually waves at him. He thinks to himself that in his past life, he wouldn't have even possessed the courage to say hello. Obsidian just scoffs, pointing out that since the guy ignored him, that doesn't even count as a real greeting. The spirit asks if Arthur really expects a warm welcome from someone he's been hitting on the head, then commands him to get into stance. Arthur complies, ready to begin. Obsidian keeps it basic. The first task is the art of drawing and sheathing the blade, over and over. Frustrated, Arthur asks if he's seriously supposed to just pull his sword in and out like a decorative prop. Obsidian's answer, a firm yes. Fine, let's just get this over with, Arthur mutters. He yanks the sword, but he uses way too much raw strength, and the blade goes flying across the yard. He's stunned. The sword nearly impales Cedric, who lets out a high-pitched, terrified shriek as it whistles past his ear. Cedric roars, asking if Arthur is actively trying to get himself killed. Arthur looks nervous, while Obsidian calls him the weakest link of House Blanche. The spirit sighs, remarking how pointless it is for humans to even carry tools they can't control. Arthur tells him he's being way too brutal. Another noble, Manhwa, struts over, sneering that a loser like Arthur can't even keep up with the basics or draw a sword properly. He kicks Arthur's blade across the dirt, barking that he's a total waste of space who is clearly trying too hard to impress. He tells him to stop playing knight and go rot in a dark corner. Nearby, others whisper that the rumor of him defeating a master must be a total lie. Obsidian and Arthur just share a look. Without saying a single word, they turn their backs and ignore the insults completely. The spirit agrees that Arthur needs to get stronger and fast just to shut those arrogant mouths for good. Arthur asks what he has in mind. Obsidian just smiles and tells him to watch. He conjures a training target and tells Arthur to trace a perfectly straight line with his blade. Arthur is confused by the simplicity, but Obsidian promises him it won't be difficult at all. He claims Arthur will finally understand the true soul of the quickdraw. Arthur grips the hilt, remembering his fight with the vine mole. This should be a breeze, he thinks. He readies himself to try the movement one more time. Arthur draws, and this time the sword stays in his hand. With one lightning-fast blur, he cleaves the target right in front of him. The crowd goes silent. The top half of the heavy log flies straight at Cedric, clobbering him instantly. The others scramble, shouting to see if their young master is still alive. Obsidian asks what they'll do if Cedric is actually hurt, and Arthur shrugs, saying that definitely wasn't his goal. But honestly, he finally feels it. He's starting to get the hang of what obsidian was trying to teach him. The spirit asks if he's at least a little worried about his brother's reaction, then suggests they should take this training into an actual abyssal gate. Arthur wonders why they'd bother complicating things. As everyone panics over the unconscious Cedric, Arthur notes that his real-world experience points are right here. He looks at the crowd and tells them if they have something to say, they should say it to his face right now. Because if they keep whispering like cowards behind his back, they've already lost their lives in his eyes. One lackey steps up, demanding to know how Arthur dared to do that to Cedric. Arthur just stares him down, telling the man to challenge him if it's a problem. Lord Mortimer watches from the shadows, wondering if the rumors of Arthur's hidden genius were actually true. That kind of clean, singular strike. There's no way a beginner who just picked up a sword today could pull that off. Arthur looks over and mentions he heard there's a grand melee scheduled for this afternoon. He asks if he can sign up. Mortimer is stunned. How can someone who just stabilized his mana core and swung a sword once already be craving a real fight? He just glances at Cedric's limp body. Arthur's eyes burn with a cold, terrifying rage. Watching him, Sir Alistair realizes this fire is exactly what the boy needs. Finally, he announces that the upcoming sparring session involves facing multiple foes and asks if Arthur is truly ready for it. Yes, the boy replies instantly. Alistair tells him to prepare, as the trial begins in just a few moments. Arthur whispers to Grimblade, his sentient sword, that the stage is finally set. Do you remember every coward who mocked us? They're all here. Arthur mutters that there's an old saying about karma finally catching up to those who whisper in shadows. Grimblade grumbles that Arthur will just ignore his advice anyway, so he should just go wild and enjoy the carnage. Time to teach these bastards a lesson, Arthur says. Alistair announces that young Master Arthur will duel this afternoon, inviting any objections. The crowd of apprentices murmurs in agreement. Not a single soul objects to the slaughter they think is coming. So Alistair asks for a volunteer to face the boy. Instantly, every single hand in the courtyard shoots up. Grimblade mocks him, saying he's quite the popular target. Arthur just smirks, noting that fame certainly has its downsides. He asks Alistair if he can pick his victim since everyone is so eager. Then, he points directly at the man in the center. The guy bows, calling it an honor to humble the boy. Alistair announces Arthur will face the seasoned apprentice, Cedric. Grimblade asks why he chose this specific fool. Arthur tells the sword to dive into his memories and see the truth. Years ago, Cedric treated Arthur like a common pack mule, forcing him to carry the heavy burdens of others. He claimed it was special treatment, mocking Arthur for being the bastard son House Sterling had long since abandoned. Grimblade is stunned by the cruelty. Arthur just smiles coldly, asking if the sword understands his choice for revenge now. Burning with fury, Grimblade commands Arthur to step forward and absolutely demolish that pathetic piece of filth. Just swing me, the sword growls. I'll take care of the rest of the destruction for you, kid. Cedric boasts about being a silver rank knight, asking mockingly why Arthur only practices that useless, fancy quick-draw style. Arthur just scoffs, asking why a man of his lowly caliber is so desperate to understand a master's craft. The boy claims the quick-draw is a death sentence. If you miss that first strike, you're left completely wide open. So what's the issue? Arthur asks. Cedric just laughs, stepping closer, convinced that such a gimmick won't work on him. In his mind's eye, Arthur visualizes a single, glowing purple horizon cutting through the very air before him. He prepares to strike, moving with lightning speed. With one thunderous blow, he splits Cedric's steel blade right in half. Cedric collapses to his knees in shock. Arthur looks down, coldly asking what he said earlier about being at risk. On the ground, Cedric begs for mercy. Arthur simply smiles and sheathes his blade. The crowd erupts in shocked shouting. As Cedric whimpers, Arthur sighs, noting it's a shame he can't aim for vitals since this is only a training session. Crying, Cedric screams that this was supposed to be Arthur's first day. How can a ranked knight lose like this? Other apprentices mock Cedric for his tears, while Alastair notes he lost to the very boy he once despised. Arthur cuts through the noise. "Enough talk," he says, eyes scanning the crowd. "Which one of you is next?" Alastair asks, sweating nervously, if the young master wants to continue. Arthur calmly confirms he's ready for more opponents. The boy points his finger at another apprentice. The guy jumps back, eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. "You raised your hand earlier," Arthur notes. "It's Julian." Grimblade is already seething, calling the boy a total coward. In his past life, this snake had beaten Arthur senseless while constantly sucking up to the arrogant Baron Valerius. Grimblade fumes, remembering how Julian used to strike Arthur in places where the bruises wouldn't show to anyone else. The sword screams in Arthur's mind, demanding he doesn't let a single soul leave without a brutal beating. A few moments pass. Julian lies defeated in the dirt, leaving the rest of the spectators in absolute shock. "This is way easier than I expected," Arthur mocks. "Maybe these opponents are just a bunch of pathetic weaklings." Smiling, he notes there's only one opponent left today. Baron Valerius stands there, watching in a state of utter confusion. Arthur admits he planned to save the best for last from the start. He points his sword at Valerius. Rage radiates from the boy. Alastair tries to intervene, but Valerius steps forward, confident he can crush Arthur easily. "I thought you'd run," Arthur mocks. Valerius sneers, claiming he has no reason to fear a failure like him. Arthur reminds him he's already lost twice before. "Let's skip the pleasantries," he says, eyes cold as ice. "Let's just get this over with," Arthur smiles. Valerius is absolutely seething, his teeth grinding together in pure fury. Arthur drops into his combat stance. Across from him, Valerius does the same, ready for the final showdown. Obsidian notes that Julian has grown quite a bit since their last encounter. The kid definitely has some real talent. Arthur agrees, noting that Julian is remarkably young for a second-tier knight, though his combat strategies are still way too easy to predict. With that, the two brothers lunged at each other. Julian lands the opening blow. Obsidian warns that his footwork is deceptive. He's much closer than he appears. Arthur snaps back that he's already noticed. He prepares for a quick-draw strike and hits his brother hard, but somehow, Julian manages to parry. Arthur is genuinely shocked that the boy blocked his attack. Julian admits he underestimated Arthur way too much in the past. This time, he's fighting for real. Suddenly, Julian surges with aura to throw Arthur off his game. Arthur is absolutely fuming that his brother would resort to using aura just to win a spar. Julian slams his foot down, declaring it's time for a proper lesson. He tells Arthur to stop acting like a spoiled child. Obsidian warns that things are getting dangerous. While struggling to defend, Arthur mutters that he knows exactly what's at stake. Julian mocks him, laughing at the priceless look on his face. He brings up the bet Arthur made with their father, the one where he promised to train his own guards to be elite. He adds that it'll be a total joy to watch Arthur get punished once he loses that impossible wager. Arthur demands to know what he's talking about. Julian just smirks, because there is zero chance you'll succeed. Obsidian shouts for Arthur to focus on the flow of the blade. Don't lose the line. They continue their high-speed clash. Obsidian says he's holding his own, but Arthur complains that his brother isn't even giving him a second to draw his sword. Julian just glares at him with pure fury. Then, in one fluid motion, Julian knocks Arthur's sword flying across the grounds. In a panic, Obsidian screams at him not to falter. "Use your aura, get your sword back." But Arthur just drops into a combat stance. It's not over yet. Suddenly, the system triggers Obsidian's special aura trait, the Black Gale. Julian is livid, but Arthur counters. He used aura first, so now the playing field is level. They charge one last time. Arthur snatches his sword midair and weaves right past his brother's defense. Julian is stunned by the sheer speed. Before he can react, Arthur draws his blade. Julian just stands there, completely frozen. Arthur is panting, exhausted. That final blow connected perfectly. Julian collapses to the dirt, defeated. The instructor, He's in total shock. Obsidian rushes over to check on him. Arthur tries to act cool, saying it was a close call, but his hands are shaking like crazy. He was faking that confidence. He really thought he was going to lose. Obsidian realizes that this time, Arthur felt anything but ordinary. His movements were light, precise, and deadly. Obsidian admits it underestimated him before, but Arthur is clearly becoming a formidable warrior. Arthur just shrugs. In the House of the Sacred Blade, talent is just in the blood. The instructor steps forward, admitting he was genuinely surprised. He'd forgotten that there isn't just one right way to get strong. He bows and apologizes, stating he now fully understands that Arthur's true level is even higher than anyone imagined. Arthur is taken aback but flashes a smile. "Thanks, let's save the rest for tomorrow." The instructor's jaw drops. He wants to do this grueling exercise again the very next day. Arthur reminds him of his own words, training never stops, regardless of the score. He wants to take on every capable trainee in the yard. The instructor is speechless. Arthur just smiles and says he'll see him tomorrow. As he walks away, a system window pops up. Both Arthur and Obsidian are stunned. A notification appears. He completely crushed his rival's spirit, rewarding him with 100 points. Arthur blinks. Was there even a hidden mission for that? Obsidian laughs, realizing it's like those bonus points he got for surprising the system before. Arthur is impressed. He knows he can use these points smartly to gain an edge. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. A man comes sprinting toward them. Arthur asks, "What's the emergency?" The messenger hands him an envelope, explaining that the Chancery asked for it to be delivered immediately. Arthur takes the letter, confused. Obsidian asks what the Chancery actually is. Arthur explains they run the administrative side of the House of the Sacred Blade, managing every mission and official family document. Obsidian notes it sounds like a massive corporation. Arthur agrees. After all, they are a dominant noble family. He tears the envelope open, wondering why they'd want him. They've never reached out like this before. It's a requisition order, a formal document demanding his cooperation on an official mission. The messenger, Sir John, speaks up. He explains the request didn't start with the Chancery, but came from the Knights Association outside the family. Arthur wonders why it went through the family office first. Sir John sighs. It's because you never check your comstone. The realization hits him. Obsidian mocks him. Isn't he supposed to be the new generation? His device is probably rotting in his bedroom. Arthur hasn't touched it since he signed up with the association. He completely forgot. Sir John tells them it's time to head back. The Chancellery had everything ready for him. The mission scrolls, the maps, and all the intel he'd need. Arthur accepted the documents, noting his training was finally wrapped up. He then turned to the exhausted trainees, still sprawled out on the dirt. With a sharp smirk, he told them all to heal up fast, because he'd definitely be back for another duel soon. The look on their faces, pure shock. Arthur grabbed his magic slate and noticed the mana was almost drained. That explained why he hadn't been seeing any of his notifications lately. Nightshade, his sentient blade, chimed in to ask if he simply had no friends to message him. Arthur fired back that the sword only had him to talk to, but the blade just mocked him right back, saying that was rich coming from someone else with 0 friends. Arthur asked if Nightshade hadn't been stuck in a dark hole for 5 centuries, and the sword actually went quiet and agreed. He actually felt a bit bad then, and apologized for bringing it up. "It's fine," Arthur muttered, tapping the slate. "Let's just see what this urgent request is all about." It was a mission for the Iron Front, requested by Lady Isolde and personally recommended by Sir Cedric. Nightshade asked what the Iron Front even was, and Arthur explained it simply. It's a meat grinder where the monsters never stop appearing. Unlike the dungeons he'd visited before, these places don't just vanish. Nightshade thought that sounded like a training paradise since the targets are infinite. Arthur shook his head, telling the blade it wasn't nearly as popular as it thought. There are no mana stones, no rare loot, and no rewards. Nightshade was baffled, Why fight if there was no gold at the end of the day? The sword had a point. Since knights make their living off monster drops, it makes sense they'd prefer standard dungeons. Arthur stared at the name of the man who recommended him, Sir Cedric. It was a very familiar name. Nightshade remembered him from the last dungeon, but Arthur was confused. The man said he hated House Blackwood, so why was he helping the family heir? The sword mocked him again, suggesting he should insult his family more often to see if he gets even more gifts. Arthur chuckled, saying that if he didn't have family spies everywhere, he'd join in on the insults. Then he wondered why someone like Isolde was heading to a place like that. Then it hit him like a truck. She made the request. He realized with a shock that the infamous incident must be happening there right now. Nightshade was completely lost and asked for an explanation. Arthur explained that she's the only daughter of the master of the Order of Arcanum, a guild that sits at the very top of the industry. They craft the highest quality items, but in his past life, Isolde entered the Iron Front and never came out. Every knight with her died, and the Order searched everywhere for a killer they never found. Nightshade's tone shifted immediately. Then you shouldn't go. It sounds like a death trap. Arthur went quiet for a moment. If he went, maybe he could save them all. Nightshade took it seriously, warning him that he didn't even know what was coming. It's not just for her, Arthur replied. I'm thinking about Sir Cedric too, since he's the one who put my name forward. The veteran would be on the mission as well. Arthur smiled, genuinely surprised that the man had been so kind to him. It would be a tragedy for a man like that to lose his life. Nightshade just smiled back, saying he figured Arthur would say something like that. Knights looking out for knights, I suppose. Suddenly, a notification flared. The system informed him that a new mission had appeared. This was his chance to save those who were fated to die. His 5 senses would be massively enhanced for the mission, with a reward of 400 points and a boost to favorability. Nightshade warned him that there were too many variables. It was dangerous. Arthur just smirked. Guess I have no choice then. I'll just have to use a cheat key. Sometime later, while they were already on their way, Nightshade couldn't stop asking what this cheat key was supposed to be. Arthur groaned and told the sword to stay quiet unless they were in an absolute life-or-death situation. Nightshade agreed but asked why he brought Moonlight Grace along. Arthur sighed. It was better than dying, and he wasn't about to go in unprepared. He'd basically raided the House Blackwood weapon vaults for everything he could carry. Sir Cedric approached Arthur then, asking if he wanted to see something interesting. Arthur looked up, confused, as the knight pointed someone out. It was that girl from the mold dungeon. She wasn't even invited, but she showed up anyway. Guinevere was standing there, watching them. Nightshade was suspicious about why she was there, and Arthur was wondering the exact same thing as she started walking toward them. Something was wrong. Guinevere wasn't part of this mission in his past life. She was supposed to be a survivor until the very end. She stopped right in front of him, saying she knew Arthur Blackwood would show up. With a sharp smile, she called it a huge coincidence that they ran into each other. Arthur just nodded nervously. Tripping over his words, he asked her what she was even doing there. She just turned away, saying she wasn't foolish enough to tell him, and asking who just blurts out their secrets like that. Nightshade asked if there was a specific reason for her presence, but Arthur had no idea why she was acting so strange. Suddenly, a woman approached the group to start the briefing. Since the Iron Front is a place most people avoid, she thanked everyone for coming. The woman looked over the crowd and introduced herself as Lady Isolde. Sir Alistair clears his throat, breaking the silence. He mentions he heard Lady Alara was here for an expedition and asks what she's actually hunting for. With a thin smile, the girl explains that in the Shadowed Vale, a rare herb called abyssal briar occasionally sprouts. And that's exactly what she's determined to find. Arthur whispers to his sentient sword, Grimblade, asking if this herb is linked to the massacre from his past life. Grimblade shuts that down fast. Abyssal briar was farmed all the time back then. It's completely harmless. Arthur starts scanning the party. We've got Sir Alistair, Lady Beatrice, Alara, and a hired mercenary. Grimblade scoffs. saying nobody here is strong enough to cause real trouble, and Arthur has to agree. Then Alistair gives the order to move out. Arthur mutters that they'll only know the truth once they're inside the rift, but Grimblade tells him to relax. Arthur takes one long, steadying breath. They step forward, vanishing into the shimmering light of the portal. Right on Arthur's heels is Beatrice. Alara tells everyone to stay sharp from here on out. She warns them that monsters could drop at any second, so they better be ready. The group nods in unison. Alistair takes charge, positioning 2 guards with Alara while he stays on watch with another man. Arthur agrees, and the team starts spreading out. He takes another deep breath. Tension is definitely in the air. Suddenly, Grimblade speaks up. He thinks he's figured out why the massacre happened. Arthur's heart drops, and he quickly signals for Beatrice's attention. The blade tilts upward. "Can you see it, boy?" Up there, a floating countdown timer ticking down until the boss appears. Arthur's baffled. What the hell is that? Grimblade reminds him that he possesses the Eye of Judgment for a reason. Arthur asks if he can only see this because of the sword's unique power, and the blade confirms it. Then Grimblade drops a theory. Maybe the whole massacre happened because of this boss spawn, but Arthur isn't buying it. The sword asks why he's so sure. Arthur points out their leader, Sir Alistair. The guy might not have flashy magic, but he's a seasoned veteran. He's been a knight for decades. There's no way he'd let his entire team get wiped by a surprise boss. He would have ordered a full retreat the second things went south. Plus, a monster from the Shadowed Vale can't actually cross the border. Even if a legendary boss showed up, you just have to run. At least one person would have survived to tell the tale. Grimblade admits that, logically, the boss being the sole cause of death makes 0 sense. Arthur knows there has to be another factor at play. Just then, someone approaches. A man steps out of the shadows, noting they have visitors in these parts. He tips his hat with a polite greeting, mentioning it's rare to see a high-profile guard mission this far out. Alistair greets him back, calmly explaining they're just searching for Abyssal Briar. The stranger looks genuinely surprised. He asks if that stuff even grows here anymore. Alistair shrugs. It's rare, so he's not betting his life on it either. The man tells them to stay safe before heading on his way. Alistair bids him farewell, but Arthur and Grimblade keep their eyes glued to him. Grimblade's voice drops. That guy was strong. Arthur felt it too. By his count, the man is at least a rank 4 axeman. Suddenly, the countdown hits 0. Grimblade warns him it's starting, and Arthur braces himself for whatever is about to crawl out. The sky bleeds a deep, ominous red. Alistair stares up in confusion while Beatrice demands to know what's happening. Then, boom, a monster erupts into existence. The entire team freezes in shock. Standing before them is a massive, bloodthirsty berserker troll. Alistair is rattled by the sudden spawn. He screams for them to protect Alara. Terrified, she asks if they can even win or if they should just bolt. But Alistair tells her to hold her ground and not to panic. The troll looks like a nightmare, but it's manageable. With Beatrice and Arthur on the front lines, they should be able to take it down. Beatrice scoffs, saying she's slain trolls like this before. She tells Alara to get to the safety zone. Alara breathes a sigh of relief. She wishes Beatrice luck, but in that moment, everything clicks for Arthur. Grimblade asks if this confirms the boss wasn't the killer, and Arthur nods. It's clear now. The troll roars, preparing its first strike. Arthur tells the sword one thing is certain. The people on this mission were murdered after this fight was over. The troll swings a heavy blow at Alistair. He catches it on his blade, gritting his teeth as he holds back the sheer weight of the beast. The man roars for the team to strike. Beatrice gets into position, ready to shatter the monster's stance. She lunges forward, stopping right under its guard and delivering a devastating blow. The punch connects perfectly. The boss screams in agony, crashing to its knees. Arthur moves in to help, but Beatrice snaps at him to stay out of the way. Arthur flinches. Then, the troll lets out a bone-chilling roar. A massive shockwave of power erupts, slamming into everyone. Beatrice warns them about the noise, and 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 realizes the beast is going into a full berserk rage. The monster charges with terrifying speed. It slams into 𝒂𝒂𝒍𝒚 again, but this time, he's sent flying like a ragdoll. Panicked, Beatrice catches him, shouting that the beast is way stronger than she anticipated. 𝒂𝒂𝒍𝒚 gasps, it is a boss, after all. She gets serious. This isn't working. If they don't finish this fast, the noise will draw every monster in the Vale to their position. She decides to charge it head-on to break its spirit. She turns to call for Arthur's help, but the boy is already standing his ground, locked in a deadly stare-down with the monster. Elinor screams, demanding to know why on earth he's here. Arthur doesn't say a word, his hand just drops to his sword hilt. Honestly, does she have to be this loud? Lord Blackwood wonders if she's trying to alert every monster in the forest, but Arthur just sighs. She's seriously underestimating how dangerous a boss-level threat really is. The goblin lunges, a blur of green and teeth. Elinor shrieks a warning, shouting that even if he's studied these creatures his whole life, taking on a berserker solo is pure suicide. The monster swings a massive fist. Arthur moves like a ghost, just a hair's breadth away. Dodged. It charges again, and Elinor steps forward to help, but Arthur is already moving. One strike. Clean. This kid isn't playing around. Elinor is stunned. How can a squire move that fast? The move is finished in a heartbeat. Blood sprays everywhere. Arthur calmly sheathes his blade as Elinor approaches, her voice trembling as she asks what kind of secret knightly technique that was. "You mean just drawing my sword?" Arthur asks, sounding bored. Elinor is absolutely outraged. How can a boy his age possess that much raw power and blinding speed? Sir Alistair lets out a hearty laugh, admitting he's just as shocked. The kid was like a blur of steel, even he could barely keep track of him. He's convinced now, this boy is legendary. I mean, he actually cleared the last dungeon's guardian all by himself. That's unheard of. Elinor is fuming with silent rage, but the leader just nods, impressed by such young talent. Still, Elinor finds it suspicious. No one gets this good this quickly without something weird going on. Arthur looks her dead in the eye, a small smirk playing on his lips. "You really want to know the secret to my strength?" She stammers, trying to act cool. It's not like she cares or anything, but she'll listen if he's offering. Arthur just chuckles. He's not stupid enough to give away his trade secrets to her. "You absolute brat," she yells. Arthur just laughs it off, but then Lady Isabella's voice cuts through the noise, shouting for everyone to wait. Her eyes go wide as she stares at the ground. Finally, she actually found it. The herb is sitting right there in the goblin's gore. Someone warns her she'll get stained in blood, but Isabella doesn't even hear them. She's mesmerized by the thorny nightgrass. Alistair cheers, mission accomplished. Isabella nods in relief. It went way smoother than they planned, but they did one hell of a job. Suddenly, one of the knights spots something shiny in the dirt. A rare drop. The boss actually left something behind. Alistair picks it up with a massive grin. "Looks like a feast is in order tonight, boys. Barbecue on me." He's buzzing, nightgrass and a rare item from such an easy hunt. Talk about luck. Isabella admits she didn't see a windfall like this coming either. Arthur isn't celebrating, though. He's looking around, wondering if the betrayal happens when they try to leave. Then, a familiar voice calls out, "It's Cedric." "Arthur, move," Cedric barks, his voice tight. "Something is coming, fast, and it's right behind you." Cedric fires his crossbow, then swings to deflect a lethal strike. Clang! An axe embeds itself deep into a nearby oak. Isabella gasps, where the hell did that come from? Alistair pales as he recognizes the weapon. He knows that blade. It belongs to the same old man they passed on the road earlier. All eyes turn to the shadows. A figure steps out, laughing darkly. Did the boy really dodge that? Arthur narrows his eyes, so it was him all along. The old man grins, a terrifying, jagged thing. He promises the next one won't miss. This is the monster responsible for Isabella's murder in the past. Alistair demands to know why he's attacking. The man just shrugs like it's nothing. He wants the grass and that shiny new bracelet the boss dropped. Simple as that. He only doubled back as a precaution, but this is a jackpot he couldn't pass up. "Who are you?" Arthur asks, his voice cold. The man bows mockingly. "Seela's the mad." Arthur freezes. Elinor looks at him, confused. "Arthur, you actually know this freak." Alistair's blood runs cold at the name. He's heard of Seela's, a total lunatic who butchers entire parties just because he doesn't like the way they look. Isabella trembles. Is he that dangerous? Seela's just gestures to the loot with a wicked hand. "I've got my reasons, girl, and they're sitting right there in your bag." Cedric steps forward. He's a 4th-rank knight. He can handle this. But Arthur stops him. "Stay back, be my shadow. Do not get involved." "What would my father say if you had to save me now?" Arthur asks. "Besides, I'm already grateful you caught that first axe." Cedric is worried sick, his hand tight on his sword. "If this goes south, Arthur, you're going to get annihilated." Arthur just smiles, a calm, dangerous look. "I'm not dying today." He grips his hilt. Seela's stands ready, dual axes gleaming, a twisted grin plastered on his face. Arthur squares his shoulders, ready for the clash. He didn't come this far for a pointless death. Cedric mumbles that the second things get hairy, he's jumping in without hesitation. Arthur chuckles, not taking his eyes off the enemy. "I appreciate the sentiment, Cedric, really." Then Arthur's voice goes ice cold. He needed a training dummy anyway, and honestly, no one's going to complain if he takes out a piece of trash like this guy. He wants to see what the madman can actually do. Seela's looks ecstatic. Elinor screams, "Arthur, are you insane? Get back here." "Protect the others," he commands. "I'll handle the lunatic." Elinor isn't having it. Arthur is only a 1st-rank squire. This is madness. There's no way he can win a fight like that. But Arthur's eyes are made of steel. If he doesn't step up right now, they're all dead meat. "I'm here to save you all," he says firmly. "So just shut up and cooperate." Elinor is speechless. Seela's bursts out laughing. This kid is a riot. He charges with terrifying speed, screaming that he's going to have some real fun breaking the boy's bones. Arthur takes a breath. "Black Gale!" Suddenly, a dark, swirling aura erupts around him. The system chimes. The Black Gale aura has been activated. Seela's swings his axe with everything he's got, but Arthur blocks it perfectly. The impact shakes the ground, but the boy doesn't budge an inch. Seela's is stunned. How did a brat block that? He grips his axes until his knuckles turn white. "Child or not," he roars, "I'm taking your legs first." The brute strikes, but Alistair blocks him once more. Ebonblade screams for him to stay steady. He can read the villain's every move through his mana. Alistair nods, focused, while Seela's thorn is absolutely livid. "I'll rip you apart," the man roars. Their battle unleashes terrifying power as the heavy axe slams into Alistair's steel. The blade shatters, leaving the boy in total despair. Watching from the sidelines, Julian and Alara are terrified for him. The old monster looks impressed, then sneers with a wicked smile. "So the brat really wants to die," he says, raising his arm. "Fine. I'll grant your death wish." But Ebonblade moves fast, shouting for his master to grab him as he shifts into a lethal dagger. No time to lose. The blade commands him to call out its name. Fueled by rage, Alistair screams, "Graceful Chevalier." A divine chime rings out. He has unlocked Ebonblade's first true form, the graceful Chevalier of the Slaughter. Seela's is stunned. One swing of that dagger unleashes a hurricane, but the strain is real. Blood starts trickling from Alistair's nose. His mana is bone dry, empty. Alistair is panicking internally. He cannot lose consciousness, not now, not yet. Fighting for every breath, he stays upright and calls for Julian. The man is by his side instantly, kneeling to ask for orders. Alistair's last request: protect the others until everyone is safely out of this rift. Julian bows, accepting the command. Alistair manages a weak smile, thinking how much things have changed before the world fades to black. They are safe. Alistair hits the dirt, out cold as Alara, Seela's, and Hugo rush over, frantic to see if he's okay. Night falls. A messenger bursts into the office, desperately calling out for Director Vance. "What's the panic?" Vance asks. Then the bombshell drops. Sela's Thorn is dead. Vance drops his book, stunned. Where was that rat hiding? The messenger gasps out the truth. He was hunkered down deep within the Forbidden Legion territory. Vance slaps his forehead. Of course. No wonder they missed him. Mapping that entire territory was an impossible task. It was a needle in a haystack, but then the messenger breaks into a cold sweat. Sir, you won't believe who actually found him. Vance demands a name. The answer: Alistair Valerius, the youngest son of the legendary House of the Holy Blade. Vance sighs. Figures. Only someone from that infamous, chaotic house could pull off something so insane. Wait, the youngest. He slams the table in disbelief. Isn't that kid only 10 years old? His brother Arthur is 17. The messenger corrects him. Alistair is 15. Vance stands up, pacing, telling the boy, Caleb, to stop talking nonsense and speak sense. He leans on the boy, trying to wrap his head around the sheer impossibility of the situation. Rumors had been swirling that the 15-year-old 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 was a rank 1 swordsman. But this? A 15-year-old taking down a rank 4 fugitive? Impossible. But the boy insists it's the truth. He was surprised, too. Even Jax from the brutal Iron Fist clan and Sienna from the Arcane Circle have given their official testimonies. Vance lets go, his mind reeling. How did he stop him? Caleb describes a lightning-fast draw, a masterclass in swordsmanship. The man kicks a chair, shouting that it defies logic. Then, taking a long, shaky breath, Director Vance says, if this is real, then the greatest prodigy in the history of House Valerius has just appeared. A sea of purple mist. Alistair floats through it, wondering if he's dreaming. He spots a mysterious figure. Who is that? He has never met this man, yet there is this strange, overwhelming sense of familiarity pulling at him. It is the same feeling he got when he wielded Ebonblade as the graceful Chevalier. A raw, terrifying power. Gasp, Alistair bolts upright, his heart hammering. Oh, the little weakling is finally awake, a voice mocks. It is Ebonblade. Where am I? He croaks. The sword tells him he is safe. Julian carried him back after he collapsed. Out cold for 2 whole days. That is the price for using the Chevalier's power. Alistair can't believe he's been out that long. Captain Sterling bursts into the room, face lighting up with pure relief. Young master, you are finally awake. The boy asks if the captain watched over him. Sterling nods, asking how Alistair's body is feeling now. Just a massive headache, Alistair mutters. Sterling explains that is normal when you completely fry your mana circuits like he did. He also mentions the healers said the condition isn't too bad, so he should recover quickly. Alistair offers a sincere thanks to Captain Sterling for his unwavering loyalty and care. Sterling smiles. I was worried, sure, but there are others who have been even more worried than me. Alistair is baffled. They have been camping outside his door for days. Want me to let them in? Sterling asks. Alistair is shocked. Sterling calls them in, and the door swings wide. It is Jax and Sienna. Sienna says they needed to thank him personally. They owe him their lives. Alistair is still dazed, but Alara chimes in. Without him, they would all be dead in that rift. They didn't even have time to blink before the axe swung, but Arthur was faster. He was the one who stepped in and saved every single one of them. Lady Alara, the direct heiress of the Great Arcana Guild, actually dropped to her knees right there, swearing on her noble blood that she'd never forget the massive debt she owed him. Arthur panicked, scrambling out of his hospital bed and shouting for her to get up. He was just a mercenary she'd hired, after all, so there was no need for all that drama. But the girl didn't budge, explaining that she'd realized just how psychotic that criminal really was. In a godforsaken place like that, if they'd died, their bodies wouldn't have been found for months. If it weren't for Arthur stepping up, she knew for a fact she wouldn't be standing there today. Lady Isolde chimed in, revealing the grim reality. That madman from the Sterling noble house had already butchered more than 10 people before they crossed paths. That body count would have jumped by 5 if it wasn't for Arthur. He was the one who finally put a stop to that atrocity and ended that absolute piece of human trash. Arthur was still stunned he'd managed to take down a monster like Sela's, but Alara stood up with a spark in her eye, mentioning she had one more thing to say. Thanks to him, she'd successfully secured the mystic silvergrass. Our boy finally let out a massive sigh of relief, genuinely happy that she'd managed to get that rare herb back safely. With a soft smile, she admitted that the grass was the final piece for her secret project, but when Arthur asked what she was actually making, she just kept him guessing. "It's a secret for now," she teased, promising he'd be the very first to know when it was ready, before glancing back toward the door. Her lead bodyguard stepped in, and she told Arthur it was only fair to show proper gratitude to the man who saved her life, even though Arthur tried to wave it off like it was no big deal. He was just glad everyone was breathing and hadn't done it for a payout, but she pointed out his blade was shattered, so she wanted to give him a new sword as a token of her thanks. Arthur's jaw hit the floor when he saw it, the legendary blade of the Radiant Link. It's a masterpiece that allows light to connect and merge perfectly, and Alara knew that since Arthur could already channel sword aura, this weapon would be a total game changer for him. This thing amplifies sword energy to an insane degree, and Arthur, knowing just how famous and priceless this relic was, asked if she was seriously sure about giving it away. The girl just smiled and told him her own father, the Duke, was the one who insisted he have it, so he shouldn't worry. She even joked that she'd be the one in hot water if he didn't accept it, so he really ought to just take the gift and be happy. Arthur was speechless, but eventually took the sword with a wide grin, admitting he didn't really have a choice but to accept such an epic offer. His sentient sword, Obsidian, started mocking him for playing hard to get, but Lady Alara just told him to rest up, as she had to head out. She mentioned she'd be out of commission for a while, which left Arthur looking pretty confused. Smiling sheepishly, she confessed she'd snuck off to the forbidden border without permission, so she was officially grounded. They'd only let her out today specifically to see him. Arthur nodded, thinking that made total sense given how massive the incident was, and the girl promised they'd meet again the second she was off house arrest. As she left, Obsidian noted that at least her family actually protects their kids, unlike the cold-blooded House Thorn, who wouldn't give a damn if their own were in danger. "I know," Arthur muttered, but then Isolde stepped forward, holding out a silver bracelet as her own personal gift of gratitude. It was the Bandit King's relic, and since Arthur did the heavy lifting, she insisted it belonged to him. On top of that, she handed over a box sent by her brother containing rare elixirs to help him recover faster, leaving Arthur totally caught off guard by the kindness. Then things got serious. Isolde asked if she could ask him something unrelated to the rewards, and when Arthur agreed, she stared him down and asked why he lied to her. She dropped the bomb, revealing she knew he was a direct descendant of the legendary house, Thorn of the Divine Blade, and she wanted to know why he'd denied his own bloodline. Arthur just shrugged, saying he didn't remember lying, but Isolde got heated, reminding him that he'd told her he absolutely hated the Thorn family. Arthur just smirked at her, mocking the idea that hating them meant he wasn't one of them, and even offered to insult them some more if she wanted. He didn't hold back, calling House Thorn nothing but a den of scumbags and horrible people who didn't deserve an ounce of his respect. Isolde realized right then that Arthur was a truly bizarre guy, and as he smiled and told her she could insult his family all she wanted, she decided he wasn't just weird, he was completely unhinged. She shook her head and turned to leave, figuring she'd done her part by delivering the gifts and seeing that he was still in one piece. Arthur called out a thank you for the gear, wearing a wide grin as he promised to put that legendary equipment to good use. Before she disappeared, Isolde vowed she wouldn't lose to him next time and that she was going to catch up, but Arthur just told her she could do whatever she liked. She slammed the door in a rage, calling him a bastard, just as the system announced it was finally calculating his massive mission rewards. His friendship levels with Isolde, Lady Alara, and the others skyrocketed across the board. To top it off, he was awarded 400 points for completing the mission. Arthur admitted he'd been sweating bullets, but he was just glad everything worked out. Obsidian couldn't help but comment that for someone worried, Arthur sure did a great job pretending he was cool as ice. Arthur snapped back that it's impossible not to worry with a giant axe flying at your skull, admitting he honestly thought his life was over the moment his dagger snapped. The sword just laughed it off, telling him he did a hell of a job and even managed to bag a bunch of bonus points in the process. Arthur realized he seemed to get those bonus points whenever he did something that completely impressed the people around him, which Obsidian confirmed, though even the sword was a bit baffled. The ancient blade explained that out of all his former legendary owners, not a single one of them had a special trait like this one. It really looked like the system was playing favorites with him, but Arthur just smiled. He definitely wasn't going to complain about a little bit of divine favoritism. Arthur lets out a long stretch, debating if it's time to hit the training grounds, while his sentient blade, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚, mocks him for wanting to sweat the second he opens his eyes. Suddenly, a screen flickers to life. His title is the neglected apprentice, and naturally, he ignores the system's annoying prompts. His recovery rate is 5 times normal now, meaning he can train until his bones break and still wake up fresh. Meanwhile, Sir Julian approaches the Great Duke. The old lord mentions he heard whispers of chaos and demands a full report on what went down in the Outlands. Sir Julian bows, explaining that young Lord Arthur took a contract from Lady Alara of the Arcane Syndicate to act as an escort through the borderlands. But things went south fast. Silas the Rogue, a notorious high-tier criminal, showed up hunting for Shadowgrass and a massive payday. He didn't hesitate, launching a brutal ambush on the young lord's party. The Duke leans in, intrigued, as Julian explains Silas was hiding his identity by using heavy axes instead of his signature sword. "And did my son actually survive that encounter?" the Duke asks, eyes narrowed. Julian nods, describing how Arthur blocked a lethal strike with a strange, pitch-black aura, something even a veteran knight couldn't recognize as standard mana. The Duke wonders if it's the same power the boy displayed before. Julian confirms that while the dagger was coated in shadow, the energy felt fundamentally different from any knightly aura he'd ever seen. It was powerful enough to stop Silas's full-strength killing blows cold, leaving no room for doubt. This was something special. The Duke laughs, realizing Arthur has secured a massive debt from the Arcane Syndicate. Things are finally getting interesting in the capital. Julian is stunned to see the cold Duke actually taking a genuine interest in the boy's progress. "How long until his trial?" the Duke asks. The answer is a mere 22 days. Lord Valerius makes his decision on the test and orders Arthur to be brought to the throne room immediately. Back at the grounds, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 tells Arthur he has 2 major hurdles to clear if he wants to survive, leaving the boy completely baffled. Yawning, Arthur admits he's done with the family instructors anyway. Their style just doesn't fit him. The blade agrees, telling him he needs to infuse every single strike with his own will. A swing without purpose is just wasted effort. Arthur ponders the meaning of will in combat, while the sword warns him that a mindless blade is no better than a rusted toy. Next up, footwork. Arthur mentions he's already mastered the Sterling family's movement techniques. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 scoffs, calling those movements outdated and stiff, completely wrong for Arthur's evolving style. That style relies on throwing your weight forward, which is fine for a brute, but it's holding Arthur back from his true potential. Arthur is shocked to hear his noble lineage's techniques are limited, but then it clicks. His current arts offer freedom, but the Sterling movements force him into rigid, predictable patterns. They work in a pinch, sure, but they require mind-numbing repetition until you're basically a robot. And that's exactly why he's struggling. The sword is impressed that the kid actually caught on so quickly. If he'd had the right footwork during the ambush, he could have danced around Silas's axe even after his blade shattered. Arthur realizes his feet were glued to the floor when it mattered most, so 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 prepares to teach him the unbound step. It's a nameless, chaotic style that adapts and flows, based on the user's instinct rather than set forms. It starts simple, legs shoulder-width apart, and it doesn't matter which foot leads the dance. The only thing that matters is where the blade lands. Suddenly, Arthur feels light, almost like he's floating. Every irregular twitch connects into a seamless flow, meaning he can launch a lethal strike from literally any angle. He blurs through the air, his weapon whistling as it shreds the practiced targets. This is the power of the unbound step. Arthur is grinning now, telling Shadow Edge that this style feels natural, like it was made for him. The sword beams with pride. This is a technique Arthur will build and evolve himself, making it truly unique. It's a living style that grows with him, but the moment is cut short when Sir Julian calls out to him. Julian looks dead serious. It's time to go. Arthur's heart races because he knows the trial has finally arrived. In the grand hall, Arthur drops to one knee before the Duke, who coldly tells him to stand. It's typical. Arthur almost died in the Outlands, and his own father doesn't even blink an eye. The Duke gets right to it, reminding him of the promise made 2 months ago regarding his ultimate test. With a chilling smile, the Duke summons the challenger to the center of the room. A seasoned knight steps forward, and Arthur's stomach drops. He knows this arrogant bastard all too well. The decree is set, a duel in 3 weeks, and the knight is forbidden from using anything higher than level 3 aura against him. Lord 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒆𝒅 stares down at Julian Thorne. The patriarch drops a bombshell. To pass his test, Julian has to defeat his own brother, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅. Think you've got what it takes, boy. Julian doesn't even blink. I'll do it. The old man adds a twist. If 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 uses his knightly essence above the 3rd rank, he loses automatically. Julian just smiles, bows respectfully, and accepts the deal with his father. But 𝒂𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒆 isn't done. He wants to know about the mission, specifically, what kind of dark energy Julian used to cut down Silas the Butcher with a single blow. Julian tenses up. I can't tell you that. Suddenly, the Lord's face turns a dangerous shade of red. He slams his fist down, demanding to know what Julian just said. The boy stands firm. They have a wager, and he's not showing his hand yet. Julian plays it cool. You said you'd decide the trial after seeing my potential. I'm just living up to those expectations. It's a gamble, and in a high-stakes duel, you never tell your opponent exactly what kind of steel you're packing. The patriarch bursts into a loud, booming laugh. Impertinent brat. Fine. Let's see who actually wins this bet. Outside, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 catches up to Julian with a nasty smirk. He never thought he'd get the chance to trash his little brother so soon. Julian just smiles back. Funny, I was thinking the same thing finally, a chance to put you in your place. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅's temper flares. You really have a gift for making people want to kill you. You better win because if you lose, you're dead to this family. Julian just walks away. The duel isn't today, 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅. Maybe take a breath and loosen up a bit. He waves a casual goodbye, but once he's alone, reality hits. Julian knows fighting the Emerald Flash is going to be a total nightmare. Shadowbane, the sentient blade, speaks up from the void. Got a plan, or are we just winging it? Not a clue, Julian admits. The sword points out 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 is capped at rank 3. If Julian beat a rank 4 before, this should be easy, right? Wrong. Julian knows 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 is a monster. His green essence is blindingly fast, and his sword handling, freakishly precise and unpredictable. They call him the Blade of the Wilted Rose. In Julian's past life, this man stole everything he had before kicking him into the dirt. This isn't just a test, it's a grudge match. No matter what, Julian is determined to walk out of that arena as the winner. So, he asks Shadowbane for a shortcut. The blade suggests leveling the whole training ground with a sovereign strike, but Julian needs to learn how to pour his literal will into the metal first. Julian sighs. Easier said than done. Shadowbane asks what will he wants to manifest. To be the strongest and the fastest, Julian says. The sword just sounds disappointed. You greedy bastard. Channeling one will is hard enough, you want two. The sword tells him to pick one, but Julian won't budge. Shadowbane finally gives in. Fine, you always did have to have it your way. Close your eyes. Imagine. You need to see yourself in that fight. Visualize 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 falling. Julian's eyes snap open. Suddenly the air in the room shifts. Something magical, something powerful starts to hum. Shadowbane chuckles. Look at that, you're actually getting the hang of it. 2 weeks pass, and the grand hall of House Thorn is packed to the rafters. Every single sibling has shown up to watch the youngest get dismantled. The other knights are whispering, "Why this duel? Julian's good, but beating Alestair, that's physically impossible." The eldest sister calls it a waste of time, while the older brothers just wonder what kind of game their father is playing. Meanwhile, young Magnus is practically vibrating with excitement, waiting for Julian to be annihilated. Participants enter. Julian and Alestair step into the ring. Alestair sneers, "You dug your own grave, kid." Julian just looks at him. "We haven't even started yet." Julian doesn't back down. "Keep talking, Alestair. Let's see if you're still chatting when you're face down in the dirt." He flashes a sharp, mocking grin. "What's wrong, not feeling confident?" Alestair is seeing red now. "I'm going to end you." But then the herald cries out, "The patriarch has arrived." The room goes silent as everyone kneels. Lord Aristhos takes his seat. "I am hosting this duel as your lord." This is a clash between ranks, but it's a lesson for every knight in this hall. Anything goes, every strike is legal. We fight until one of you can no longer stand. He bellows, "Begin." A massive hammer slams against a ceremonial drum. Boom! The sound echoes like thunder. Alestair steps forward, his eyes cold. "You know what an official duel means, Julian? It means your time in this monastery is officially over." Julian doesn't answer. He just whispers for the Black Gale. Ping, the system confirms, void essence trait activated. Alestair laughs at the dark mist rising from the boy. "That pathetic black aura again. I haven't seen that since you failed the ceremony." "Don't lose too fast, little brother. I want to savor this." Julian just stares him down. "Let's go." Julian reaches for his hilt, moving with purpose. Alestair raises his blade, ready to crush him. "What do you think you're doing, boy?" William is stunned. It looks like the dark wind's slowing curse is already taking its toll on his body. Even with the curse, his brother Harold is still terrifyingly fast. Their blades clash with a ring of steel, and Harold sneers, asking if the boy really thought such a pathetic effort could bring him down. Bracing himself, Harold scoffs that even without tapping into his third circle knight spirit, William doesn't stand a chance. Then, he begins his relentless advance. The boy manages to dive out of the way, surprising the elder brother. Furious and pushed to the brink, William screams at Harold to just shut his mouth. As he lunges with his blade, Harold effortlessly parries the strike. Shadowsteel, his sentient sword, urges William to close the gap using that mysterious footwork they practiced. At this rate, the duel is going nowhere. William knows it too. Enraged, Harold strikes down with bone-crushing force, calling the boy a disrespectful brat. The sword warns that William's footwork is still shaky. If he can master his spacing and dodge perfectly, he might just have a window of opportunity. Harold launches another vicious strike. This time, the steel connects, leaving a jagged, bloody cut across William's face. William realizes he needs to move unpredictably if he wants to catch his brother off guard. He shifts his weight. His feet begin to dance in a strange rhythm, and Harold starts to tense up. Suddenly, William vanishes, reappearing right behind him. "Got you," he whispers. Harold gasps in shock as William slams a brutal elbow into his ribs. Livid, Harold roars that William is a total bastard. The boy drops into a low stance. It's time for the signature quick draw. Igniting his emerald nightlight, Harold declares that playtime is officially over. Now, he's fighting to kill. William braces himself as his brother finally unleashes his true power. Harold is a whirlwind of pure rage, charging forward with murderous intent. William blocks the onslaught, but he's getting shredded, nicks and cuts opening all over his skin as his clothes are torn to rags. He grits his teeth. He can't get close enough to land a hit. Shadowsteel notes that even at the third circle, Harold's presence is overwhelming. The only way to survive this is to break his petals of ruin sword style. "I know that," William snaps back. He keeps pushing forward, earning a grunt of approval from the ancient blade. He's pushed his body to the absolute limit to endure this. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes that merely surviving isn't going to win him this fight. He has to shatter Harold's stance. Harold actually admits that William's quick draw and crescent slash techniques are surprisingly good for a novice. But they are on completely different levels. William's nerves spike as Harold prepares to unleash the deadly petals of Ruin's final move. The elder brother lunges. Shadowsteel screams a warning. The ultimate technique is coming right at them. "Get back now," the sword yells. William dives away, but the blade still grazes him. One more slip-up and it's all over. Bleeding and battered, William knows he only has one shot. He needs his quick draw to land the moment Harold is too close to retreat. Harold smirks, admitting this was actually fun, but it's time to finish it. He unleashes a massive wave of pure force at his little brother. Shadowsteel warns that retreating now will cost him his arm. William realizes there's no way back. He has to face this head-on. He pours every ounce of his soul into his blade, turning it into a weapon of sheer speed and power. His long-held dream of destroying the house of 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒆𝒅 flashes before his eyes. Unleashing his hidden reserves, William manages to shatter his brother's energy wave. He jams his scabbard into the dirt to steady himself. He's exhausted, but he did it. Harold snarls, calling him a damn pest. Harold screams that he'll finish this once and for all, launching another blast of power. William's heart sinks. He's running on empty, but then a spark of confidence hits. He believes he can block it if he uses every last drop of his knight spirit. Suddenly, the system rings out. Sword mastery increased through extreme duress. The first and second gates of the 1,000 blades have swung open. William is stunned. The system announces he's entering a state of extreme focus, and his hyper-awareness kicks in. A small smile plays on his lips. Harold laughs, asking if he's really trying that quick draw again after everything. But deep down, something about his brother's tirelessness is starting to terrify him. Pure aura begins to radiate from William. Harold is horrified. There's no way that bastard still has this much energy left. The system weaves ancient enchantments and raw strength into William's blade as he prepares the final draw. The shadow bolt strike is born. With everything he has, William unleashes it. The projectile collides violently with Harold's magic. Harold's eyes widen in terror. He realizes instantly that if he doesn't block this, he's going to lose his life. He tries to shield himself, but the bolt hits like a battering ram. His fourth circle defenses are absolutely collapsing under the pressure. A massive explosion rocks the training grounds. When the smoke clears, Harold is on his knees, dripping blood and covered in jagged wounds. He finally collapses, unable to process how he was defeated. William stands tall before him. Every trainee watching is frozen in stunned silence. William leans on his sword, supporting himself on the ground. He used way too much power on that last hit. Shadowsteel speaks up, impressed. The shadow bolt strike was a masterpiece. He congratulates the boy for finally discovering his own path of the sword. Smiling, William admits he's never heard that compliment before. He looks toward his father and shouts that he's defeated Harold, just like he was told to. The other siblings are in total shock. William yells at the top of his lungs, "I won the bet." One of the sisters stares at their father, thinking he's an absolute madman. The Duke rises slowly, and then bursts into a booming, manic laugh. Julian locks eyes with the Duke. The old man finally says it, the boy has won. Lady Alina is paralyzed with shock. Did her father, the iron-willed patriarch, truly just admit defeat to a boy who showed zero fear? The Duke actually smiles. "You're done with basic drills," he declares. "From this day on, the castle is yours to roam." That rare smile sends chills down Alina's spine. Julian doesn't hesitate. He drops to one knee, showing proper respect to the Lord. "We're finished here," the Duke says, turning to leave. But his eyes, pure fury. Behind him, Victor lies broken and defeated in the dirt. "Pathetic," the old man spits at his fallen son before walking away without a second glance. Later at Raven Monastery, Julian collapses onto his bed. He admits it. Without his secret night techniques, his body would have shattered mid-fight. Obsidian, his sentient blade, watches him silently. Pushing through that level of aura exhaustion, the boy's mental fortitude is honestly terrifying. Julian just grins. He can't believe he actually unlocked his sword path during a life-or-death struggle. It felt like a scene from a legend. Obsidian agrees. Julian looks at his enchanted gauntlet. So, tell me, what's the real benefit of opening this path? The blade's voice echoes in his mind. It's the only key to the path of 10,000 blades. Julian's confused, but Obsidian explains it's the ultimate pinnacle of swordsmanship, the final goal every knight dreams of reaching. He's barely at the entrance, yet Julian is already trembling. Will using the shadow-piercing strike always leave me this wrecked? Only because your aura control is amateur at best, the sword retorts sharply. Practice with smaller bursts next time, Obsidian advises. Julian hauls himself up, eager to check the system for his hard-earned rewards. Jackpot, 700 points. Every attribute increases by 1, and a new branch of his sword path has officially opened. Julian is beaming. Obsidian just sighs. Careful, kid. Keep grinning like that and your mouth might actually reach your ears. Julian laughs, feeling the rush. Just my ears. You've got no imagination. The blade can only groan in response. Then another alert. A 500-point bonus just for shocking the entire crowd. Even Obsidian is stunned by that windfall. Julian gets thoughtful. The system rewards him for causing chaos. It's almost like it's forcing him to evolve into something more. The more jaws you drop, the stronger you get, Obsidian notes. It's clear this system has taken a real liking to you. As long as it keeps him alive, Julian doesn't care. He realizes the system is his greatest ally in this kingdom. He sinks into the mattress, exhausted but satisfied. Obsidian is just impressed the boy can finally stand on his own 2 feet. I didn't do it alone, Julian admits, touching his arm. This artifact, it's the only reason I'm still breathing. Obsidian mentions that while Julian was unconscious, his guardian Jaqen stood over him like a wolf, warning everyone that Julian belonged to him. So what about those points? The sword asks. Julian's eyes sharpen. Raise every single stat to level 31, no exceptions. Obsidian notes his shadow strike will become even more lethal. Julian blinks. Wait, that skill has levels too. Of course, the blade replies. The more you train, the more enchantment and raw power you can pack into a single blow. Julian stands up immediately, his exhaustion forgotten. Then we start right now. Obsidian is horrified. What are you doing? Julian sits cross-legged. Recharging my aura, then training. Obsidian screams. You're a madman. You'll literally die from overwork. The boy's gaze is ice cold. I've already looked death in the eye once today. Now be quiet and let me work. Obsidian is speechless. The kid has truly lost his mind. Meanwhile, outside, the knights can't stop talking about the legendary duel. If you hadn't seen it, you wouldn't believe it. Young Lord Julian's final sword draw was nothing short of monstrous. Whispers fill the barracks. Maybe it's time we jump ship, align ourselves with his faction while we still can. Others are torn, never expecting the family disgrace to grow this much. Suddenly, they don't know which side of the war to be on. Was he hiding this godlike power the whole time? The rumors are spreading through the kingdom like wildfire. Lady Alina hears the chatter. The tide is turning. People are actually starting to respect her little brother. She remembers her father's face during the fight, an expression she's never seen before. She knows that after Victor, she's next. Her advisor scoffs, calling Julian a lucky fluke. Alina snaps back. That's exactly what Victor thought before he was crushed. We cannot underestimate him, she warns. If we want to survive, we have to root out this evil before it consumes us all. Her advisor bows low. How many assassins should I prepare, my lady? Who are our strongest rank 3 knights? She asks. He suggests Yusuf and Barnaby. Send them both, immediately. She smiles cruelly. A threat like Julian cannot be allowed to grow. Meanwhile, Julian is already back at his training, perfecting his strike. Obsidian watches in silence. The output is perfect. Julian wipes his brow, satisfied. I can finally use this at will. Good, the sword replies darkly. Because the real training is about to get a whole lot bloodier. Thorn is all hyped up, shouting that they need to grind footwork drills, but the interface interrupts. A new quest just dropped. Arthur has his orders. Master the vertical cleave and the piercing thrust to unlock a new path of the blade. The payoff? Rank ups and 700 points. Thorn shifts gears immediately, telling him to stick to basic sword forms. Arthur just smirks. Didn't you just say footwork? The sword plays dumb. Nope. Arthur mocks him, swearing he heard footwork. Thorn loses his cool. Fine, you're training your blade skills and your footwork. No excuses. Arthur just laughs and agrees, while Thorn tells him to get serious for once. The boy draws his steel, ready to master that vertical cleave. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. It's Julian sprinting toward them with an envelope, shouting that he knew he'd find Arthur training here. What's this about? Arthur asks. Julian doesn't say a word, just hands over a formal mission scroll. Thorn hovers over his shoulder. Ever received one of these before? Arthur nods. He has, but he's curious what the catch is this time. He breaks the seal. It's a mission to clear a threat in a volatile rank 3 zone. Arthur has to go, and he's taking Vance and Silas as his guards. Thorn points out a strange seal at the bottom. Arthur explains it's the Sovereign Sword Mandate, a duty reserved strictly for the direct bloodline of House Blackwood. Arthur stares at the parchment, his body tensing up. They're finally making their move. The sword is lost, so Arthur lays it out. Normally, you aren't allowed to bring a personal security detail on a mandate mission. This isn't a quest. It's a setup, the perfect opportunity to make someone disappear for good. A mandate right after he humiliated Baron Hugo. His father would usually back off. Thorn realizes this is a sibling play. Someone wants him gone. Arthur doesn't know how she pulled the strings, but he's certain it's his sister, Beatrice. In his past life, those 2 guards were her loyal lapdogs. Thorn realizes Arthur's quiet sister is actually playing for keeps. Arthur knows she sees him as an obstacle. She's planning a hit, and Thorn thinks he should just walk away while he can. But Arthur isn't backing down. A mandate must be completed with his life on the line. Plus, there's something incredibly valuable in that zone he needs. He grins. If she wants to play dirty, I'll show her how it's done. That night in the Great Hall of Blackwood Keep, someone is shouting. It's Arthur, making a scene and celebrating that he finally received a sovereign mandate of his own. A rank 3 mission for a rank 1 kid. Marcus and Julian just watch in silence. Thorn asks why Arthur is acting like a complete idiot with that brainless smile. Marcus steps forward, looking dead serious. I'm suggesting you reject this mission immediately. You'll have 0 protection on a mandate, Marcus warns. Arthur won't hear it. He says he's going, and he's got 2 rank 3 swordsmen for backup. Marcus tries to protest again, but Julian barks at him to watch his tongue around the young master. Marcus ignores him. It's only been a day since you beat Hugo. A mission like this, right now, it can only mean one thing. Thorn is genuinely surprised. Since when did Marcus actually start worrying about us? Arthur gets quiet, looking thoughtful, then snaps. You underestimating me, Marcus. I can clear a rank 3 zone with my eyes shut. The guard tries to argue, but Arthur yells for him to get out. If you're just going to ruin the mood before we leave, then leave. Downcast, Marcus agrees and starts to walk away. Arthur tells Julian to follow him. Walking away, Marcus wonders if he misjudged the boy. Arthur seemed smarter lately, but maybe he's just blinded by his own ambition. Arthur watches his back. He understands the concern, but he needs Marcus to just trust him this time. Suddenly, Marcus stops, turning around in shock. Arthur just smiles and tells him to let the Chancellor's office know he accepts. Marcus realizes it was all a show. Arthur is only acting like this because he knows he's being watched. Julian looks worried but bows low. Marcus nods to Arthur, while high above, Beatrice watches her brother from the shadows. The man beside her confirms the news. Arthur took the bait. She sits down unfazed. She already knew he would. No one in their right mind would reject a mandate. Talented or not, she scoffs, the boy's thoughts are shallow. They move at dawn. Beatrice leans in, asking for the exact plan. The man explains it. Arthur will be at the front, playing the hero. Once they reach the unstable zone, Vance and Silas will ambush him. Both just reached rank 4. Better yet, they aren't officially linked to her, so her reputation stays spotless. Beatrice smiles. The man handled everything perfectly. He hands her a sketch of a hooded figure. "He'll finish the job," the man says coldly. "No one is returning from this mission alive." She's pleased, telling him not to get sloppy. The man just smirks. It's almost a shame to think of the cute little brother losing his life. Back at the training grounds, Thorn asks if Arthur is seriously still grinding, even on the day of the mission. "Take a break, kid," the sword pleads. Arthur just shrugs. "It's a 3-hour ride to the site, I'll sleep then." Thorn is losing it. "You're absolutely insane." Arthur just chuckles. "Maybe, but I'm having a blast." That magic blade of his is already running its mouth, bragging about how it's been grinding out vertical strikes and stabs since the first light of dawn. Arthur just smirks. He's feeling that surge of power, growing way faster than he ever did in his previous life. Right then, 2 knights arrive to greet the young lord. He gives them a cold look, asking who they are. Their answer: they've been handpicked to escort him on the Holy Blade expedition. The first one steps up, Julian, a Tier 3 knight. The other calls himself Silas, claiming he's also a Tier 3 swordsman. Arthur plays along with a polite greeting, but Obsidian, his sword, whispers the truth. These guys aren't here to protect him. They want his head. Arthur asks why, and the blade confirms his suspicion. These guys claim to be Tier 3, but they're mana. That's Tier 4 level. They're hiding their real strength. Everything clicks. It's a trap. But Arthur knows his sister, Lady Beatrice, wouldn't just stop at these 2. She's definitely got more hidden up her sleeve. Obsidian wonders if there's a backup plan, and Arthur just nods. Since they already sniffed out these 2 rats, they'll probably run into more killers deeper in the woods. Just then, Barnaby arrives with Arthur's gear, announcing that the preparations are finally finished. Arthur thanks him, double-checking if every specific item was packed. The old man nods. Every single piece of specialized equipment Arthur requested is tucked away in that bag. Barnaby looks him in the eye. He's worried. He trusts his young master, but he begs him to be careful out there. Arthur just stays calm, telling the old man there's no need for stress. Then, with a confident smile, he tells Barnaby to just sit tight and wait for his return. Barnaby can only smile back and promise he'll be right there waiting. A bit later, the trio reaches the heart of a dense forest. A commander greets Arthur, thanking him for making the trip. Before they cross the threshold, the commander needs to explain the current state of the shattered void. They're heading into a corrupted zone where 3 different dimensions have fused. The entire environment is completely warped. Arthur notices the corruption has already started leaking into the outside world. The commander agrees, noting that this heavy, unnatural fog isn't normal. Our boy doesn't even flinch. He turns to his guards and asks if they actually understand the point of this mission. Silas mumbles that they're there to clear out any monsters or plants that look like a threat. With a sharp nod, Arthur orders them to move out. He gives the commander one last look, telling him they're heading in now. As they step into the rift, the commander yells out a final warning to be careful. Inside, the air is paper-thin and freezing cold. Obsidian asks if Arthur recognizes this place. The boy just scoffs. He remembers every single thing that crawls in this hellhole. He starts to explain, but then, a low growl. Goblins. A whole pack of them is suddenly blocking their path, and Julian shouts out the danger to the young lord. Arthur's response: "Take them down." Julian just stands there, completely confused. Arthur doesn't stutter. He repeats the order: "Kill the monsters." What part of that is hard for you to wrap your head around? Sweat starts pouring down Julian's face. He stammers that usually, noble descendants take the lead in these fights. Silas chimes in, asking if Arthur isn't going to lift a finger. Arthur just laughs. "You want me to fight 10 measly goblins? Are you Tier 3 knights actually scared of some low-level trash?" Silas is visibly rattled. Arthur tells them he'll only step in if they get swamped or if something actually dangerous shows up. The creatures start their charge. Arthur snaps at them to shut up and finish the job already. As they hack away at the goblins, Silas is absolutely fuming, wondering why this brat is just standing there watching. Obsidian laughs to himself. It looks like Lady Beatrice completely underestimated her brother. He asks Arthur if he actually plans to fight later, suggesting he should have just stayed quiet. Arthur reveals his hand. He baited them on purpose. Their original plan was to backstab him while he was busy fighting in the front, but he just ruined their entire strategy. Exhausted, Julian announces that the monsters are all dead. Arthur just shrugs it off like it was nothing and tells them to keep moving. Silas whispers to Julian that they'll have to ambush Arthur the second his back is turned. Julian agrees. They're running out of ways to play this. Arthur just smirks at Obsidian. He's going to literally tell them when to strike, just so he can predict exactly when the blades are coming for his neck. The sword is stunned. The kid actually knows how to use his brain. Suddenly, Julian's hand is sliced open by something hidden in the brush. Silas panics and rushes over, shouting that he'll help. Obsidian recognizes it immediately. Bloodthorn ivy. Arthur asks if the sword knows the plant too. The blade confirms that in his world, this stuff was just as lethal. It's funny, it's called bloodthorn here, too. Arthur explains that you need a very specific medicine to treat a wound from this thing. Plus, the sting is unbearable. It's the perfect way to get a fighter distracted right before a kill. Julian growls, wishing he'd worn heavier armor, but he was too distracted. Suddenly, another shadow moves. Julian screams it's a monster. Arthur finally stretches his arms. This one looks decently strong, so he'll take the lead. He tells the injured Julian to sit back and rest. The killers are ecstatic. This is the moment. Julian thinks they'll end him the second he turns around. Silas is already picturing his blade through the boy's heart. Arthur lunges at the beast. The two knights lock eyes. It's go time. They scream as they launch themselves at Arthur's exposed back to end it. But Arthur, he's smiling. He spins around, catching them both in his gaze. Julian sneers, saying that since he's just a kid, they'll make this quick. They make sure he knows one thing: they're only following orders. He tells them not to hold a grudge when they're rotting in the abyss, but Arthur is already moving. He vanishes, leaping back just as the thugs' blades sink deep into the beast instead. Pure shock hits their faces. Arthur's eyes are burning with cold, sharp hatred, and the second thug can't believe the boy actually dodged a point-blank strike. Gripping his hilt, Arthur prepares to draw, calling those bastards nothing more than absolute trash whose turn has finally come. The men start screaming at each other, panicking because they can't let him escape or the plan is ruined, wondering how this kid saw through their trap. Arthur just smiles, walking calmly through the swarm of monsters like he owns the place, telling them he knew what they were up to from the very start. The men are terrified, and Sir Cedric yells out, asking why the hell the beasts aren't ripping the boy apart. With a twisted, psychopathic grin, Arthur drops the truth. These creatures are simple. They only tear into whoever strikes them first. Since the thugs just marked themselves as enemies, the monsters charge and pure chaos breaks out. Cedric screams for his partner to go after the boy while he stays behind to hold off the horde. They have to finish Lady Aliner's mission, no matter how many bodies it takes. In one fluid motion, Arthur disarms the man and laughs in his face, calling the whole situation hilarious. Suddenly, a monster buries its axe into the thug, and Cedric bellows that he's going to end the boy himself. Arthur drops into a combat stance as his abyssal dark wind aura erupts around him. The man lunges with everything he's got, but the boy moves like a ghost, dodging the strike effortlessly. Arthur tells him that even if he'd finished Aliner's quest, someone else would have eventually put them in the ground, and then he delivers a devastating blow. Cedric collapses to his knees, blood pouring out, unable to process how a Tier 1 weakling just shattered him. He stammers that it's impossible, but Arthur just takes a breath, thinking to himself that this would have been way harder if they'd just kept their mouths shut and attacked silently. He turns to face the remaining beasts. wondering if these are the only ones left to clear out. As the enemies fall, they prepare to leave, and his sentient sword, Nightshade, says the boy shouldn't waste any more energy. The sword thinks it's over, but Arthur says he isn't finished yet. Nightshade is confused, but the boy knows his sister too well. Elynar is wicked and definitely has a backup plan. He's certain she sent a second team to clean up the first, and Arthur smiles, deciding that this time, he's the one who's going to set the ambush. A lone figure moves through the thick fog and thin mountain air. This is the hired assassin, and for him, this low-visibility hellscape is the perfect playground. He finds the bodies and assumes the other thugs already finished the job on Arthur. But when he sees the faces, he freezes in horror. They're the ones who got slaughtered, and Arthur's body is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a voice behind him says he's surprisingly observant. The assassin spins around, but Arthur is already midair, coming down with a lethal sword strike. The man barely manages to block, and Arthur just grins, admitting he wanted to end it in one hit, but realizes this guy is actually better than expected. The assassin is shaking, wondering how the hell this kid saw him. He was in perfect stealth, yet Arthur picked him out like it was nothing. A few moments earlier, Nightshade had asked how he'd handle an assassin he knew nothing about, and Arthur admitted he didn't know who Elynar would send. The sword reminded him that while he used monsters before, he'd need a real plan to ambush a professional killer. Arthur had a hunch, guessing that even if he didn't know the man's name, he knew his style. In this heavy fog, Elynar would obviously send a stealth specialist, so he told Nightshade she was going to have to help him out. The sword complained about the chore, but soon enough, she signaled that the target was close, and Arthur felt the shift in the air himself. The assassin lunges in a rage, and Nightshade screams for Arthur to roll back. He narrowly escapes the blade, leaving the assassin stunned that the boy is still breathing. He realizes he can't hold back and decides he has to kill Arthur right now. Nightshade warns that the man is slipping back into the shadows, barking out instructions to Arthur on exactly where to move. She tells him to shift slightly to the side to dodge the invisible strike, explaining that against a stealth user, you only get one chance to draw your blade at the perfect moment. Arthur's blade connects right across the man's face, leaving him reeling in shock as the boy readies his final draw. He funnels every ounce of his power into the steel. The assassin realizes he's trapped as Arthur unleashes the royal shadow strike. The man is blasted through the air, crashing violently into a tree as Arthur exhales, the tension finally breaking. Nightshade mocks the dead man, saying he relied too much on his skills and got played. Arthur admits that without the sword's eyes, he'd probably be dead. Nightshade just smiles and asks what the plan is now. If it's revenge he wants, Arthur knows he can't take Elynar yet since she's a Tier 5 powerhouse. Nightshade asks what he'll do if she keeps ruining his training, but he promises to put a stop to it. The sword asks how, and Arthur says she'll find out when they get back to the estate. There's going to be a meeting, and Arthur's got a card to play. Nightshade hates how he never tells her anything up front, then asks what's so special about this place anyway. Arthur grins and says there's a Tier 3 monster here, and a flower. Nightshade gets the monster part, but the flower thing makes no sense to her. The boy searches the area, certain that it should be right around here if his memory serves him right. Then he spots it, the glowing red flower. Nightshade's voice goes cold, asking if he actually knows what that thing is. Seriously, Nightshade identifies it as the blood lily, and Arthur nods, confirming that's exactly what it is. The boy wonders if these things are coming from the same world Nightshade came from, since even the monsters in this place look identical to the ones from her home. Alistair asks if there is a specific use for the rare dawn blossom. Soulbrand, the sentient blade, confirms there is. The sword warns him to wait, as the petals are most potent at twilight. Suddenly, Alistair senses it, the guardian is closing in. Bubbles break the surface before a massive creature erupts from the lake. It is a towering beast, sworn to protect the golden flower. Soulbrand identifies the threat as a great clay golem. Alistair just smirks, but the sword worries if the boy can truly handle this. These earthen titans possess terrifying strength and can heal instantly. Alistair isn't impressed, calling it a low-tier grunt. Soulbrand snaps back, rank doesn't matter if you miss the heart. Unless that core is shattered, the beast is immortal. The blade is fuming because Alistair is actually laughing. Soulbrand screams, asking if he even knows where the core is located. "Quiet," Alistair whispers. He needs absolute focus now. The air grows heavy as the battle begins. The golem raises a massive fist. Alistair knows the stakes. One direct hit from that thing and it is game over. The monster strikes with bone-crushing force, shattering the earth. But Alistair is already gone, moving like a ghost. He recognizes the rhythm. It is just like the mountain trolls he hunted in his past life. Don't just dodge, slide with the impact. With a fluid motion, Alistair forces the beast down. He draws his steel in a flash, completely breaking the monster's momentum. Soulbrand asks if he used a weight enhancement spell. Alistair confirms it. He needed that extra punch to counter such a heavy strike. The sword reminds him the core is still intact. In a few seconds, the monster will just pull itself back together. Alistair just grins. He intentionally spared the core because this monster is the perfect target for some live combat practice. Soulbrand is speechless. Alistair explains that since golems keep regenerating, they are essentially the world's best training dummies. "Are you insane?" the sword asks. Alistair just smiles. This isn't a life-or-death struggle anymore, it is a private lesson. Soulbrand thinks he's lost it. Alistair ignores the comment and asks if the secret to a perfect strike is always the line. The blade grudgingly agrees. Alistair takes his stance, mentioning a new technique he has been developing lately. He delivers a blinding vertical slash. He explains that while the golem looks steady, its balance is actually a total mess. He glances at his weapon, asking if this isn't the best way to train. Soulbrand admits it's crazy, but it is working. The sword advises him to choose his blade's elemental path. Alistair decides on speed and gravity for his slashes and precision for his lunges. Soulbrand hums in thought. "Very well then," the ancient weapon replies, sensing the boy's growing ambition. It is a mix of weight and surgical accuracy. Soulbrand tells him to pour his will into the steel. The golem roars, finally realizing it's being toyed with. The sky turns a deep crimson as the sun dips low. Soulbrand calls an end to the session. The timing is finally right. Alistair agrees. Time to take the Dawn Blossom and head home. He moves in for the kill, tearing the monster's arm clean off. Like a bolt of lightning, he lunges toward the golem's chest. One clean pierce, and the stone heart shatters into dust. The mental interface chimes. Mission complete. 700 points earned, plus a 100-point bonus for style. His bond with Soulbrand reaches a new level. A notification flashes. The first gate of the 10,000 enchanted swords has been officially unlocked. The third gate swings open too. A new path is forged, the Reaper's ghost slash. Soulbrand can't believe the progress he's seeing. Alistair tilts his head, curious about this new Reaper technique. It sounds formidable. Soulbrand screams for him to focus on the flower first. Alistair leaps across the clearing, reaching for the vibrant orange petals. "Yes," the sword shouts. "The mana is peaking, harvest it now." Alistair smiles, tucking the blossom away. A successful hunt, a new skill, and a training dummy that didn't complain. Not a bad day. Soulbrand grumbles that no sane knight treats a golem like a toy. Alistair just laughs and holds the flower out to the hilt. The sword's pommel shifts like a mouth. Soulbrand is confused. Why is the boy trying to feed him the treasure? "You idiot, put it in the satchel," the sword yells. But as the flower touches the steel, a blinding magical light erupts. Back at the rift's edge, the gatekeeper jumps in surprise. He welcomes Alistair back, asking where the rest of the scouting party went. Alistair's face goes cold. He reveals they were jumped by a professional killer. The guard stammers, "It's impossible, the perimeter was secure." The boy tosses a cold, lifeless body onto the grass. He demands to know how an assassin slipped past the royal guard. The gatekeeper falls to his knees, begging for mercy for his failure. Alistair tells him to stand up. He isn't the one to blame. Alistair knows exactly who is behind this, using a disposable puppet to do the dirty work. That has Marquis Vane's signature all over it. He asks if there is a bounty on the killer's head. The guard nods quickly, promising to transfer the gold once the paperwork is filed. Arthur smirks, chillingly calm. It's over. He's finished him. Now he tells the commander to handle the rest of the squad however he wants. Traitors like them. They don't deserve to ever return to the House of Sterling. Blacksteel says it's great that Arthur is safe, but he's dying to know what the boys' next move is. Arthur isn't sure yet, but he's definitely curious about one thing. The look on Lady Seraphina's face when she realizes he's still breathing. The brother she wanted to erase so badly, she actually hired a professional hitman. Standing before the Grand Duke, Arthur doesn't hold back. He looks his older sister in the eye and demands she confess her crimes. The two of them stand before the old man as he asks again, what exactly did she do? Seraphina just stands there, biting her lip in tense silence. Furious, the Grand Duke roars, asking if she's gone deaf. She finally drops to her knees, apologizing before admitting she rigged the mission just to eliminate Arthur. She sent him on a fake trial of the sacred blade, and ordered the knights accompanying him to ambush him the moment his back was turned. The rest of the siblings are watching, and they are absolutely floored. The Grand Duke remains cold. Is that all? She whispers yes. The old man's eyes turn sharp. He tells her he'll get the real truth from someone else, and asks Arthur what his sister's actual mistake was. Arthur's voice is steady. Her mistake. She failed to finish the job. She used every dirty trick she had, and I'm still standing. That was her true failure. He reveals that his sister even hired a notorious criminal with a record, and yet he still survived. Seraphina is seething, her nails literally scratching the floor in rage. It doesn't make sense to her. He's just a tier 2 novice, a nobody. There is no way he could have slaughtered them all. The Grand Duke repeats the harsh truth. She failed to succeed. The younger siblings are in total shock. The elders stay eerily calm, while the Grand Duke agrees that Arthur's assessment is spot on. She authorized a sacred trial without permission. That means someone higher up the food chain was helping her pull the strings. She used hidden soldiers and a hired killer, and she still couldn't get it done. A total disgrace for House Valerius. Seraphina can only mutter that she's ashamed. The old man then asks Arthur if he knows what comes next. The boy doesn't hesitate. He's taking revenge for the attempt on his life. The Grand Duke challenges him, asking if he's actually strong enough to pull that off. Arthur is honest. Right now, no. The old man bursts out laughing. Seraphina has been tier 5 for ages and commands her own elite sword squad. You really think you can take them all down? Arthur just shrugs. Like I said, not yet. But give me a little time, he adds, and I'll make sure it happens. The Grand Duke smiles. He immediately strips Seraphina of 20 of her 55 knights and sentences her to 9 months of meditation in the silent vault. Clenching her fists with pure hatred, she says she will obey. The old man then orders everyone to clear out. The siblings bow to the patriarch and exit, but outside, Seraphina calls out Arthur's name. She sneers that 9 months will pass in a flash, and she'll be coming for him. Arthur just laughs it off. I'll give you the same fate I gave Hugo. Apparently, there was another arrogant brat who got a taste of his fist. Behind them, Hugo hears everything and is absolutely fuming. Seraphina just smiles. Is Arthur really this confident just because he beat that trash Hugo? She tells him that unlike Magnus and Hugo, who are useless, she is definitely going to end him once those 9 months are up. She gives him a wicked smile, saying she's not a nice person. Arthur just grins back, saying he's looking forward to seeing who actually ends up dead. Meanwhile, a man bursts into the guard house, yelling for the commander. The boss wakes up and asks what's so important at this hour. Melvin asks, who are the most annoying bastards on the most wanted list? The commander sighs. Silas and the butcher Malachar. Then Melvin drops the bombshell. The butcher is dead. a Tier 4 criminal officially taken off the board. The commander jumps out of bed. The assassin! Someone actually got him. Melvin confirms the scum with the massive bounty is gone for good. The commander demands to know how it happened and where. The news. It went down in the Shadow Wilds. The youngest son of House Valerius took him down. The commander is completely stunned. He rubs his eyes, asking if it's that young master again. Melvin asks if the commander knows him. He explains that this is the same kid who stopped Sila's. Melvin is staggered. The youngest, not his older siblings. The commander nods. He just hit Tier 2 and still managed to slaughter the butcher. The man calls Arthur a total monster. Melvin can't wrap his head around it. Is it even possible for a 15-year-old boy to do something that insane? The commander just sighs. That's why he's a freak of nature. Meanwhile, Arthur checks his status. He's already jumped to Tier 3. Arthur tells Blacksteel that things are starting to get a bit boring. The sword asks if his sister's downfall isn't a good thing. The boy remembers the Grand Duke's words about her having help. Blacksteel asks if that means there's a bigger player trying to kill him. Arthur says it's likely, though he can't guess who it is yet. Suddenly, a voice interrupts him. It's Sir Cedric, standing in his room looking serious. He asks his brother what happened and why Seraphina was kneeling in disgrace. Arthur notices Cedric just got back from a mission. He tells his brother to take a seat. It's a long and wild story. Cedric is horrified to learn their sister tried to have Arthur killed. He looks at his brother, worried. 9 months is a short time. What are you going to do? Arthur knows he has to face her properly now. Cedric warns him, though Lady Alara has a small army of knights at her beck and call. He's determined to help the household and asks what it'll take to settle the score. But let's be real, Arthur nearly died. A simple "I'm sorry" isn't going to cut it. Cedric takes a breath, stands tall, and reminds him of the family creed. Strength above all else. Absolute duty. He even apologizes for not realizing how Arthur truly felt. Arthur just brushes it off, thanking him for actually caring for once. Cedric tells him to reach out if things get heavy. Arthur thanks him, but tells the man to go get some sleep. He looks like he's about to collapse from exhaustion. He agrees with a tired smile. But Obsidian, the sword senses Cedric is still on edge. Arthur knows why. He's different now. A few months ago, he wouldn't have stood up for himself like this. Cedric finally heads out. He almost feels bad for his former self, but that kid is long gone. Time for a checkup. The system interface blazes to life. His stats, absolutely sky-high now. Everything is over 30. Obsidian chimes in, telling him it's time to use that Dawnbloom flower he grabbed. The sword asks if he even knows how to prep it. Do it right, and his mana and aura levels will go through the roof. Arthur is all in. He begs Obsidian to show him the ropes, and honestly, the sword sounds pretty hyped to teach him. He explains that the Dawnbloom should be handled just like any other high-tier medicinal herb. Just channel some aura to refine it, then eat the powder. Simple, right? But Arthur hates the idea of choking down dry dust and asks if he can just mix it with water. Obsidian is losing his mind. But Arthur, he's already pouring boiling water over the powder, claiming it's basically just healthy herbal tea. The sword is absolutely fuming at the disrespect. Arthur doesn't care one bit. He downs the tea, and boom, the system rewards him with 20 points in mana sensitivity and aura resistance. Turns out, he actually consumed the Dawnbloom perfectly on his first try. His sensitivity to the 4 main elements jumps by 20 points. Obsidian is in total shock that the tea actually worked. Arthur can't help but smirk. The sword thought it knew everything, but the system says Arthur's the genius here. Obsidian just yells back that he got lucky. Sure, buddy. Arthur just laughs and tells the sword to start trusting him. Then he asks about this elemental sensitivity thing. Obsidian explains he can now infuse 4 different elements into his aura. He could even summon spirits. Arthur is floored. That kind of power is usually reserved for legendary knights. Obsidian admits he's clueless on the how. He's a blade, not a wizard. None of his old masters were ever spirit callers. Arthur gets annoyed because the sword sounds so disappointed in him. Fine then, he'll just have to find a spirit master to teach him. Obsidian actually agrees for once. But hey, that's a problem for future Arthur. While he's wondering what to train next, there's a knock. It's Sir Alistair. Arthur lets him in, and the knight asks how he's holding up after the drama. Arthur tells him he's fine, and to stop worrying so much. Alistair isn't having it. That situation was life or death. Obsidian is actually impressed. The guy is a seriously dedicated bodyguard. Then the sword has a bright idea. Why not ask Alistair to help him train? Arthur isn't so sure. Suddenly, a new quest pops up. He has to clear 20 rank 2 dungeons and take down the bosses. Reward, a massive 700-point title. The catch, he has to do it all by his lonesome. Arthur is sweating, that's a lot of solo work. Obsidian confirms the worst. If anyone helps him, the mission is a bust. Alistair calls his name, snapping him back to reality. Arthur smiles, tells the sword he's down for the challenge, and asks Alistair for a major favor. The system starts feeding him the dungeon layout and monster data. 50 monsters total, and right on cue, a massive creature starts charging. Obsidian analyzes the threat. Orcs are all muscle and no brains. Dodge the first swing, then end it. The beast is roaring, getting closer by the second. Arthur steps aside, hammers the orc with a heavy strike, and thinks Alistair really picked a perfect training ground. Obsidian is offended. Why are you thanking him? He snaps. The system is doing all the heavy lifting. Arthur doesn't mind. The faster he clears this, the better. Obsidian thinks he's getting a bit ahead of himself, though. Still, the system hasn't steered him wrong yet. Though looking in a mirror, Arthur admits he looks more like a common bandit than a noble. He has to roll with it, though. He needs to protect the secret identity Alistair set up. Flashback to a few days ago, Alistair delivers the forged papers. A rank 3 sellsword named Sela's Thorn, 28 years old, no family ties. Arthur is impressed by how fast he worked. Alistair warns him that while he can hide his face, that dark, heavy aura of his is a total giveaway. He asks how Arthur plans to hide it. Arthur just tells him to watch and learn. Then, he pulls out a rare void satchel. Alistair's jaw literally hits the floor. Arthur pulls out a mysterious mask, grinning as he realizes he's just stumbled upon a total game-changer. Sir Alistair stares, confused, asking if that simple piece of wood is really just a mask. In a heartbeat, Arthur puts it on and transforms into Julian. Alistair is completely floored. How did he change his entire identity that fast? The boy just laughs. He's already found a way to mask his essence, and get this, he can even change the color of his nightly aura to throw everyone off his scent. Alistair admits he's never seen an artifact this powerful in all his years. Arthur smirks, knowing the disguise is perfect, and Alistair agrees, no one in the kingdom will ever recognize him now. Arthur pulls the mask off, letting his true face show once more. He tells the knight that he's the only person in the world who knows about this secret. When Alistair asks why he'd share something so dangerous, Arthur's answer is simple. Because I trust you. It catches the veteran knight completely off guard. Arthur gives him a knowing smile, reminding Alistair that he isn't just a servant, he's his personal sworn protector. He warned him the moment they took on this divine quest that things were about to get crazy. Alistair nearly starts shouting, remembering it's only been a single day since Arthur absolutely crushed the young Lord Harold in their duel. If missions are already piling up like this, it can only mean trouble. Arthur just shrugs, telling Alistair he didn't realize the man had been so worried about him that day. He knows the knight is technically following the Duke's orders, but Arthur can tell Alistair is the first person who actually gives a damn about his well-being. And honestly, Alistair knows it too. Arthur thanks him for staying loyal, and the knight immediately drops to one knee, swearing to protect the boy with his very life. Alistair sees something legendary in Arthur. He decides right then and there that he won't tell a soul, not even the patriarch, about the secrets he witnessed. After all, if the future of their house needs to stay in the shadows, he's going to make sure those shadows stay dark. Next up, Arthur wants to dive into Tier 2 dungeons. Alistair's jaw drops. Arthur's officially just a Tier 1 swordsman, even if he did somehow take out 2 Tier 4 assassins recently. Rumors are already spreading like wildfire. If Arthur shows up at a high-level dungeon as himself, people are going to start asking way too many questions. And Arthur's done with the games. He's not interested in giving his enemies another clean shot at his life. Alistair nods, finally getting the plan. He promises to scout out a dungeon immediately so Arthur can get back to the grind. Arthur adds one more condition. It has to be a dungeon with a boss. No easy mode here. Alistair just sighs and agrees. Sable, the spirit within the blade, watches the exchange. He knows Alistair is the real deal. That man will take Arthur's secrets to the grave. He's officially part of the inner circle. Fast forward, and the system updates. Arthur is deep in a dungeon crawling with 50 monsters. He's already thinned the herd by 13, but he knows they need to move. There's a long road ahead. A pack of orcs charges in. Arthur doesn't even flinch, his hand already tightening on his hilt as his kill count starts climbing. More monsters swarm him, but Arthur's as cool as ice. He doesn't move an inch until the last possible second. Instead of being worried, he actually smiles. Are these things really grouping up just to save him the time of hunting them down? He lunges, and the slaughter begins. Having a minimap is basically a cheat code. Arthur laughs as he clears the room. Sable grumbles from the sword, calling it exactly that, total cheating. He keeps tearing through them. Anyone who gets close gets a blade to the throat until 40 orcs are lying dead at his feet. He finally shears his sword, breathing a bit heavy. Sable notes that he's crossed 40 kills already. Arthur wipes his brow, ready for the main event, time to find the boss. Right on cue, the map pings. The dungeon's ruler has finally decided to show his face. Arthur moves in. A warning flashes. This boss is a shield specialist. Sable is practically screaming in annoyance that the system is literally handing Arthur a strategy guide on a silver platter. Since this guy is a defensive pro, landing a clean hit is going to be a nightmare unless Arthur can find a way to shatter his stance. The giant orc glares at him with pure malice. Arthur just sighs. He's got to repeat this entire boss fight 19 more times to finish his training. The orc lets out a bone-chilling growl. "Let's go," Arthur says, charging headfirst. He slams into the massive shield, and the force sends both of them sprawling to the dirt. The beast is fast, though. It rolls back to its feet, lets out a deafening roar, and comes charging right back at him. Arthur dances around the incoming strikes. This thing's defense is legendary. Fighting it head-on is a complete waste of energy. Sable asks what the hell he's planning. Arthur just smiles, asking the blade if it remembers that devastating skill they used on the golem. It's time for an encore. The system sinks, channeling speed and pure weight into his blade. Arthur preps a vertical slash, screaming that he's going to break this boss's guard once and for all. He brings the sword down like a falling mountain. The orc tries to hide behind its shield, but it's useless. The force of the blow hammers the creature straight into the ground. For a second, there's just pure desperation in the monster's eyes. Then, boom, a massive explosion rocks the chamber, and the system confirms, dungeon cleared. The boss is a corpse before it even realizes it lost. One dungeon down, 19 to go. Arthur nods to himself. It's a solid start. He wipes the sweat away, feeling the rush. Sable remarks that the boy is turning into a literal monster, but Arthur just shrugs. When he burns all his mana, he's basically unstoppable. Suddenly, something shiny in the dirt catches his eye. He walks over and loots a belt right off the boss's body. Sable scoffs, calling him brave for rummaging through monster remains like a common thief. Arthur ignores the shade and asks Lyra to appraise it. She gives him a hard time, noting how he's only ever polite when he wants a favor. The results are in. It's the Orc Vanguard's belt. It's a rare tier item that pumps up his mental fortitude and his stamina. Sable whistles. Even the grumpy sword spirit has to admit, that's a pretty incredible find for a day's work. Alistair wipes his brow, noting that the rift was actually perfect for some real-world combat practice. Obsidian, his sentient blade, just scoffs, telling him he should be thanking the system for the opportunity. But then, a sudden, sharp noise echoes through the chamber. Alestair realizes the entire rift is starting to unravel now that the boss has been dealt with. Obsidian doesn't waste time, telling him they need to move since the mission is officially over. Our boy nods and steps through the shimmering portal. Outside, the group of adventurers who entered with him are standing there, absolutely stunned, wondering what the hell just happened in there. That rift closed way too fast. One guy even mumbles that he felt like he was being possessed by a damn ghost while inside. Alestair, he just stands there with a satisfied smirk. Sir Cedric is beyond thrilled to see his master return safely, praising him for a job well done. Alestair simply offers a polite bow in return. Cedric insists it's just his duty to serve, but he's dying to know, did the young lord gain much experience? Alestair casually drops the bombshell. He took down the boss and 40 shadow goblins all by himself. The old knight is practically vibrating with shock. He asks if Alestair formed a temporary squad inside, but the boy just shrugs. No, he did every single bit of it solo. Cedric is left reeling, wondering how on earth someone with this kind of raw talent was treated like a common peasant until now. He bows low, vowing to find another rift for his master as fast as humanly possible. This is his shot to finally serve a true legend in the making. Not long after, the system chimes in with another report. Another rift successfully cleared. That makes 4 out of 20. Obsidian asks if Cedric is actually happy just playing scout for the boy, but Cedric doesn't mind. He's never seen Alestair look this genuinely happy before. Cedric even asks a heavy question. Would he prefer a rift where a partner might die, or one where he faces death entirely alone? The blade notes that it feels like the old man is handpicking the most brutal rifts on purpose, just to test him. Alestair doesn't mind, though. He says they're perfect for sharpening his skills. But today, something feels seriously off in the air. Obsidian asks what's wrong. Alestair points out the dark, hollow expressions on the people around them. Obsidian wonders if they're just not used to the terror of the rifts yet. Now that the blade thinks about it, that last group inside had a weird dynamic, splitting into 3 distinct roles. Some were there to kill, some to bait the monsters, and others just to watch from the shadows. Suddenly, a rough voice bellows Alestair's name, making Obsidian jump. This thug claims the area belongs to him, and he'll graciously let Alestair walk away, for a small 80% tax. Our boy is genuinely confused, but the man snaps at him to stop playing dumb. 80% of all loot and mana crystals, or things get ugly. Mind your own business if you don't want to see blood, he sneers. He even offers Alestair a spot in his syndicate if he learns to obey. Obsidian is losing his mind at the audacity. Alestair finally puts the pieces together. This is why everyone here looks so miserable. They're all being bled dry. The man demands an answer, but Alestair has seen this type of filth 1,000 times in his past life. Scumbags who prey on the weak to build their own little empires of servitude. The man emphasizes his point with a threat. If the boy refuses, he's a dead man. Alestair just stares. This guy is a total piece of work. Waving him off like a fly, Alestair tells him he's busy and to go play with his little slaves. The thug loses it and swings a punch, but Alestair dodges it like it's nothing. Before the guy can even blink, Alestair is behind him. A heavy strike to the back of the head, and the man collapses into the dirt, out cold. Obsidian is impressed. Beautiful strike, seriously satisfying. Alestair just grunts. Violence is the only language people like that understand. Obsidian notices the other thugs are closing in, and Alestair's already ahead of him. The blade asks if he's leaving, but Alestair isn't done yet. He knows exactly who these bastards are. The kind of people who step on the neck of the weak just to get ahead. Theft, blackmail, murder, they'll do anything for a gold coin. It's not a guild, it's a glorified pyramid scheme. Obsidian asks if they're trying to hoard the whole rift for themselves. Precisely. That's their game, overwhelming people with numbers. That arrogant prick is likely a full member of their syndicate. The rest of them, just poor souls forced into slavery because they weren't strong enough to fight back. Obsidian says they need to be driven out, but Alistair has a different plan. He doesn't want the pawns, he's hunting for the real boss. Obsidian is absolutely fuming. The man staggers back to his feet, growling that the sneak attack was cute, but the boy shouldn't have dared touch him. Now he's going to tear Alistair apart. Our boy is actually impressed the guy survived that hit. A lackey rushes over, warning his captain that this kid isn't normal. He cleared a Rift boss solo, the boy cries out. The leader just glares, his ego bruised. He grabs the kid by the throat, screaming at him to shut his mouth. He claims he took down a rank 4 beast just the other day. To him, it's all the same. Ambushing someone and having actual power are two very different things in his delusional head. The boy screams in pure terror. The leader roars to the crowd that anyone who doesn't work will be executed, and the terrified slaves can only nod. Obsidian notes the guy's misplaced confidence and asks if Alistair is really going through with this. The boys answer, a cold yes. The slaves are forced to charge, screaming for him to die as they unleash their magic. A massive explosion rocks the clearing. The man smirks, thinking Alistair paid the price for playing the hero, but then the blood drains from his face. Alistair has completely vanished. Where is he? He screams, but it's too late. Alistair is already moving through them like a shadow, blade ready. He strikes one down instantly. Very few in this world can match his true rank. Seething with rage, the man bellows one last curse before collapsing to his knees in total defeat. Arthur steps forward with a cold gaze, claiming he is nothing more than a third-tier knight just passing through these lands. He turns to the thugs, warning them that if they don't walk away now, they won't walk away at all. Silas is trembling on the ground as Arthur demands his name. The man stammers out that his name is Silas, and the young knight immediately asks which flag he serves under. He tries to claim he is with the Viper Syndicate, but Arthur doesn't buy the lie, forcing him to admit he truly belongs to the Iron Shackle Guild. Arthur recognizes that name instantly. Shadowflame asks if the guild is famous, and Arthur explains it is a massive, multi-layered organization that has grown like a plague. The sentient blade wonders if this group is as powerful as Arthur's own noble family, House Sterling. Not even close, Arthur scoffs. He asks if the rest of the scum are also Iron Shackle members, and a sweating Silas confirms they created front guilds to hoard every crypt in the region. They have 8 different factions operating under one banner. Arthur points to the other prisoners, asking if they are part of the scheme as well. Silas reveals they forced those poor souls to join, using crushing debts and threats against their families to brainwash them into service. Arthur's blood boils as he demands to know who gave the order, but the terrified man can only stammer that he has no idea. Silas insists they never see the Grandmaster's face. Arthur grips his hilt, realizing this coward is just a pawn who doesn't know the real leader. Desperate for his life, Silas begs for mercy, claiming he has told Arthur everything and should be allowed to crawl away. But Arthur's blade flashes in a sudden horizontal arc, ending him where he stands. A bystander mutters that a traitor who sells out his own kind doesn't deserve to breathe. Our hero realizes that taking down one low-level rat isn't going to do anything to stop the Iron Shackle Guild's influence. Suddenly, a surprise quest appears before him. Mission: topple the Iron Shackle Guild. The reward: 700 points and 2 legendary mystery prizes. Arthur is stunned by the scale of it. Shadowflame notes that those rewards are top tier and asks if he is in. Arthur doesn't hesitate to accept. However, the Grandmaster of the Iron Shackle is a cautious snake. If Arthur makes even one wrong move, the man will vanish into the shadows. The remaining recruits start panicking, falling to their knees and crying for Arthur to spare them from the same fate. Arthur gives them a strange command: go back to your masters and tell them you are desperate to join the inner circle of the Iron Shackle. The group is completely baffled. An old man realizes this is a chance to escape rock bottom and finally rise through the ranks of the underworld. Arthur tells them to act obedient and say they love how the guild monopolizes the local crypts. They all eagerly agree to the plan. Shadowflame asks if this news will actually reach the ears of Baron Valerius, and Arthur watches them scatter, confident that it will. The sword asks how he can be so sure, and Arthur reveals he read secret reports about these pyramid scheme guilds in his past life. He is certain there is at least one official guild spy hidden among that group of terrified recruits. Later, Arthur asks Lord Cedric if he knows about the Iron Shackle, explaining they are a corrupt organization that tried to ambush him in a crypt. Cedric pales with worry, frantically checking Arthur for injuries and threatening to call every healer in the kingdom to his side. Arthur says it isn't necessary and that he is perfectly fine. Shadowflame observes that the old man's loyalty is actually quite touching. Cedric explains he has heard of these vultures. They trap people with predatory contracts for gear and then use massive interest rates to enslave them. Arthur demands more information, leaving Cedric confused about what the young knight is planning to do next. He wants to tear the whole thing down. Too many innocent people are being forced into those dangerous crypts against their will. Cedric is stunned, asking if Arthur really wants to destroy an entire guild for the sake of commoners. Arthur simply says he hates their methods. Shadowflame mocks him, saying it is mostly for the quest, but Cedric's hand starts shaking with emotion as he stands up and shouts that Arthur is incredible. He is overwhelmed by the thought of a noble from House Sterling actually caring about the pain of the common people. To Cedric, Arthur possesses a rare talent and a golden heart, the kind of leader he has been searching for his entire life. He truly believes Arthur is the only one who can save House Sterling from its own dark history. Shadowflame laughs because Cedric is looking at Arthur like he is a hero. The old man bows deeply, promising to find every bit of dirt on that guild. Arthur gives a nervous thanks, while Cedric beams with absolute admiration for his young master. Then the knight tells him there is a specific rumor he wants the man to spread. Cedric listens intently, though he looks a bit confused by the request. 1 month later at the Iron Shackle headquarters, a man gazes out the window, asking his subordinate if anyone new has applied to join their ranks. The master asks about the candidate's skill, and the scout reports a man who cleared a boss room solo and toyed with their elite members. They did a full background check and confirmed the person has no ties to any major noble association or knightly order. He is a powerful fourth circle warrior. Curious, the master asks why such a talent wants to join them, and the scout says the man admires their ruthless control over the crypts. Rumor has it he is a greedy gambler who loves the idea of hoarding ether crystals and gold. He only cares about the money. He sounds like exactly their kind of man. The master smiles and tells his subordinate to bring the person to him at once. Arthur clears the 9th vault of 20, and Obsidian notes he's moving at a terrifying pace. The lad just smirks. Sir Julian has been hunting down these dens with a real hunger lately. The blade whispers that something feels wrong. A full month has passed, and yet not a single whisper from the Iron Syndicate. Silence, total silence. Arthur isn't worried, says it'll be sorted soon. He's got intel. Obsidian's curious. What kind of intel are we talking about? A voice cuts through the air, calling for Arthur. There it is. Word on the street is the Iron Syndicate is finally looking for new blood. A man approaches Arthur and introduces himself as Thomas, an envoy from the Iron Syndicate. Arthur plays it cool. Honestly, I thought you lot had forgotten about me. Thomas doesn't blink. He just says if Arthur hasn't changed his mind about joining the fold, he'd better start walking. Arthur stops him. Why now? Why wait a whole month? Thomas offers a stiff apology, warning that Arthur will regret it if he turns this down. And why should I trust a word you say? Arthur asks. Thomas reaches out, handing over a shimmering enchanted gem, a peace offering. There's another one waiting if Arthur decides to follow. Tossing the gem in his hand, Arthur chuckles. Well now, Thomas certainly knows how to play the game. Thomas smiles, thinking the boy is just another gold-hungry mercenary. Follow me, he says. I've got a carriage waiting just outside. Sir Julian steps up, insisting on coming along. Arthur looks him over. You remember your part in this, don't you? Mounted on a swift, disguised steed, Julian nods. He's heading for Castle Blackwood, the hidden outpost right near the Syndicate's heart. Arthur tells Julian to wait for the signal before making his move. Then they arrive. Thomas gestures toward the grand staircase. The master is waiting for you above. Arthur walks in, a dark thought crossing his mind. This mission is going to end much faster than I originally planned. Obsidian is intrigued. All right, kid, what's the play here? Arthur just tells the sword to sit back and watch the show. Lord Sterling welcomes him with open arms, but Arthur isn't buying it. Your invitation was a bit late for me to be jumping for joy, my lord. Sterling just smiles, says he needed time. Obsidian realizes they were doing a deep background check. Arthur confirms it. These villains, they're incredibly careful. Sterling gets straight to the point. He wants Arthur in the Syndicate and promises him the world, but there's a catch. Arthur needs to prove his worth first, but Arthur interrupts, says he hates waiting, regardless of the pay. Sterling looks completely baffled. You've checked my history, Arthur says, leaning in. Now it's my turn to see what your group can actually do. The demand, 40 rank 2 vaults, bosses included. If you can hand those over in 2 weeks, I'm your man. Obsidian is floored. Is this what you meant by ending things early? Arthur just grins. Exactly. Why work hard when you can use villains to do the heavy lifting? Sterling scoffed. 40? Only a massive power like the Ravencrest dynasty could manage a feat like that. Arthur doesn't miss a beat. Why are you comparing yourself to a pathetic house like that? Sterling bursts out laughing. You're absolutely mad, boy. Obsidian is starting to have doubts. Not going to lie, I'm genuinely confused about who the real villain is in this room. Arthur stays deadly serious. I thought you had more influence. Sterling counters. How are they supposed to survive if they give away all their resources to him? Arthur's pitch is simple. He has nothing now, but Sterling will gain the ultimate tool, an intelligent, lethal servant who follows every command. Sterling's smile returns, sharp and dangerous. And I take it you're referring to yourself. Arthur nods, thinking to himself that he'll be the very tool that guts this place from the inside. Sterling offers 10 vaults. Arthur counters. 12. No deal. Not for a single vault less than 12. Take it or leave it. Sterling asks if the boy is really trying to hustle him. 11, that is my final offer. Arthur smiles. If that's the best you can do, then fine. Arthur tells the Lord he'll be waiting for the call, and he better not be late this time. Arthur walks out and slams the heavy doors shut. Immediately, Thomas drops to one knee, apologizing to Sterling for the boy's blatant disrespect. He had no idea the lad would be such an arrogant, rude bastard. Sterling just chuckles. He's interesting. I like ambition, especially when it's framed like that. People are useless, but tools. They need more tools like him. Thomas worries about the 11 vaults, but Sterling silences him. The boy is sharp, Sterling admits. But if he fails to deliver, we'll make sure his death is the most agonizing thing imaginable. He orders the 11 vaults to be prepared by tomorrow morning, along with some backup to keep an eye on him. Thomas bows in agreement. Sterling's eyes gleam. He wants to see exactly how sharp this new blade of his really is. Back outside, Obsidian asks why he started at 40. Arthur just shrugs. I knew they'd lowball me. You have to aim for the stars to hit the ceiling. Obsidian just sighs. Sometimes, I really can't tell which one of you is the bigger monster. The sword is dying to see the looks on their faces when Arthur finally stabs them in the back. Arthur's response, won't be long now. He signals Sir Julian. Find Baron Blackwood's base. There should be documents there, evidence against the Iron Syndicate. Julian pulls on his gloves, ready for work. Consider it done. The sun sets, and by the next morning. Arthur is standing in the heart of a rank 2 vault. He's impressed. 11 vaults secured in a single day. I have to give it to them. They move fast. Lord Alistair whispers that there is a man just ahead. He looks exactly like the poor soul they encountered back in the depths of that first dungeon. It is Thomas, the knight who was far too kind for his own good. Arthur wonders why on earth he is here. The man looks hollow, like a ghost of himself. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 realizes the Duke's twisted pyramid scheme finally snared him. He was a sincere man, but this world has no mercy for the soft-hearted. Arthur is absolutely seething. Those bastards. But 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 pulls him back. Now is not the time to lose control. They cannot tear down the Duke's house yet. One reckless move and the entire infiltration is ruined. He has to play the fool and stay strong. "Arthur," a voice bellows. It is Sir Cedric, claiming he is there to guide the boy. He asks with a smirk if Arthur enjoyed the slaughter. Arthur plays confused. Cedric laughs, boasting that he gathered as many hounds as possible. He shouts for the men to fan out and bait the monsters. He turns to Arthur, explaining that these commoners are just tools to lure the beasts. They are nothing more than expendable hounds. Cedric adds they will even harvest the ether shards, so Arthur can focus solely on the kill. Arthur asks coldly if the Duke ordered this hospitality. The man gives a greasy smile. He claims his master demanded Arthur receive the royal treatment. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 doesn't buy a word of it. There is a hidden motive behind this sudden kindness. Arthur silently agrees. The Duke wants to keep a close eye on him. Fine, let him watch. It is actually a relief to have the enemy's eyes fixed right where Arthur wants them. This way, he will see exactly when Arthur decides to burn House Sterling to the ground. Arthur gets to work, carving through the dungeon. Finally, the 20th dungeon is cleared. Arthur drives his blade into the dirt and collapses onto the grass, exhausted but victorious. The Sovereign Codex pulses, mission complete. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 is stunned. He managed to tear through the remaining dungeons in just 11 days. That speed is inhuman. For his efforts, he earns 700 points and the title Veteran of the Bloodlands. Every stat increases by 1. Arthur admits the mission was useful, but it left a bitter taste. Watching men like Thomas risk their lives for him was a heavy price to pay. But the hour has come. He opens his status window. Age 16, rank 3. His shadow blade technique has officially ascended to rank 2. His power has surged, and he has 1,500 points to spend. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 warns him. Duke Sterling is rank 5, and Cedric is rank 4. He needs to spend his points before the blades clash. Arthur decides to elevate his swordsman physique and mana to the intermediate level. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 nods in approval. Since Arthur fights with raw sword energy, he needs a body that can handle the strain. The codex flashes. Arthur's body begins to evolve to match his new rank. He sits in the eye of the storm, perfectly calm. 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒅 is just glad his pupil is finally an intermediate rank. The boy feels the power surging through his veins. He is stronger than ever, and surprisingly, the transformation was painless. Sir Cedric approaches, praising Arthur for a job well done. Arthur gives a short thanks. Cedric asks if the boy has plans now that the trials are over. Arthur's eyes turn like flint. He says it is time to visit the person he has missed so dearly. He goes to face Duke Sterling, who remarks that it has been a long time. Arthur acts, thanking the Duke for making the dungeons so easy. Sterling mocks him for being so formal all of a sudden. Arthur retorts that he cannot speak casually about a goal he has bled for his entire life. The Duke bellows with laughter, calling him a natural politician. Then Arthur's tone shifts. He has one question. Sterling, feeling generous, tells him to ask away. After all, they are family now. Arthur asks how Thomas ended up serving this house. The Duke looks blank until Cedric clarifies. Oh, that idiot who tried to help a prisoner escape. Sterling erupts in laughter again. He calls Thomas a pathetic bastard who tried to play hero and ended up enslaved to the house, along with his young daughter. Arthur is frozen in shock. Sterling continues, boasting about how the man trembled when he threatened the girl. Now, both of them serve the house just to keep each other alive. They are fools, thinking that working together will help them escape the Duke's shadow faster. This entire guild was built on the backs of such morons. Now, the Duke has a task. Arthur must eliminate Lord Lyell from the royal search party. Instead of answering, Arthur pulls out his communication stone. The Duke stares, utterly confused. "What are you doing, boy?" Sterling growls. Arthur simply places the stone on the table. A voice crackles through. It is Julian. "Did you call, young master?" Arthur asks if he found them. Julian confirms he has every secret document and ledger hidden in the Duke's vault. He also secured the records of every bribe paid to the association. Arthur asks what the next move should be. Julian says the choice is his. Arthur thanks him, while Cedric and the Duke turn purple with rage. The Duke screams, demanding to know who Arthur really is. Arthur doesn't waste words. He summons the Silver Knight and moves like a lightning strike. Crack! The two men are sent hurtling across the room. They slam into the stone wall, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. "You absolute trash," Arthur spits. "How does it feel to be hit from the shadows?" Sterling snarls a curse, but Alistair warns Arthur to stay focused. The ambush was perfect, but a rank 5 master doesn't die that easily. Sterling heaves the rubble off his chest, gasping for air. What are you?" Absolutely livid. The man demands to know if Arthur is from the Knight's Order, if Commander Julian was the one who sent him. Arthur just scoffs, telling him he has no way of knowing. That was the final straw. Baron Blackwood stands up, snarling that he's going to tear the boy to bloody pieces. The man charges with pure murderous intent, but Arthur isn't backing down. He calls upon the storm's breath, and suddenly the king's radiance flares to life. Blackwood freezes. He wasn't expecting that. Seizing the moment, Arthur prepares a devastating vertical strike, pouring every ounce of mana and strength into his blade. One hit, that's all it took. Blackwood is desperate, screaming in agony as the blow lands. Arthur steadies himself, his breathing heavy but precise. The Blade of Shadows chimes in, noting the Baron's internal organs are shredded because he forced his own power too hard. This is the opening Arthur needs. The sentient sword warns him. The bastard is trying to compress his mana for a final, desperate strike. He's stronger than he looks. The blade tells Arthur he has two choices. Use the flexible steel to parry, or just crush him with a direct, overwhelming frontal assault. Arthur knows there's no more time for games, only one way out. Blackwood lunges forward, screaming about total annihilation, but Arthur charges right back at him. Boom! The collision triggers a massive explosion of mana. As the dust settles, the sword screams for Arthur to stay low. The dark bolt activates. Arthur launches the projectile at point-blank range. The Baron tries to shield himself, but it's far too late. Total devastation. His arm literally disintegrates as his blade shatters into 1,000 pieces. Blackwood hits the dirt, clutching his ruin of a body and howling in pain. Arthur walks over slowly. The broken man begs him to wait, desperate to know what he wants. Arthur just removes his mask and stares him down. He admits he despises his noble family with a passion, but there's one specific house motto that he actually lives by. Blackwood is horrified. His attacker is just a child. Arthur whispers the words, "Never show mercy to the enemy, even at the gates of death." The man's eyes go wide. That's the creed of the Sterling family, the legendary house of the divine sword. Arthur draws his steel, refusing to let the Baron spend a single day relaxing in a dungeon cell. Mission accomplished. The threat is gone for good. 700 merit points and 2 secret rewards. Arthur finally lets out a breath, relieved that all that brutal effort actually paid off. He's completely drained. Pushing his mana that far has left his body feeling like lead. The Blade of Shadows mocks him for being winded after just one real fight. Arthur doesn't care. He already sent word to Sir Alistair, so backup is coming. "I'm going to wake up in the infirmary again, aren't I?" Yep. Arthur drifts off and wakes up in a familiar bed. Sir Alistair is right there, alongside Cedric, looking incredibly relieved. Then the lecturing starts. Alistair yells that the boy needs to stop being so reckless. Apparently, he passed out cold in the slums last time too. Arthur expected the scolding, but then he spots a stranger standing in the corner. A tall, imposing man. Arthur asks who he is, and the man introduces himself as Commander Julian of the High Order. He steps forward, offering his genuine thanks. Arthur is caught off guard. He has no idea why a high commander is thanking him. Julian explains he was investigating the Serpent Syndicate for their crimes, but the corruption went so deep he couldn't get any traction. The syndicate had spies inside the Knights Association itself. Every time Julian moved, they were tipped off. It was a complete stalemate. But Arthur, he ended the whole thing alone. He didn't just stop the criminals, he recovered the ledger that proves everything. Thanks to his bravery, over 400 people held captive by the Serpent Syndicate are finally walking free. The documents Arthur found allowed the Crown to annul every illegal contract and pay out full compensation to the victims. Arthur finally smiles. Thomas and his young daughter are among the survivors. The reunion is heart-wrenching as the father breaks down in tears. Even Thomas's daughter can't hold back her emotions. The nightmare is finally over for them. Alastair mentions that the entire capital is buzzing about Arthur. I mean, defeating a Tier 5 threat at 16 years old. That's unheard of. Julian adds that it's not just about the power. Arthur's sense of justice, and the fact that he fought until the end earned him the commander's respect. Arthur is stunned. If everyone knows, that means his father definitely knows too. People are calling him a prodigy for taking down multiple high-tier targets. He can't believe it. Julian reveals that Blackwood was just a fake name for a notorious Tier 5 fugitive. They checked the records and confirmed his identity. Julian promises that the massive bounty on the criminal's head will be transferred to Arthur soon. The guards bid him a respectful farewell, telling the young hero to get some rest. Arthur thanks them as the room finally empties out. The system pings, mission complete. Arthur sighs, satisfied, while the Blade of Shadows tells him to hurry up and check the new loot. The notification pops up. Arthur has deeply moved and shocked the hearts of the people. Because of the public impact, he's granted a massive 10,000 merit point bonus. The Blade of Shadows is absolutely floored by the amount. Arthur was just focused on surviving, but he'll take the extra rewards any day. Now, it's time to choose a card for the secret prize. The Blade tells him to just pick one and get it over with. Arthur chooses, and it's a common stone. The sword actually starts celebrating. Arthur is annoyed, but the sentient blade is thrilled. It thinks Arthur's lucky streak finally broke, and even a genius needs to fail once in a while. Not backing down, Arthur reaches for the second card. Let's see what happens next. Lord Grimshade grins, time for some rare loot. If the stars align, Alastair might just snag something legendary. He pulls out a prismatic core, its surface swirling with the raw power of fire, frost, wind, and stone. This isn't just a gem. It's a massive upgrade that sharpens his magical senses and hardens his body against elemental attacks. His sister Alara raises an eyebrow, noting he's managed to grab 2 attribute-based rewards back-to-back. You'd better find a high mage to look at that, brother, she warns. That's a lot of power to handle. Crush that stone, kid, Grimshade barks. It'll push your elemental affinity straight to the Knight Captain tier. You'll be a walking powerhouse. Alastair doesn't hesitate, not for a second. He clenches his fist, shattering the gem into stardust and inhaling the ancient spirits trapped within. Boom, his resistance and sensitivity both jump by 5 points instantly. Even the cursed blade has to admit, the boy is a natural-born success. But wait, there's more. One final prize. He unlocks the vault of 10,000 blades, and 2 shimmering tarot cards manifest in the air before him. The cursed sword whispers, "Choose wisely, boy. Both are one-of-a-kind treasures. Whichever path you take, you're becoming a monster." Alastair reaches out. The moment his fingers touch a card, the gates of the Sword King swing wide. Even Grimshade is floored. This shouldn't even be possible. Mastery unlocked, the horizon cleave. Knowledge floods his mind like a tidal wave, but the sheer weight of it, absolute agony. He clutches his head, hissing through the pain. "Steady now," Grimshade commands. "The system is just rewriting your soul to fit the technique. Just hang in there a little longer." Then the big reveal. The fourth of the 10,000 gates shatters, revealing his true path, the lightning brand. He receives the Stormbringer forms, a deadly mix of delight and thunder. Alice 𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 gasps. He can feel the sword's very essence tapping into his mind. Grimshade is losing his mind. He's never seen a sword path given as a mere reward. "Bow to the system, you lucky brat," he yells. Alistair just scoffs. "And which way is north exactly?" Later, in the grand hall of House Blackwood, the old Lord Stirling stares down his son. "Glad to see you're finally back on your feet," he mutters. Alistair kneels, cold as ice. His father leans back with a dangerous glint in his eye. "You've been doing some amusing things lately, haven't you?" A 16-year-old taking down a rank 5 master. No noble house in the entire kingdom has a child who can do that. "You didn't just win a duel, you dismantled several guilds at once." Alistair looks up, his voice steady. "I am a Blackwood of the Silver Blade. I did my duty. To insult me is to insult our bloodline. I simply defended our name." The old man actually chuckles. "Incredible, truly amazing." Alistair freezes, praise from him, but then the hammer drops. "The other noble houses think you're a fraud, especially your rivals. They doubt you ever beat a rank 5. "Let them talk their nonsense," Alistair snaps, his blood starting to boil. The patriarch stands, his presence suffocating. "It's a disgrace to my name to hear such lies, so I'm giving you an assignment to fix it. You're going to go out there and shut their mouths permanently." Alistair blinks. This doesn't sound like a simple errand. A rank 3 rift has just been unearthed in the Highlands. Uncharted, deadly, full of monsters no man has ever documented. The mana pressure is rank 4, which means there's a boss in there waiting for a head. I'm spreading word that you'll be leading the raid. And just like that, the rumors travel like wildfire through every noble court and tavern in the capital. Once those arrogant bastards hear you're going, they won't be able to resist. They'll flock to that dungeon just to watch you fail. "You want me to clear the entire thing?" Alistair asks. The patriarch nods. "No maps, no intel. Everyone starts on equal footing. Face them all. Crush the monsters and the rivals alike. Prove that nobody stands above the House of the Silver Blade." Grimshade is vibrating with rage. This old man is insane. You literally just left the infirmary and he's sending you into a death trap. "No reinforcements," the Lord commands. "You go solo, but I'll let you carry equipment up to rank 5. Don't embarrass me." Grimshade sighs. "That means it's just you and me, kid." Alistair pales. This makes his last mission look like a walk in the park. "And if I die in there?" Alistair challenges. His father doesn't even blink. "Then you were a failure. I have no room for pity for the weak." Grimshade is horrified that a father could say that about his own son, but Alistair's eyes turn dark. "I have to defeat him," he whispers. He looks at the cursed blade, his resolve hardening like steel. "One day, Grimshade, I'm going to take that man down. I'm going to defeat the patriarch." He turns back to his father. "Fine, I accept. I'll bring you the boss's head on a silver platter." Lord Stirling signals his guards to hand over the scrolls. Alistair walks out, burning with a new fire. He's going to change this rotten family or die trying. Back in the hall, the patriarch wears a twisted smirk. Will he survive? Or will he break? Honestly, it'd be a bit of a waste if he died just yet. Suddenly, bam, Alara kicks Alistair's door open. "Hey, ever heard of knocking?" he shouts, but she's already in his face, frantic. "Forget the door. Have you heard? The whole kingdom is screaming about our family." Alistair sighs. "The rumors about the guilds, the rank 5 killer. Yeah, I know, Alara." "No, the new asterisk one," she cries. "Word is you're heading into that uncharted rank 3 dungeon, alone." "I'm coming with you no matter what." She's terrified, and honestly, his squire is looking just as frightened. A rank 3 rift, 0 data, and a boss waiting at the end. All by himself. Alistair just grins. "Nothing I can't handle. Give me the mission info." His squire is trembling with worry, but Alistair just claps him on the shoulder. "Relax. I'm fully recovered and ready for a fight. Let's go make some history." Sir Gareth takes a shaky breath, the kind that says things are about to get ugly. He warns Alaric that this newly discovered rank 3 dungeon is a total mystery, and they have zero clue what kind of nightmares are lurking inside. The sentient blade, Voidbane, eyes the report and asks what Alaric really thinks. Does he recognize this death trap from his past life? The answer, a simple, chilling yes. Thorn, the spirit within the steel, gets hyped. Information is power, right? An unfair advantage. But Alaric just shakes his head. The intel he has, it's dangerously incomplete. Gareth looks lost, so Alaric drops the truth. In the original timeline, this dungeon collapsed. The raid failed, and the monsters inside escaped to slaughter everyone. The sword wonders, isn't having some early warning better than going in blind? Alaric agrees, at least he can prepare his countermove. Just then, his squire Arthur calls out to him. The guard mentions that only Alaric and Gareth have the royal clearance to enter, asking if he's okay with that. Alaric, calm as a winter morning, he's perfectly fine with it. He starts scribbling a list on a piece of parchment. "We move now," he says, handing it to Arthur. "Get every piece of gear on this list from the vault." And his advice for any pushback, just tell them it's a direct order from the Grand Duke. If the vault is empty, buy it, whatever the cost. Arthur's jaw hits the floor. What even is all this? Alaric's reply is cold. Everything we need to survive and clear that hellhole. Next day at the dungeon gates, the two meet up. Alaric wastes no time, asking Gareth what he actually told that man who visited him in the infirmary. The knight's response is simple. "I just told him the truth, my lord." Gareth explains he told everyone how Alaric stepped up to save the victims, fighting off the darkness entirely on his own. He emphasized the most important part. Alaric saved them without asking for a single coin. To Gareth, that's the definition of a noble heart. Alaric gets visibly twitchy. "I mean, that is what happened," he mumbles, while 𝑭𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 starts teasing him. The sword knows he only did it to complete a mission. But Gareth is dead serious. He told the truth, and now, half the kingdom is looking at Alaric like he's some kind of legendary hero. Of course, not everyone is buying the hype. Some skeptics are already whispering. Alaric is actually caught off guard by that. Right on cue, a group behind them starts gossiping. Is that really Lord Alaric? He doesn't look intimidating at all. 𝑭𝒂𝒊𝒍𝒚 notes that the boy is suddenly the talk of the town, all thanks to Gareth's PR work. It worked out, but Alaric can't help but notice his guard has changed. Back when they first met, the man barely said a word. Gareth sighs. House Silversteel. It's a powerful guild, sure, but it's also frozen and cruel, a place that values raw power over human life. That's the reputation, anyway. Alaric agrees. Then Gareth admits he wants to change things, but he knew a man like him didn't have the power to do it. He'd given up on hope, just going through the motions as a bodyguard when he was assigned to Alaric. His original orders from the Grand Duke: watch him, protect him, report everything. Gareth honestly thought Alaric was just another weak noble who just awakened his aura. Pointless to serve, really. He admits he thought the boy was a total fraud at first. But then, the ambush happened. Alaric stood his ground and told Gareth to protect the civilians first. In that moment, Gareth knew he'd found someone different. And when Lady Beatrice sent them on that suicide mission, Alaric actually cared if they lived. It's a reckless thing to admit out loud. But most in the house treat their soldiers like disposable tools. Alaric, he treats Arthur and Gareth as equals. Alaric thinks there's nothing special about it. He spent his whole past life being treated like trash and insulted daily. He just wants people to be treated like people. Gareth flashes back to the moment Alaric revealed the secret of his mask. After seeing the truth behind the boy, he swore an eternal oath of service. And that selfless hero act. That's when he decided to give his life for Alaric. To him, all that pretending meant nothing compared to this. Here stands someone who actually wants to tear down the old ways of House Silversteel. Someone with the exact same goal as Gareth. Alaric flashes a grin. "I'll do it." Gareth is stunned. "Do what?" Alaric's simple. He hates that family too. If he's going to fix the house, he'll make it a place where a knight is treated like a man, not just a weapon to be used and broken. He's going to prove that humanity matters more than strength. Hearing this, Gareth drops to one knee. He's all in. "Time to focus on the job," Alaric says, pulling him back to reality. Gareth nods, then a voice calls out. It's Lady Alara. Gareth is shocked, and Alaric is just wondering what on earth this girl is doing there. She starts ranting immediately. Alaric teases her about which name she's using today, and she snaps back that she's always been Alara. Our boy just laughs it off. She screams that she sacrificed her beauty sleep to train and keep up with him, and he doesn't even have the decency to care. Alaric is just confused. She storms off in a huff, shouting that he's going to regret ignoring her. Seriously, she yells back that he'll see exactly who is going to win this competition. Alaric just watches her go. Wait, what are we even competing at? He starts laughing, and Alara gets even more furious. Obsidian asks what on earth is wrong with our boy, though even he has to admit the kid can be decent sometimes. Alistair just smirks, watching Isabella and noting that her power is actually climbing. The living blade scoffs, not that she's on his level, obviously, but she is creeping up on rank 4. Alistair nods. Not bad at all. Obsidian senses potential in the others too, but before they can move, Sir Julian stops them. He's got some intel to share before they step into the lion's den. See that powerhouse over there? That's Cedric from the Solar Order. Apparently, he only signed up for this mission because he heard Alistair would be attending. And the other one, that's Sienna, representing the elite Ember Syndicate. Here is the deal. This is a no-interference mission. The Royal Guards won't lift a finger regardless of what happens inside, making this a straight-up ego war between noble houses. Then, the heavy dungeon gates finally groan open. It's a mad dash. The young nobles charge into the portal like they're racing for a gold medal. Isabella looks back, shouting for them to hurry up. Sir Julian is starting to sweat, worried they're already falling behind, but Alistair, perfectly calm. He's in absolutely no rush to join the chaos. Suddenly, the sky turns a bruised, eerie purple. Someone gasps, wondering if they even stepped into the right place. This doesn't look like any dungeon they've ever seen. It's a fortress, a massive, looming castle. Alistair stares up, a sharp glint in his eyes. He already knows exactly what kind of hell they just walked into. Obsidian asks for the breakdown, and Alistair explains it's a castle dungeon layout. The catch: the entrance is split into 4 distinct paths: north, west, east, and south. From their current position, they can only see 3 of the massive gateways beckoning them forward. Cedric steps up, declaring he's taking the north gate, and barks orders at his guards to ready their steel. But wait, he stops and calls out the scion of House Blackwood, Alistair. Since everyone is gathered, he's got a little proposition for the group. The bet is insane. Whoever slays the dungeon boss gets to keep the weapons of every other participant. The crowd goes dead silent in pure shock. Cedric sneers, saying they should aim high since they're here to prove who's superior anyway. Winner takes it all, every single blade. One noble speaks up, refusing a challenge like that would be social suicide for a warrior. So, he's in. Another quickly agrees. Cedric turns to Isabella. She shrugs, saying it's fine by her. Then he locks eyes with Alistair, assuming the Blackwood heir will accept too. Our boy just gives a cool nod. Cedric is practically gloating now. He readies his gear, warning everyone that since they've all signed their lives away, there's no backing out when things get ugly. The Ember Syndicate takes the east gate, while the Heroes Guild disappears into the west. Isabella notes that only the south gate is left, so that's their path. Her guard moves into position as she starts heading toward the dark archway. She pauses, looking back at Alistair. "Aren't you coming?" He just stands there, unmoved. "I'm going to take a good look around before I get serious." She scoffs at him. He might be strong, sure, but that massive ego is going to get him broken. After all, everyone here comes from a legendary lineage. Alistair just grins. "What? Are you worried about me?" Isabella starts stammering, her face turning beet red before screaming that she will be the one to take him down. She storms off into the shadows, yelling at Alistair to stop being such an annoying brat. Smiling to himself, he calls out to her one last time. Isabella stops, her posture softening. "Be careful in there," he says. She freezes, wondering if he actually cares. That arrogant, beautiful bastard is actually worried about her. Blushing furiously, she tells him he better watch his own back, too. Sir Julian looks around. Everyone is gone. They're the only ones left. He asks if Alistair is really okay with that weapon bet, but Alistair is already imagining his new collection. Obsidian just laughs. The kid is definitely not lacking in the confidence department. Alistair has zero intention of losing that bet. None. Julian asks which gate they should pick, ready to move out. Alistair points, straight up, to a high window. Julian is completely baffled. A window? Why the hell are we skipping the gates? A member of House Blackwood doesn't follow in the footsteps of others, Alistair says firmly. I make my own path. They vault inside, but the interior is a shock. It looked like a simple hallway from the outside, but inside, it's a vast, echoing chamber. This place is warped. Bizarre magical effects are everywhere. Obsidian asks if Alistair saw this coming, and Alistair just gives a knowing smirk. Here is the secret. Entering a castle dungeon through a window triggers a random teleportation. It's a total roll of the dice. If luck is on your side, you land right in front of the boss. If not, you're stuck in the dark basement. Obsidian is floored by the sheer gamble Alistair just took. Alistair surveys the room. No boss. It looks like they landed somewhere in the middle of the fortress. It's too quiet. No monsters. No voices. Sir Julian starts commenting on the unsettling, twisted nature of the dungeon's magic. Then let's use it to our advantage, Alistair says. Julian nods, pulling out a glowing crystal ball and preparing to release a tracking mist. He channels his mana, telling Alistair to wait as the smoke spreads out to reveal the hidden path they need to take. As the mist flows through the cracks and corridors, it begins to form a perfect spectral map of the entire labyrinth. Julian is curious. Did Alistair know it would be a maze? Alistair just shrugs, saying it's a new dungeon and he simply prepared for every possible nightmare. The man is stunned by Alistair's foresight. Obsidian, however, is just cackling. Look at him, acting all brilliant just to mess with people's heads. The map is set. They have the layout. Alistair cracks his knuckles, ready to end this little game as fast as humanly possible. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the maze, boom, Cedric slams his fist into a wall, absolutely livid because he's been walking in circles for an hour. Welcome to the labyrinth, a nightmare of shifting stone where the monsters are nothing but spiteful gargoyles. The real problem? You can't tell the difference between a harmless statue and a predator waiting to rip your heart out. The lead knight of the forward party barks orders at his men to stay sharp, but they're paralyzed. Standing before a row of stone wings, they can't tell if they're facing a trap or just a bunch of decorations. Furious, the commander slams his fist into the stone wall. He's losing his mind because these stone bastards are draining every precious second of their time. He tries to force his breath to steady, but the stress of this maze is suffocating. He was the very first to step into this hellhole, and it's already breaking him. Meanwhile, Alistair turns to his loyal vassal, Sir Gareth, asking if they're even heading in the right direction. Gareth nods, confident they've found the path. They have to be first. Deep within these halls dwells the master of the dungeon, the legendary beast known as the Flaming Gargoyle. Gareth warns that they haven't found the monster's weakness yet, so they need to be cautious. But right then, a low, guttering growl echoes through the corridor. It lunges. A gargoyle sweeps in from the shadows, aiming for Alistair's back. Gareth draws his steel to intervene, but Alistair holds him back, stepping into the line of fire. He needs to settle this alone. One strike. That's all he gives it. In a flash of steel, Alistair carves through the stone beast like it was made of parchment. Gareth is stunned. That wasn't just a threat, it was a lethal ambush. These things have hides like tempered iron, nearly impossible to pierce. The sentient spirit within Alistair's blade, Lord Thorn, asks if the boy has a strategy for what's coming next. Alistair just gives a cold smirk. I realized something while I was cutting that thing open, Alistair says, turning to Gareth. Hand me a healing potion. Gareth just stares, completely lost. Alistair asks if these potions are brewed with the same essence as holy water. Gareth confirms it. The boy explains that when his blade bit into the monster, he saw black particles, pure corruption. Without a second thought, Alistair uncorks the vial and douses his sword in the glowing liquid. Gareth watches, his jaw hitting the floor. Those black particles mean the beast is born of shadow, and shadow always recoils from the light. By coating his steel in a recovery potion, he's basically created a holy weapon. It's a gamble, but holy energy should shred through that stone hide. Thorn laughs, calling him a brilliant bastard for even thinking of something so reckless. Gareth realizes that even though they started the expedition last, they've now got the ultimate advantage over every monster in this pit. Alistair doesn't care about the others. As far as he's concerned, no one else in this kingdom has the spine to handle these gargoyles. Thorn grumbles, threatening to make Alistair his next meal, but the boy just scoffs. That's never going to happen. Still, a thought crosses his mind. Is everyone else struggling? Thorn asks if he's actually worried about that noble girl. Lady Isabella. She's likely doing just fine, carving her own path through the dark in her own stubborn way. Her personal guard approaches her, sweating through his armor. He tells her the dungeon is far too dangerous and insists on taking the lead to protect her. Isabella shuts him down instantly. If she lets him fight her battles, everything she's worked for is lost. She doesn't care if they're late. She's here to fight her own way. Most importantly, she's here to see exactly how powerful Alistair has become, and she won't do that by being shielded. With a cold thud, the girl drops a severed gargoyle head onto the dusty floor. She glances back, wondering if Alistair got himself lost in the maze. Her guard, Sir Cedric, asks if she's waiting for the boy. She bristles, yelling that she'd never wait for such a rude peasant. She claims she's just worried about an attack from the rear. "I'm just being careful," she shouts, her face turning red. Meanwhile, Gareth tells Alistair to draw his sword. It's time. They're standing at the threshold of the flaming gargoyle's chamber. The beast rises, its eyes glowing with a hateful recognition of its prey. The monster glares, a living furnace of stone and spite. Alistair tells Gareth to stay back. This kill belongs to him alone. Gareth begs him to be careful. This isn't a normal beast. It possesses abilities that defy the laws of nature. Thorn warns him that this thing is different. One swipe of those claws and the air itself will combust. Alistair winces. That's going to sting. But here's the real kicker. The monster learns. Any attack it sees once, it'll counter the next time. He has to end this in a single, overwhelming blow. Alistair takes his stance. Suddenly, the black wind aura erupts around him, and the world begins to slow down to a crawl. Hunter and prey lock eyes for a split second before charging. Alistair grips his hilt, the tension in the air thick enough to suffocate. He unleashes a massive horizontal slash, but Thorn screams at him to focus. "Channel the aura into your legs, explode like a powder keg and fly." The gargoyle ignites, transforming into a towering pillar of white-hot flame. The heat is unbearable. Alistair screams as the skin on his arms begins to blister, but Thorn tells him to hold steady. This is the only opening they'll get. Like a fallen star, Alistair hurtles through the wall of fire toward the beast's throat. Thorn roars for him to strike now. As the gargoyle opens its maw to incinerate him, Alistair's blade crackles with lightning. The storm drop technique activates, surging with lethal speed. A flash of blinding light. Alistair tears through the creature at terminal velocity, and the flaming gargoyle's head is sent spinning into the darkness. Alistair hits the ground, wreathed in smoke but victorious. Even the grumpy Thorn admits that was a perfect execution. The boy smirked, noting it's rare for the sword to offer praise instead of an insult. Thorn just huffs, claiming Alistair is just disgustingly lucky. Gareth rushes over, checking his master for injuries. Remarkably, the enchanted combat uniform held up against the magical flames. But the victory is short-lived. The dungeon begins to groan and shake. The labyrinth is collapsing, but Alistair just smiles. Now the path out will be easy to find. Grim looks uneasy. A ragged, furious crowd just arrived where Alaric is. Alaric stares them down, then tells Julian it's time for them to head out. Julian nods, confirming they've already secured every single one of the golem cores. The group is absolutely livid. They can't believe a kid won the bet and just left them behind anyway. Someone mutters that betting their own swords was a massive mistake. Another knight admits he's just glad the kid actually has some professional honor. Finally, the whole lot of them clear out of the crypt. Alaric steps forward. He's here to collect. The knights who didn't take the bet just stand there looking completely lost. Lady Alara is floored. The kid actually did it. The deal was simple. He gets their weapons if he takes down the boss first, and he delivered. Some of them start whispering about backing out of the deal. One tries to claim they never made the bet, while another swears he never said a word about the boss. Alaric just smiles. That dangerous kind of smile. He tells them he never planned on handling the heavy lifting all by himself anyway. That's why he moved fast and grabbed everything. One onlooker is shaking. How did the youngest one there take down the boss? The whispers start spreading. Those rumors about him hunting down high-rank outlaws. Yeah, they've gotta be true. Alara realizes she was right all along. Deep down, she'd been terrified he wouldn't make it out of that rift alive. Her captain asks if she expected Alaric to win. He says it's a good thing. The boy actually lived up to the hype. She snaps at him, denying everything. Meanwhile, Alaric reminds the men that legendary knight orders shouldn't break their word. Time to hand over the steel. One guy loses it, tosses his blade at Alaric's feet, and tells him to rot in hell. The rest follow suit, fuming with rage. They surrender their weapons, and Alaric, he just smiles and says thanks. Grim just yawns. Julian is buzzing, asking what the plan is for all this high-end loot. Alaric's answer: a public auction. Julian's jaw hits the floor. Then Alaric goes a step further. He'll dump them on the black market. Julian panics, saying he'll burn every bridge with the great families if he does that. Alaric doesn't care. Those bridges are already ash. Besides, were those noble houses ever really their friends? Alara actually agrees with that, but she's dying to know. How did he reach the boss when he was the last one to enter the dungeon? Information is power, Alaric tells her. Alara hides her face, playing it off like she was only joking around. Alaric pulls out a smoke bomb, the trick he used, and tells her he'll explain the rest in the future. Alara is stunned, but she's smiling. He tells her that way she can be useful to him. She gets all flustered. He gives a casual wave, and she can't help but smile back. Alaric knows she'll be a huge asset. Later, at the Grand Duke's Hall, he reports that the mission is officially complete. The Duke already knows. Julian filled him in. Honestly, the old man's days are never boring with Alaric around. Grim senses a shift in the air. Alaric knows why. The old man is thrilled because Alaric is rebuilding House Sterling's name, and he loves to brag. He's changed a lot recently. You can feel it. The whole atmosphere of the hall has changed. The old man looks at the pile of swords. They're useless to him, so he asks Alaric what he plans to do with them. Alaric says he's auctioning them off. The Duke freezes, then bursts out laughing. He's really going to crush the egos of the other lords like that. Alaric's not stopping there. It'll be worse. They looked down on House Sterling for too long. Now it's time they paid for that arrogance. The Grand Duke is absolutely howling with laughter now. Since the mission was a success, the Duke offers a reward. Anything he wants. Alaric doesn't hesitate. He wants the Sterling Sword Sanctum. The old man is stunned. Grim asks what's so special about a sword sanctum. It's a private elite training ground, way better than the public ones. The Duke realizes what's happening. Is Alaric really trying to steal that training ground right out from under Lady Serena? Alaric shrugs. It's not being used right now, so why shouldn't he just take it for himself? Grim sees through it. The sanctum is cool, yeah, but there's a much bigger reason Alaric wants his hands on it. Owning a sanctum means you're recognized as a true heir. Losing it, that means you're too weak to protect what belongs to the family. It's a massive disgrace. Grim realizes Alaric is openly provoking his own sister. He's basically begging for a fight. The Duke smiles and grants it. Sword Sanctum 70 belongs to Alaric now. The boy is dismissed. Left alone, the Duke muses on how bold it was to snatch his sister's training hall like that. The war for the succession is finally happening. It's inevitable now. Suddenly, Alaric senses something strange. And that's a wrap for today. If you don't want to miss the next part, hit that notification bell and subscribe. See you in the next one, right here on Tob's channel.